Chapter 730. While the dim darkness sect had served as a warning, Yanjiaoge was not averse to taking risks. It was just that the chances of success had to be carefully weighed and considered by everyone. Still, if he went to meet the head disciple of the southeastern exalt now, the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, he would most likely encounter people of the dim darkness sect. The other party had lost everything, but he had made a lot of money. When they met, it would inevitably be a little awkward. Even with Yanjiaoge's thick skin, he still felt that he should consider this matter. However, it was still necessary to meet Lin Hanhua. Lin Hanhua was a man who looked like a young man. He could be said to be extraordinarily handsome and had an imposing appearance. However, his true age was much older than Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang. He was like a sharp, unsheathed sword, revealing his ability to the fullest, causing others to feel dazzled by him and subconsciously want to avoid him. Yanjiaoge found this rather interesting. Normally speaking, Lin Hanhua had already attained the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. For cultivators with lower cultivation than him, it would be easy for them to restrain their sharpness. They would lock their qi and blood and prevent it from leaking out, preventing the wind and frost from eroding them. The treasured sword was sharp and powerful, but it would also be eroded by the outside world. Putting the sword back into the scabbard seemed ordinary, but it was beneficial to the user. When needed, he could draw the scabbard and drink blood. A martial artist's cultivation of their own qi and blood followed a similar principle. Controlling one's qi and blood was a compulsory lesson for every martial artist. However, this logic didn't seem to apply to Lin Hanhua. His entire person exuded a sharp aura, causing others to cast sidelong glances at him. It was difficult not to notice him. Lowering his head, Yanjiaoge saw that the ground beneath Lin Hanhua's feet was completely fine. However, that was merely an illusion. After Lin Hanhua left, he could casually blow on that piece of land, and the ground would immediately collapse into a large pit. The soil and rocks there had already been completely pulverized by Lin Hanhua into dust. It was only temporarily maintaining its original appearance. Meanwhile, when Yanjiaoge, Bai Ziming, and the others arrived before Lin Hanhua, they even felt like they were unable to approach him. If they got too close, they would become like the ground beneath Lin Hanhua's feet, pulverized by the myriad of sword qi. Yanjiaoge did not think that Lin Hanhua was unable to restrain his sword qi, and there was also no need for him to intentionally show off his might in front of them. There was only one possibility. This was Lin Hanhua's own cultivation method. Furthermore, it was just like the cultivation of the cyclic heavenly scripture. He was doing it all the time. For Lin Hanhua, it was as natural as breathing. It was just that the destructive power of this method was a little too strong. Yanjiaoge guessed that he might be using himself as a sword, borrowing the entire heavens and earth outside as a whetstone, tempering himself at all times, never ceasing to rest. Although his aura was extremely strong and terrifying, making it hard for people to approach him, Lin Hanhua's attitude was quite calm. This is just me cultivating in my spare time. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. The sword qi on his body gradually retracted until it was hard to detect. The pressure on Yanjiaoge and the others all relaxed. After greeting each other, Lin Hanhua looked at Wang Hui, who was captured, and nodded slightly. Thank you for your help. Junior brother Zheng, take her back to Golden Court Mountain quickly and meet Master. Zhang Ming acknowledged this before glancing at Yanjiaoge, saying, her junior apprentice brother, also a disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage, Phoenix Sweeping Sun Flame Li Jing, was slain by little friend Yan in the process of fleeing. Lin Hanhua was a little surprised. Wang Hui stared at Yanjiaoge, saying coldly, Master will not let you off so easily. Yanjiaoge smiled, not speaking. While a look of surprise appeared on Lin Hanhua's face, it was just that. He looked at Wang Hui and said calmly, You nearly killed my junior apprentice niece. While she is fine now, do you think that this matter will end so easily? This little friend, Yen, is helping my Golden Court Mountain apprehend the culprits. Whatever happens, my Golden Court Mountain will bear it. Wang, Hui said hatefully. Shadow Mountain Lin, I have nothing to say in front of you. Still, you might not be able to bear my master's rage. Lin Hanhua waved his hands. Let your master and my master say this. What you need to do is to tell master honestly what exactly you came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory to act violently for after meeting him. Having Zhang Ming take her away, Lin Hanhua nodded towards Yen Zhaoga. Little friend Yen is welcome to visit Golden Court Mountain anytime. Yen Zhaoga smiled. This Yen is very honored. After pausing for a moment, Yen Zhaoga still asked, Sword King, I wonder what the outcome of the Grand Xian dynasty's Kongping following Mr. Chen to Golden Court Mountain was. Lin Hanhua's expression did not change as he said mildly, Speaking of which, this Lin was careless back then. I still have to thank little friend Yen for detecting the peculiarities of this Royal Reed Sea and discovering the secret of the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Kongping followed junior apprentice brother Chen to Golden Court Mountain long ago. Master has already seen them. Still, this Lin does not know of the final outcome. It is only that I came to the Royal Reed Sea on Master's orders afterwards. His introduction was very detailed. Yen Zhaoga nodded. Sword King is polite. This Yen just happened to be there. After leaving Lin Hanhua's place, Yen Zhaoga and the others glanced over. Indeed, that sword chi that surged to the heavens appeared once more. While it was formless, it caused one to feel a real piercing pain. Looking back, Yen Zhaoga suddenly discovered that Bai Ziming was currently staring at him with a complex gaze. Yen Zhaoga had seen many probing and admiring gazes of his. He felt that Bai Ziming's gaze was rather strange, as it seemed to contain some special questions. It was a kind of question that had a definite target in mind. Bai Ziming pursued the idea of protecting himself. He rarely asked about matters that did not concern him. Now that he was acting like this, Yen Zhaoga smiled. Is there something, Mr. Bai? The old man pondered for a moment before finally saying candidly, To tell you the truth, having seen little friend Yen personally kill that Li Jin just now, amidst my shock, this old man also has some special questions. Little friend Yen possesses shocking strength. This is something that this old man admires greatly. Still, the martial arts that little friend Yen executed seemed rather familiar to this old man. While Yen Zhaoga's expression did not change, he felt slightly shocked within. He can recognize the cyclic heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly seal. Yet, Bai Ziming continued, Little friend Yan's palm is majestic and tyrannical, emanating an aura of invincibility. This old man has seen others execute similar palm arts before. They were also extremely outstanding, just that they did not seem as domineering and vigorous as the one executed by little friend Yen. Hearing that he did not recognize the cyclic heavenly seal, Yen Zhaoga first relaxed. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Bai Ziming did not recognize his cyclic heavenly seal, instead recognizing the heavenly broad creed palm. Other than himself, who else had he seen execute the heavenly broad creed palm? His heart jolting. Yen Zhaoga's gaze instantly hardened as his breathing even halted imperceptibly. To be continued. Chapter 731. The heavenly broad creed palm was a supreme martial art created by the founder of Broad Creed Mountain from the legacies of their predecessors of pre-great calamity times. In terms of origin, it was a relatively incomplete variant of the flipping sky seal. If there were other martial arts that similarly originated from the cyclic heavenly seal, they might also look similar to the heavenly broad creed palm. Still, Yen Zhaoga could not help but think a little more about it now. Bai Ziming should not have been to the 8 extremities world before. In the world beyond worlds, there was only him, Yen Zhaoga, who knew the heavenly broad creed palm. Then, where had Bai Ziming seen others executing the heavenly broad creed palm before? Yan Zhaoga's gaze hardened as he looked earnestly at Bai Ziming. I wonder where and with whom, Mr. Bai, have you seen this palm art of mine before? Bai Ziming could feel that Yan Zhaoga's attitude had become solemn without any concealment at all. Therefore, he said solemnly, little friend Yan should already know that this old man is not someone of the world beyond worlds. The world that I originally resided in was known as the Floating Gate world. After this old man refined his acupoints to see divinity, I ascended from the Floating Gate world and came to this world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoga nodded slowly. It was precisely because he knew this that many guesses had arisen within his heart. Then Bai Ziming continued, when I was in the Jambu realm, this old man once saw someone who could overturn the heavens with a single hand. His palm force enveloped the surroundings. It was majestic and extraordinary. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, he said, this person calls himself Yuan Zhenfeng One-Armed. A few years ago, he suddenly appeared in my Floating Gate sect. This old man included. Everyone guessed that he came from another world. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga suddenly let out a sigh of relief. It really was his grandmaster, the long-lost old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhenfeng. Back then, in order to suppress the crack of the Nine Nether in the Earth domain, Yuan Zhenfeng was lost in the turbulence of time and space. Since then, his whereabouts were unknown, and his fate was unknown. This matter became a sore point for everyone in Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoga included, although everyone comforted each other, saying that the old sect master would definitely be blessed by the heavens. There was no news at all, and they were still worried. This was especially so when there were no clues. Even if he wanted to search for it, he had no idea where to start. Yan Zhaoga could only sigh helplessly. Now that there was finally news of him, Yan Zhaoga's heart that had been hanging in the air all this, could finally be put at ease. He looked at Bai Ziming and said, allow Sir Bai to know that the person you speak of is precisely a senior of this Yan's lineage. We were previously separated from each other, and we have never been able to find any clues. Bai Ziming said, it is indeed so. Rest easy, little friend Yan. While Mr. Yuan lost an arm, that was a matter of my Jambu Gate sect. In the Jambu realm, he was fine. Later on, he became a guest elder of a large sect in the Jambu realm. At least before this old man ascended, his life was fine. Yan Zhaoga nodded slowly, that's good. As Bai Ziming spoke, he sighed. Speaking of which, although this Mr. Yuan has lost an arm, his cultivation and skills are still not to be underestimated. This old man has met him a few times before. I've seen him fight with others, so I was able to recognize little friend Yan's palm technique. Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands towards Bai Ziming. I wonder if Mr. Bai has any way of ascertaining the location of that Floating Gate world that you were born in? This Yan wishes to make a trip to the Jambu Kingdom. Is that convenient? Bai Ziming answered, it will be a little difficult. Still, I can try. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, he asked, is little friend Yan in a hurry to see Mr. Yuan? Yan Zhaoga answered emotionally, to tell you the truth, it is precisely so. Bai Ziming smiled. Then, little friend Yan, there is actually no need to be in a hurry. Who knows when you might be able to meet again in the world beyond worlds. When this old man ascended, I once invited fellow Taoists of the Jambu world to attend the ceremony. This Mr. Yuan was present as well. This old man observed that he was only a half step away from refining his acupoints to see divinity. Back then, I even joked that he would most likely be the next person to ascend in the Jambu Kingdom after this old man. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoga was taken aback. Oh! After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoga asked Bai Ziming about the time flow of the Floating Gate world and the world beyond worlds, before comparing it to the time flow of the Eight Extremities world. After the comparison, Yan Zhaoga could not help but wonder. Grandmaster has already reached the peak of the third level of the Martial Saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, so quickly. While his father, Yan Di, had surpassed his father, his Grandmaster Yuan Jingfeng's talent and strength were similarly outstanding. Due to his old injuries, Yuan Jingfeng had remained in the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm for a very long time. While this was something that could not be helped, it had also allowed him to accumulate extremely abundant accumulations, his path having been smooth after transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Yan Zhaoge did not doubt in the slightest that if not for the simultaneous upheavals in the East Sea and the Earth domain that year, Yuan Jingfeng would have been confident of attaining the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage, very soon. The difficulty of this would have been far lower than that of Huang Guanglia that year. After all, Yuan Jingfeng's talent and strength had already surpassed Huang Guanglia's in the first place. Still, if one were to say that Yuan Jingfeng had reached the peak of the third level of the martial saint realm within a few short years, even being able to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity stage and soar into the martial saint realm, wouldn't this be a little too fast and unexpected? After all, not everyone could improve as rapidly as Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone being able to make a great leap in 3 short years. Breaking through space and seeing true divinity had been a result of many factors, with many fortuitous encounters being involved. In other words, this was an occasional case that could not be used as a standard to judge the majority. Just look at the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao of the Sacred Sun clan of the 8 Extremities world that year. Or perhaps it was that descendant of Shen Lingzi who had been in charge of escorting the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the earth-ocean lung crystals, and those other treasures back then, only to have been intercepted and slain by Yan Zhaoge in the end. That old man was of the same generation as Kong Ping and Madame Kong, his age and seniority both being higher than Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. Still, like the Kong brothers, he was also at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Even in the world beyond worlds, it would not be an easy thing for an outstanding, powerful martial practitioner to advance from the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, to the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. By Ziming's evaluation of Yuan Zhengfeng being likely to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity stage within a short period of time implied that Yuan Zhengfeng was already no longer simply at the late merging avatar stage. Instead, he was already standing at a critical point. Perhaps there is some special reason. Thinking along these lines, Yan Zhaoge said to Bai Ziming, after ascending, I still cannot be certain where I will land. I hope that Mr. Bai can point out the path for me so that this Yen can head to the floating gate sect more quickly. Bai Ziming nodded. That is naturally fine. It is just that this old man cannot guarantee its accuracy. If this old man can personally return to the floating gate sect, I will be able to establish a path for you. Now, you can only depend on yourself, little friend Yen. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. I will be troubling you, Mr. Bai. Bai Ziming retrieved a jade pendant, handing it to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge received it, infusing his true essence within as per Bai Ziming's instructions. Jade green mist instantly arose from the jade pendant. To be continued. Chapter 732. Wisps of smoke rose from the jade pendant and floated in the air before gradually dissipating. These jade green clouds merged amidst space, seemingly entering deep within, as Yan Zhaoge could vaguely see a jade-green path seemingly appearing amidst space. However, the path was winding, and it was difficult to tell where it led. Bai Ziming had not come to the world beyond worlds through a wound of the sky. Instead, he had naturally ascended after his cultivation base had surpassed the tolerable limits of the floating gate world. It had not been long since he ascended, and he had been traveling with Zhang Ming, Qin Zhiliang, and the others. He did not have the time to patiently study. Therefore, it was equally difficult for him to attempt to return to the Jambu Grand Realm in such a short period of time. Therefore, Bai Ziming had said that it would depend more on Yan Zhaoge himself. Yan Zhaoge stared at that spatial path formed of the jade-green fog for a moment before he gradually came up with an idea. Let's first find a wound of the sky and leave the world beyond worlds before using other spatial traversing techniques to confirm and head to the floating gate world. Having made up his mind, Yanjiaoge did not delay any longer. After taking his leave of Bai Ziming, he headed south. His target was precisely where he had first arrived in the world beyond worlds, the phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea's 72 regions. While Yanjiaoge could not be certain about other places, there was definitely a wound of the sky here in the phoenix-bearing region. He had ascended from there previously. The phoenix-bearing region was the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty, which the dim darkness sect had infiltrated as well. Previously, because the secret of the heaven-bearing effecate formation had been exposed, the Grand Xian dynasty had not dared to act ostentatiously for fear of angering the southeastern exalt. Under the situation where they were conservatively shrinking their forces, a borderland like the phoenix-bearing region was actually equivalent to being temporarily abandoned. The dim darkness sect had originally made use of this chance to expand and occupy this place. Yet, not long ago, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm had trampled on their headquarters, nearly being eradicated. Currently, the dim darkness sect, which had suffered a great blow to its vitality, could only retreat and defend. The phoenix-bearing region had actually been pretty much left to its own devices in recent times. The small and medium-sized forces that were born and raised here could only wait and see for now. Upon arriving here, Yanjiaoge did not greet anyone as he headed straight for that wound of the sky through which he had first come to the world beyond worlds. The wound of the sky did not always exist. After confirming its approximate location, Yanjiaoge controlled the Northern Ocean clone to stir space. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already refined his acupoints to see divinity, shook the space which had already been unstable in the first place. Very soon, a crevice was gradually torn open here. The crack was not as dark as an ordinary black hole. Instead, it was bright and dazzling, and there seemed to be the sonorous voice of the great Tao ringing out. Yanjiaoge gazed at the wound of the sky for a long time before he tossed the jade pendant in his hand, as well as the paper fan of divine would to the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone received the jade pendant, striding into the wound of the sky. The Northern Ocean clone, who had already attained the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the early seeing divinity stage, possessed the ability to traverse the wounds of the sky without relying on external objects. This way, when he went down to search for the Jambu Great Realm, he would not need to expend the power of the paper fan. At that time, if he successfully found his Grandmaster, he would be able to let Yuan Zhengfeng decide for himself whether he wanted to borrow the power of the paper fan of divine would to come to the world beyond worlds first, or return to the 8 Extremities world by relying on the signposts of the 8 Extremities world that Yanjiaoge provided. Yuan Zhengfeng was fully prepared, and he could decide his next step based on his own will. Walking near the wound of the sky, the Northern Ocean clone's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he felt as though his soul had been touched. Yet, as he carefully sensed the surroundings, everything was calm as per usual. Yanjiaoge's gaze hardened as he scanned the surroundings, seeing no abnormalities. Am I too sensitive? Yanjiaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, releasing his spiritual sense as he carefully sensed the surrounding situation. The Northern Ocean clone hesitated momentarily before finally still striding towards the wound of the sky. Amidst space in the distance, flowing light distorted the scenery as a few figures were obscured beneath the illusion created by the radiance. One of them frowned. Even you, Mother, were nearly discovered by him when you made a move. The one who spoke was none other than Kong Jinyuan, the youngest son of Kong Ping and Madame Kong of Shen Lingzi's lineage. Beside him stood a graceful, noble-looking, middle-aged woman. She was naturally Madame Kong, Kong Maosheng also standing beside her. Madame Kong said in a heavy tone, "This person is extraordinary. I have long since heard of him. It is not like I only learned of him today." Kong Maosheng said slowly, "The rumors are not false. He indeed hails from the lower worlds. Still, we still cannot know what exactly his relationship with the exalted solar luminary is. The Grand Qian dynasty was currently keeping a low profile, not daring to be overly ostentatious lest they further infuriate the southeastern exalt. Still, the entire Grand Qian dynasty naturally hated Yan Zhaoge to the very core. Even as they hated Yan Zhaoge, they were also curious about the background of this youth who had suddenly appeared, how he was able to possess such extraordinary methods. Due to the news that the Radiant Light sect had spread back then, some of Yan Zhaoge's circumstances were now widely known. Still doubtful, everyone began attempting to verify this. Madame Kong and her 2 sons had deceived many people, secretly coming to the Phoenix-bearing region without leaving a trace. Based on the many rumors, they had traced the source of Yan Zhaoge's appearance step by step. It was just that, unexpectedly, Yan Zhaoge himself had actually returned to the Phoenix-bearing region now as well. Madame Kong pondered as she said, "There is a wound of the sky here. Is he leaving the world beyond worlds now? I wonder where he is going. Is he returning to his original world? Or is he going somewhere else?" Kong Jinyuan lowered his head, not daring to look in Yan Zhaoge's direction. While he had long since known that Yan Zhaoge was extraordinary, he had not thought that his mother would still have to be cautious in concealing her tracks. It had been his gaze earlier that seemed to have been detected by Yan Zhaoge, resulting in him being reprimanded by his mother. This caused Kong Jinyuan to feel exceptionally aggrieved. Mother, while that clone of his is unexpectedly at the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, it would still be impossible for him to be your match. Wouldn't it be fine if you just directly captured him? Madame Kong glanced dissatisfiedly at him. When will you not be so hot-tempered? First, not speaking of what the southeastern exalt thinks, this Yan Zhaoge possesses the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. How can he be so easy to capture? Kong Jinyuan lowered his head hatefully. Seeing this, Madame Kong sighed inwardly. Swiveling her head to look in the direction of the wound of the sky, she saw that the Northern Ocean clone had already entered it. Yan Zhaoge himself remained by the side of the wound of the sky, quietly looking at it. Now, the wound of the sky suddenly shook intensely, light even flickering and dispersing in all directions. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, seemingly feeling taken aback. This sudden turn of events was out of Madame Kang's predictions as well. Her expression changed as she stared unblinkingly at the wound of the sky. To be continued. Chapter 733. Yan Zhaoge stood outside the wound of the sky, quietly looking at the spatial crevice that radiated light in all directions. While his gaze seemed focused, his attention was actually all around him as he carefully observed every single thing that was happening. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge himself who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, or the Northern Ocean clone who had attained the seeing divinity stage, their spiritual senses were not to be underestimated. This was especially so as his main body, cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, its sensory abilities were even stronger. His mind had been shaken in a flash just now. Yan Zhaoge did not believe that it had been a misperception. There could only be one possibility then. Someone else was attempting to hoodwink his senses. The better the other party concealed it, the more dangerous the situation was. This meant that the other party's cultivation base was higher, their strength greater. Therefore, even his sensory abilities had been affected. The person whom I detected at the start bore great hatred, enmity, and killing intent towards me. Therefore, I was able to detect him immediately. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he quickly pondered. Someone who has clearly had enmity with me before cannot be of the southeastern Exalt's lineage, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island, or the dim Darkness sect. They are either of the southern Exalt's lineage, the Radiant Light sect, or the Grand Qian dynasty. Being able to hoodwink my senses, it means that their cultivation base is not low. Still, they did not immediately make a move. That means that they are not completely confident of taking me down, or that they have other plans, wanting to observe my movements. Yen Zhaoge liked to take the initiative. Therefore, he did not retreat just like this, instead still having the Northern Ocean clone enter the wound of the sky. It was just that after entering that spatial crevice, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly resisted the pressure of the power of dimensions, not venturing deeper. Instead, the Northern Ocean clone remained near the entrance of the wound of the sky, suddenly punching out. Beneath the shock of his power, the wound of the sky instantly shook. The abnormalities in the wound of the sky that Madame Kong and the others had seen had actually been an illusion created by Yen Zhaoge himself. Looking at the wound of the sky that shook with radiance, a look of surprise appeared on Yen Zhaoge's face as he secretly paid more attention to his surroundings. While Kong Jinyuan was rather anxious, Madame Kong still suppressed her thoughts, not making a move. Still, ripples abruptly emanated from Yen Zhaoge's mind. He involuntarily gazed into the distance. There, immeasurable radiance suddenly flickered, enveloping half the sky as it rapidly approached the wound of the sky. This kind of power concept? People of the Radiant Light sect? Yen Zhaoge could not help but frown. The people I sensed just now should not be them. This way, there are two groups of enemies here. Madame Kong and her two sons similarly noticed the approaching radiance in the distance. Without the slightest hesitation, Madame Kong retracted her aura, leading Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan to conceal themselves even deeper. Even from far away, she could sense that they had come with ill intentions. The Radiant Light sect had experts who were not inferior to her on this trip. Madame Kong did not fear it. However, it was clearly more advantageous for her to choose to conceal her family's tracks and be the oriole behind. Quietly watching the mantis stalk the cicada. Boundless light quickly enveloped the world, covering the entire phoenix-bearing region. The few of them streaked across the horizon, rapidly approaching the wound of the sky, which was located in a corner of the phoenix-bearing region. The person in the lead was a white-haired old lady. She wore a white robe and had a stern expression on her face. She was holding a round mirror in her hand, and the scene on the mirror was constantly changing. This woman, who seemed old, was one of the major figures of the Radiant Light sect, the Lord of the Illusory Light Hall, Tanjin. She was of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Beside her were several other experts of the Radiant Light sect. They had hurried here in order to receive their chief, Luo Ziyuan, and the others back to the world beyond worlds. Luo Ziyuan and the other experts of the Radiant Light sect had been lost amidst the great tides of the chaotic flows of space following the collapse of the dim, radiant mausoleum. Without the assistance of the dim, radiant wheel, even a peak-seeing divinity martial saint expert like Luo Ziyuan would find it harder than ascending to the heavens to escape within a short period of time. Still, the group of the Radiant Light sect had not been completely unprepared before departing. Recently, while Luo Ziyuan and the others had still been trapped by the chaotic flows of space, they had successfully established contact with the Radiant Light sect experts who had remained in the world beyond worlds, attempting to work together from the inside and outside to receive them back to the world beyond worlds. It was just that they needed to make use of the wound of the sky here in the Phoenix-bearing region. The Radiant Light sect still retained the wound of the sky that led to the 8 extremities world within their domain. Yet, with space and time in chaos, they were unable to use it there, leaving Luo Ziyuan, Tanjin, and the others feeling helpless. Tanjin could only lead them in hurrying over to the Phoenix-bearing region. Fortunately, both the Grand Xian dynasty and the Dim Darkness sect had no time to attend to the Phoenix-bearing region now as they were in a state of no concern. Those of the Radiant Light sect had hurried over here to set up the ceremony, not fearing that they would be disturbed. Yet, when they had arrived at the Phoenix-bearing region, they discovered that Yen Zhaoge was actually there as well. Now, there was a feeling of enemies meeting, their eyes blazing with fury. Whether it was because of their past enmity or because Yen Zhaoge just happened to be blocking the wound of the sky, after being momentarily taken aback, Tanjin and the others all shot towards Yan Zhaoga in unison. There is still another group of enemies who are hiding somewhere, spying on us in the dark and waiting for a chance. Yan Zhaoga rolled his eyes. I have come to look for my kin this time, not having any intention of dealing with you. Do you really have to form a few mahjong tables to surround me like this? After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoga suddenly turned, shooting into the wound of the sky as well. As those of the radiant light sect neared, before they could make their next move, the wound of the sky, which had already been shaking strangely in the first place, shook even more intensely. As Yan Zhaoga entered the wound of the sky, he instantly felt a powerful, distorting force virtually about to rip him apart. Within the myriad dragon palace, which had been swept along and shrunk by his true essence, Feng Yunxing, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and the others could clearly feel it as well. Yan Zhaoga shook his head, receiving the paper fan of divine wood from the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this treasure to protect everyone. He and the Northern Ocean clone remained in the vicinity of the wound of the sky, controlling the Northern Ocean clone, who was within to further shake the chaotic space. The Northern Ocean clone punched out with his left fist, his right hand continuously drawing and scribbling within space. Complicated and profound runes appeared at the same time. Tens of thousands of runes stacked together, forming a boundlessly profound array. Affected by this formation, that spatial crevice that flickered with radiance actually began expanding further. It was like a wound had been ripped open even further. Bright radiance still flickered at the edges of this crevice. Yet an existence that resembled a black hole had formed within the crevice, an immense suction force emanating from within. Caught off guard, even a veteran expert of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm like Tan Jin was instantly sucked in by the black hole. The wound of the sky seemed to have transformed into a massive, ferocious beast at this moment, opening its bloody maw as it madly devoured the radiant light sect martial practitioners in the vicinity. Tan Jin and the others unceasingly stabilized their figures, yet discovered that they had brushed past Yan Zhaoga. Seeing this, the radiant light sect martial practitioners were infuriated to the point of seething smoke. Yan Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone were clearly still near the entrance of the crevice, where radiance enveloped it. To be continued. Chapter 734. A change occurred in the original wound of the sky at this moment. Radiance still flickered at its edges as the power of dimensions distorted and intermingled, forming a relatively stable region even as it exerted immense pressure. The stability and balance here was extremely fragile, as it was a temporary equilibrium formed of unceasing turbulence. Meanwhile, at the central region of the spatial crevice was an existence that resembled a black hole that led directly to the chaotic flows of space. Yan Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone barely managed to stay within the folds of space, while Tan Jin and the others were swept into the chaotic flows of space. Realizing this, the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners could not help but feel exasperated as they hurriedly attempted to stabilize themselves. We all knew that this brat's methods were strange and unexpected. We were already extremely careful, yet still fell for his tricks in the end. Even as Tan Jin and the others felt despondent, they also felt their hair stand on end. How could this brat from the lower worlds possess such shocking methods, seemingly endless? While they had been caught off guard and fallen into the chaotic flows of space, Tan Jin and the others still reacted quickly, striving to stabilize themselves. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had come here all possessed high cultivation bases. Being prepared, the chaotic flows of space created by the Northern Ocean clone would not be able to restrict them so easily. While Yan Zhaoga watched this scene calmly, his attention was mostly focused on the area outside the wound of the sky. Indeed, radiance flickered in the distance as 3 streaks of sword light that resembled the flowing light of time flew over. The first was a woman who had maintained herself well and had a graceful bearing. It was precisely Madame Kong. Beside her were 2 youth-looking men, one with a heavy, majestic aura, while the other was brash and unrestrained. Yan Zhaoge recognized them as Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan respectively. Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. It really is someone of the Grand Xian dynasty. Risking further enraging the southeastern exalt, they have come here? His mind spun as he already understood. Perhaps they have heard rumors and have come to verify my background. Madame Kong and her children were on their guard. As they approached the wound of the sky, Madame Kong was the first to make a move. The sword light that resembled water resembled a long river, as even the wound of the sky seemed to be frozen where its light passed. The flickering radiance turned sluggish as it appeared to be in slow motion. The terrifying black hole seemed to have been solidified, resembling a still image. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge within the wound of the sky, Madame Kong had a rather complex expression on her face. Beside her, Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, "Mother, let him die amidst the chaotic flows of space. No one would know about it at all. Even the southeastern exalt would be hard-pressed to know about it." Madame Kong pondered for a moment before her gaze turned resolute. "Don't move." As she finished speaking, she soared into the air. A round mirror that looked like a heart-protecting mirror appeared in front of her. The light of the round mirror spread out and formed a light armor that supported her body. With the protection of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, Madame Kong swung her sword and transformed into a streak of sword light that resembled a river of time. This sword beam enveloped the entire wound of the sky, and the water-like radiance kept seeping into the spatial rift. Under the erosion of the water light, the space-time inside the void crack began to change. The flickering light and the stable area formed by the twisted and intertwined layers of dimensional power began to tremble. The originally wrinkled void gradually unfolded and returned to its original state. However, in this way, this wound of the sky was gradually unable to be maintained and was on the verge of healing. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Not bad. With a thought on his part, the Northern Ocean clone donned the imperious cold martial armor, the fish dragon spear appearing in his hands before he struck out with all his might. The dark golden radiance condensed into a single point, producing a drilling effect as a black hole was forcibly opened up amidst that water-like light. The water-like sword light circulated, rapidly mending this hole as everything returned to normal. The Northern Ocean clone did not cease as all of his true essence surged, concentrating on the spear in his hands as he continued attacking. As the water-like light shook, a gap seemed to appear on a piece of silk. Due to this gap, a loophole appeared in the freezing of the wound of the sky with Madame Kang's time, flowing sword. As space distorted, the wound of the sky continued to be maintained. Madame Kong, who was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint coupled with a mid-grade sacred artifact, the turbid heavenly mirror armor, was naturally stronger than the Northern Ocean clone, as she was even able to lock down the entire wound of the sky. Still, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone still managed to reap some benefits from concentrating all of his power on a single point. Unable to concentrate on dealing with him, Madame Kong could only watch as the Northern Ocean clone's spear pierced through a gap in her sword light. Still, she was not in a rush, as she said mildly, "While you have a treasure protecting you from the power of dimensions within the wound of the sky, that is only for a short period of time. How long can you last?" The two sides entered a stalemate for a time. If this continued, Madame Kong and the Northern Ocean clone would be able to hold on. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others would not be able to. The protection of the paper fan naturally had its limits. Swiveling his head, Yan Zhaoge saw that Tanjin and the others of the Radiant Light sect were currently striving to break free of the chaotic flows of space as well. Madame Kang's methods had greatly harmed them as well. Even as the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were resisting the attacks of the chaotic flows of space, they were also dispelling the changes brought about by Madame Kang's sword light. Tanjin held a treasured mirror that flickered with radiance. its mirror light seemingly penetrating through the distant space. Seeing this mirror, Yin Zhaoge realized, so that's how it is. Through some unknown method, they have established contact with Luo Zuan and the others who are still trapped within space. Following their guidance, they have come here in an attempt to assist Luo Zuan and the others in returning to the world beyond worlds. They want to make use of the wound of the sky. Noticing the actions of Tan Jin and the others, Madame Kong frowned slightly as well. While they had been tricked by Yin Zhaoge in order to protect themselves, Tan Jin and the others could only sit in the same boat as Yin Zhaoge now. With the combined forces of both sides, it was becoming increasingly difficult for Madame Kong to continue suppressing the wound of the sky. Outside the spatial crevice, Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan could only feel anxious as they watched this scene. A severe look flashed within Kong Jinyuan's eyes as he took out a blood-red awl. Seeing this, Kong Maosheng was instantly shocked. Blood-cursed space-shattering awl? Quickly stop. With space in chaos, who knows what effects this thing will cause? Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, Mother will be fine. Apart from this, whatever consequences there may be, it will also be borne by that brat surnamed Yen. Saying thus, he raised his hand, they all transforming into a streak of blood-red light that flew into the wound of the sky. Within the spatial crevice, seeing the blood-red light, Madame Kong was stunned. Yin Zhaoge, Tan Jin, and the others were stunned as well. This thing, why does it look so much like the blood-cursed space shattering all? After his initial shock, Yin Zhaoge's thoughts flashed as he raised his hand. A streak of blood-red light flying out as well. It was one of his blood devil plates that he had shattered. This treasure was most proficient in breaking through various barriers. Apart from that, it had other miraculous uses as well. The two streaks of blood-red light merged strangely amidst the chaotic flows of space before exploding mightily, forming a screen of light that enveloped the various spaces here in a layer of blood-red color. To be continued. Chapter 735. In the chaotic void, the boundaries of space were distorted and time flowed at different speeds. But at this moment, it was covered in a layer of blood. Madame Kang's knowledge was extraordinary as her heart immediately grew heavy. Blood devil plate. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand and pierced the tip of his finger. Using his finger as a pen, he used his own blood essence to quickly write an entire incantation in the air. The surrounding characters were not the words that people were used to seeing. Instead, it was a strange and rare special language. It was hard to understand, and its meaning was profound. The blood-red incantation was engraved in the air, fusing with the blood-red screen of light. Yin Zhaoge roared in a low, strange tone that no one else could understand. Sacrifice! The blood-colored light seemed to come to life, and an extremely ancient will descended from the void. That will was illusory and indistinct. It was unknown whether its master was alive or dead. But right now, it seemed to have traveled through endless time, releasing a heart-shaking roar. The entire wound of the sky suddenly tore open even further, and the spatial fissure expanded by more than 2 or 3 times. Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, who were outside the wound of the sky, couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked into the crack. Madame Kong was greatly shocked as she could no longer attempt to seal the wound of the sky in place. Expanding her sword light, she enveloped Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, intending to leave first before anything else. However, as Yin Zhaoge executed this sacrificial ritual, the wound of the sky seemed to possess a life of its own as it resembled a truly brutal, massive beast. Wherever the bloody light passed, the void crack would be sealed. One could only enter, not exit. Space rotated, forming a huge blood-color vortex that wanted to devour everyone. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were in the same predicament as the mutated wounds of the sky were similarly brutal and brutal towards everyone and everything within it. Tan Jin and the others of the Radiant Light sect were hard-pressed to escape as well. The only thing that allowed Madame Kong to heave a sigh of relief was that the current variant wound of the sky was in utter chaos. Its light had completely dispersed, and the power of dimensions was no longer so interweaving and distorting. In this way, Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng, who possessed cultivations below the seeing divinity realm, were able to stay here for a long period of time and not be crushed by the energy of the region. Similarly, Yanjiaoge kept his paper fan and turned to the Northern Ocean clone, trying his best to stabilize his figure so as to avoid being completely devoured by the blood-red vortex amidst space. He knew very well about the sacrificial ritual he had created himself. Those that fell into the blood-colored vortex wouldn't be swept away by the chaotic flows of space, but would instead become sacrifices for the sacrificial ceremony. They would be sacrificed on the spot and would die without a doubt. The three parties fell into a stalemate once again. Everyone was trying their best to stabilize themselves so that they wouldn't be swallowed by the scarlet vortex. They couldn't care less about each other. As the creator of the sacrificial ritual, while Yanjiaoge was also threatened by it, he was still able to deal with it easily for the time being. Madame Kong and the Lord of the Radiant Light Sect's illusory light hall, Tanjin, possessed higher cultivation bases and were able to just barely hold on. After all, the duration of the sacrificial ritual was limited. They believed that as long as they persisted for a period of time, they would be able to successfully escape. While they were enemies, the two female experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm were both feeling incomparably despondent at this moment, wishing that they could just kill Yanjiaoge and be done with it. If the two of them joined hands, it would be no small matter. Yet they were completely unable to make a move at all, as they had been trapped by Yanjiaoge's mutated Wound of the Sky, being badly battered. Coincidentally, both sides made up their minds that as soon as they escaped, they would first take care of Yanjiaoge. Otherwise, only the heavens knew what other strange methods Yanjiaoge might display. Even as Yanjiaoge resisted the suction force of the scarlet vortex, he was also carefully analyzing the changes in space before him. Abnormalities had occurred with the Wound of the Sky, temporarily losing the ability to leave the world beyond worlds and descend to the lower worlds, as the pathway had been sealed. The blood-red light resembled a barrier that obscured this entire region of space. Whether it was Madame Kong and her son, those of the Radiant Light Sect, or himself, they were all temporarily confined here, none of them able to leave. The layers of folded space resembled a bright, crystalline wall as they combined with the blood-red light, forming a blood-red crystal wall that resembled a solid. Meanwhile, the changes in space outside the blood-red crystal wall gradually stabilized and made sense. It was even more stable and calm than usual. Two completely different worlds appeared within, and without a streak of blood-red light. The more stable space-time was, the more beneficial it would be for him to search for the floating gate world. While he was unable to leave due to the blood-red crystal wall, it was not that he was completely powerless. Yanjiaoge wielded the Myriad Dragon Palace, stabilizing his figure alongside the Northern Ocean clone before taking out the jade pendant that he had obtained from by Zimming once more. As his true essence was infused into the jade pendant, jade green smoke instantly emitted from it once more. As the smoke came into contact with the blood-red crystal wall, it was not obstructed by it, as it instead slowly permeated through the blood-red crystal wall, formed a folded space. After passing through the blood-red crystal wall, the jade-green smoke drifted amid space, spreading far into the distance as it gradually condensed into a single line which extended into the distance. A portion of Yanjiaoge's mind merged with the jade-green smoke, seemingly drifting into space along with it. There seemed to be some existence guiding the way for him amidst the unseen world. After who knew how long, light gradually appeared amidst the jet-black space before him. The jade-green smoke that had originally been drifting aimlessly suddenly sank, seemingly having found a foothold as it merged within that light. As the light faded, various scenes appeared before Yanjiaoge. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and beautiful lands were all within his eyes. This is the floating gate world. As Yen Jiaoge pondered, his mind was swept along with that jade-green smoke as they speedily flew into the distance. The scenes before him suddenly changed, pure white snow appearing. This old man hails from great snowy mountain of the northern border of the floating gate world. Bai Ziming's words resounded by his ears once more. Looking at the scenery of the north, Yen Jiaoge knew that the target of this jade-green smoke was Bai Ziming's sect in the floating gate world, Great Snowy Mountain. It was just that he was not a guest elder of Great Snowy Mountain. As the jade-green smoke rapidly traversed the horizon, Yen Jiaoge pondered as he saw the scenes before him change once more. A continuous mountain range appeared, enveloped beneath ice and snow. Amidst the snowy mountains, an ice palace entered his sight. Yen Jiaoge's mind followed the jade-green smoke as it descended towards the ice palace. The jade-green smoke that resembled formless jade-green smoke activated the protective formation of the ice palace. Streams of radiance intermingled, merging as one with the jade-green smoke, not repelling it as it instead guided it through the majestic ice palace. Yen Jiaoge's mind followed the smoke all the way to the back hall, where he saw that there was clearly a memorial tablet of a divinity enshrined within. Looking carefully at that divinity statue, it was no different from Bai Ziming in appearance. Before Yen Jiaoge could think carefully, the jade-green smoke directly shot into the divinity statue. The divinity statue shook, its eyes suddenly lighting up as the memorial tablet beneath it shone brightly as well. Regaining his wits, Yen Jiaoge discovered that his field of view was clearly the same as that divinity statue, as though he was currently residing within it. At the same time, numerous martial practitioners were gathered within the great hall before him, all of them being the higher echelon of Great Snowy Mountain. To be continued. Chapter 736. Amidst the statue, Yen Jiaoge stared at the higher echelon experts of Great Snowy Mountain. Gazing carefully, there were 4 martial saints and over 10 martial grandmasters present. Of the 4 martial saints, 1 was a late merging avatar martial saint, 1 was a mid-merging avatar martial saint, and 2 were early merging avatar martial saints. Adding in Bai Ziming, who had ascended to the world beyond worlds not long ago. Great Snowy Mountain's lineage had previously had at least 5 martial saint experts. Bai Ziming had once mentioned that his Great Snowy Mountain was not the strongest power of the Floating Gate world. He himself had also not been the first person of the Floating Gate world to ascend after attaining the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Yen Jiaoge nodded to himself. Indeed, this is a world where the martial civilization has developed and is even more prosperous than the current 8 Extremities world. Still, Yen Jiaoge could not be bothered to consider these problems now. He was currently within the variant wound of the sky, danger lurking all around him. Madame Kong, Tanjin, and the others were also eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. As soon as the blood-red vortex vanished and the wound of the sky returned to normal, Madame Kong and Tanjin might make a move. Also, Tanjin and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners had returned to the world beyond worlds to receive their chief, Luo Zuan. If this expert of the peak of the late seeing divinity stage were to return, Yen Jiaoge would be in an even more dangerous situation. Having finally arrived in the Floating Gate world, Yen Jiaoge now had to consider how to contact his Grand Master. Yen Jiaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry at the current situation. Those of Great Snowy Mountain were rather fast. Bai Ziming had only ascended not long ago, yet they had already finished constructing the incense-bearing temple. Through the jade pendant that Bai Ziming had given him, he had attached a strand of his divine will to the jade-green mist in descending here, somewhat resembling a dream of divinity. Yen Jiaoge felt that this was actually the reason why Great Snowy Mountain had paid a visit to Bai Ziming's incense-bearing temple. It would be convenient for their old Grand Master to communicate with those of their lineage who were still in the Floating Gate world, passing down their teachings. Bai Ziming had not been able to accurately locate the floating gate world before this, so this method had never been put to use. Now that he had succeeded in his first descent, the one who had descended was himself and not Bai Ziming. Looking at the obvious anticipation and joy of those of Great Snowy Mountain on their faces, Yanjiaoge the fake, felt a great pressure. He had originally wanted to rely on the jade pendant to guide the way, helping his Northern Ocean clone directly descend into the floating gate world. Yet he had not thought that this would be the case. Yanjiaoge pondered. Could it be that he had to impersonate someone? It shouldn't be that easy, right? Otherwise, Bai Ziming wouldn't have given me the jade pendant so hastily. Isn't he afraid that I'll screw over his disciples in the Jambo realm? As Yanjiaoge thought thus, indeed, the joy on the faces of the 4 martial saints leading the Great Snowy Mountain martial practitioners before him faded as their gazes turned doubtful and cautious. Seeing this, Yanjiaoge knew that he had guessed correctly. Wanting to be a charlatan was not so easy. The late merging avatar old man before him did not change his expression. "May I ask who you are? Why do you possess, senior apprentice brother, Bai's descending spirit jade pendant?" The other Great Snow Mountain cultivators still did not notice. They continued to greet Bai Ziming's statue excitedly. Those 4 long-time martial saints of Great Snowy Mountain did not stop them. Not being clear on Yanjiaoge's background and Bai Ziming's current situation, they placed caution above all else, not daring to alarm or enrage Yanjiaoge in any way. Yanjiaoge answered candidly, "I am surnamed Yanjiaoge. I appeared in the world beyond worlds, and was fortunate enough to be acquainted with Mr. Bai. Afterwards, I learnt from Mr. Bai that I have a senior who is currently in the floating gate world. Therefore, I wanted to look for him. With Mr. Bai's help, he lent me this descending spirit jade pendant, allowing me to communicate with you all. I did not understand the situation here previously. Please forgive this Yen for being rude." Those 4 could not help but exchange looks. After pondering for a moment, their leader waved his hands towards the others, indicating for them to leave first. While they were taken aback, they could only obey their chief's instructions as they all left in unison. Only the 4 martial saints of Great Snowy Mountain remained in the Great Hall. The leader said, "Young Master Yen is polite. Senior apprentice brother by being willing to lend you the descending spirit jade pendant. Young Master Yen is a friend of my Great Snowy Mountain. Still, what is the name of your senior?" Bai Ziming himself had still not been able to completely communicate with the floating gate world through the descending spirit jade pendant. Otherwise, he would definitely have been the first to attempt it, first greeting and communicating with his sect. In lending this to Yanjiaoge on one hand, it was to form a good relationship with him. On the other, it was also with the intention of borrowing Yanjiaoge's strength to complete the ritual. After all, Yanjiaoge always had shocking feats, especially in the area of various miscellaneous arts and formations, which left the world sighing in admiration. And the truth now proved that Bai Ziming had guessed correctly. Yanjiaoge and the 4 elders of Great Snowy Mountain were all well aware of this. Still, there was no need for them to mention it openly. Yanjiaoge said, "My Grand Master's surname is Yuan, and his name is Shengshengxia Feng." Hearing Yuan Jingfeng's name, they were instantly rather taken aback as they exchanged glances. Noticing that their expressions were not quite right, Yanjiaoge asked, "Mr. Bai said that he once met my Grand Master. When he ascended to the world beyond worlds earlier, my Grand Master even went to Great Snowy Mountain's icy palace to observe his ceremony." Bitter smiles appeared in the faces of the 4 Great Snowy Mountain experts. One of them sighed, "To tell you the truth, we are naturally acquainted with your Grand Master, Mr. Yuan. While we have only met a few times, we still have a deep impression of him. Still," he shook his head slightly, changing the topic. Senior apprentice brother Bai once said before ascending that Mr. Yuan will soon be able to attempt a breakthrough into the seeing divinity stage. Still, young Master Yen, I fear that you will not be able to see him ascend to the world beyond worlds within a short period of time. Yan Zhaoga asked, "Why is that?" The other party answered, "Your Grand Master, Yuan Equaling Heaven, was originally a guest elder of our Floating Gate World's Towering Wave Pavilion. Towering Wave Pavilion was destroyed by the Heavy Sun sect before this. While your Grand Master was not of the direct lineage of Towering Wave Pavilion, he was highly regarded by the Heavy Sun sect, who trapped him at the mouth of the West Sea with a trap." Yan Zhaoga was rendered speechless upon hearing his words. He had heard Bai Ziming mention the Heavy Sun sect before. It was the #1 power of the Floating Gate world in recent years, the strongest sect. There was not just a single one of their experts who had ascended to the world beyond worlds. It was even rumored that they had even re-established their sect in the world beyond worlds, just that it was not in the Royal Reed Sea. The elder from the Great Snow Mountain continued, "Mr. Yuan's strength is astonishing. Even the leader of the Chongyang sect was no match for him. This time, the Chongyang sect took advantage of his unpreparedness and trapped him in the eye of the ocean with a trap. Then they launched a surprise attack and destroyed the Towering Wave Pavilion." Yan Zhaoga asked in a heavy tone, "How is my Grand Master now?" The Great Snowy Mountain Elder answered, "After destroying Towering Wave Pavilion, the Heavy Sun sect dispatched a great number of experts to the West Sea. Still, they were unable to do anything to your Grand Master, only able to make use of the geographical advantage of the mouth of the sea to set up a formation to trap him. The two sides are currently in a stalemate. The Heavy Sun sect should be planning to slowly whittle away at his strength." Chapter 737. Speaking of Yuan Zhengfeng, that Great Snowy Mountain Elder sighed in admiration as well. As a guest elder of Towering Wave Pavilion before this, Yuan Zhengfeng seldom made a move. Even when he did, it was only for a brief moment. As a result, most people had underestimated him. It was only in the recent great battles between the Heavy Sun sect and Towering Wave Pavilion that Yuan Zhengfeng had finally gone all out that everyone discovered that his strength reigned supreme over the entire Floating Gate world. Even Bai Ziming, who had just ascended to the world beyond worlds, had been weaker than Yuan Zhengfeng at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm before his ascension. This was something that Bai Ziming, who had already ascended, did not know. Facing Yan Zhaoga, who proclaimed himself to be Yuan Zhengfeng's grand disciple, the Great Snowy Mountain Elders all sighed in admiration as they thought to themselves, "So that's how it is." Yuan Jingfeng's sudden appearance in the Floating Gate world was a mystery. Everyone guessed that he hailed from another world. Now, these Great Snowy Mountain Elders thought that Yuan Zhengfeng had been born in the world beyond worlds and had somehow come to the Floating Gate world. They had thought that Yuan Jingfeng's previous actions of remaining low-key and concentrating on his cultivation had been for the sake of returning to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. From the looks of it now, it was only natural. Yan Zhaoga had no time to ponder over their thoughts now. It was fine for him to be trapped within the wound of the sky now. Yan Zhaoga had created this situation himself. He naturally had a way to extricate himself. Still, it would be hard for him to descend into the Floating Gate world within a short period of time. While his Grand Master, Yuan Jingfeng, was currently trapped in the Floating Gate world, it did not seem like much of a problem for the time being. Still, this was not a solution in the long run. Yan Zhaoga had borrowed Bai Ziming's Descending Spirit Jade pendant to send a strand of his divine sense to the Floating Gate world, but it would similarly only be able to last for a very short period of time. Making use of the geographical location of the mouth of the sea to set up a formation, Yan Zhaoga pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Would it be convenient for you to describe that mouth of the West Sea to this Yan?" The 4 great Snowy Mountain Martial Saints were all taken aback upon hearing his words. After exchanging looks, one of them still gave Yan Zhaoga a detailed description of the situation there. "It is a whirlpool type of sea." "That is good, then." Yan Zhaoga instantly relaxed upon hearing this before he said solemnly, "Since that is so, this Yan has 2 matters that I hope that you can help me with." The great snowy mountain martial elders were silent for a moment. While Yen Zhaoge possessed Bai Ziming's descending spirit jade pendant, his relationship with Bai Ziming had only been based on Yen Zhaoge's side of the story. They actually still had some doubts about Yen Zhaoge's identity. Still, after discussing with one another via sound transmission, they still said, "Young Master Yen, why don't you tell us what it is first?" From Yen Zhaoge's words, it seemed like he did not want them to directly help Yuan Zhengfeng deal with the Heavy Sun sect. They could not help but feel rather curious as to what exactly Yen Zhaoge wanted to do. Yen Zhaoge said, "Actually, it is not difficult. I heard Mr. Bai mention before that there is a treasure in the Floating Gate world known as the Leakless Sea Bone." The current leader of the Great Snow Mountain nodded. "Yes, this is a specialty of the West Ocean." Yen Zhaoge said, "The first thing is that this Yen would like to entrust the people of Great Snowy Mountain to collect some leakless sea bones. I don't need many. Just 3 or 4 complete ones would suffice. Bury them 350 kilometers to the north of the West Sea's mouth, piercing through the earth veins and entering the fire pith veins." The other party asked, and then Yen Zhaoge laughed lightly. "The first matter ends here. It is just that simple. There is no need to do anything else." The Great Snowy Mountain martial practitioners all exchanged looks, unable to make heads or tails of what he had just said. Yen Zhaoge said, "You only have to do as I say, and you will be able to watch in peace as my Grand Master emerges from the sea to deal with the Heavy Sun sect. To your clan, wouldn't this also be a wonderful thing?" Of course it would be a wonderful thing. Also, they would not have to take the risk and fight. Those of Great Snowy Mountain did not feel embarrassed about this, just feeling that it was hard to believe. 350 kilometers was a very short distance to martial saint experts. If they went to bury the leakless sea bones, they would definitely be discovered by the Heavy Sun sect. Still, with the Heavy Sun sect not knowing the truth, they would most likely not pay them any heed. After all, Yuan Zhengfeng in the Eye of the Sea had already left them badly battered. Before they had taken care of Yuan Zhengfeng, while the Heavy Sun sect was powerful, they would not be willing to complicate matters. Great Snowy Mountain was not a pushover. After Bai Ziming's ascension, they could be considered to have people in the world beyond worlds. What is the second matter? The chief of Great Snowy Mountain did not agree or disagree. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, "I wonder what young Master Yan's second matter is." Yen Zhaoge said, "The second matter is that after the matter at the West Sea has been settled, please lead my Grand Master to this ice palace and hand these 2 spirit talismans over to him." With that, light flickered in the eyes of the statue of Bai Ziming where Yen Zhaoge's consciousness resided. A strand of radiance was emitted from the statue before condensing into 2 spirit patterns in front of the shrine. Seeing this, the 4 great snowy mountain martial practitioners could generally recognize that it was something similar to a spatial marker. However, they were unable to make out any more details. The current chief of Great Snowy Mountain pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 jade talismans, storing those 2 spirit patterns and forming them into spirit talismans. The 4 exchanged glances, conversing in secret. Yen Zhaoge waited for a moment. Seeing that they were still silent, he smiled. This Yen has confirmed the location of the Floating Gate world this time. It will be much more convenient for Mr. Bai to descend with his divine will or return with his true body to the Floating Gate world next time. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories reign supreme. Mr. Bai is currently a guest elder of the southeastern exalts lineage, having plenty of time and freedom. I believe that he will contact you very soon. Hearing this, the hearts of those of Great Snowy Mountain jolted slightly. While Yen Zhaoge's words seemed casual, they were not without purpose. Instead, he was hinting that Bai Ziming was currently in a good situation, as he had already successfully stabilized his footing in the world beyond worlds, even having a powerful backer. While the Heavy Sun sect was not a minor power in the world beyond worlds, Biziming did not have to fear them. This way, Great Snowy Mountain would not have to fear making things difficult for the Heavy Sun sect in the Floating Gate world. Moreover, they were not directly enemies of the Heavy Sun sect. If the Heavy Sun sect wanted to go all out against Great Snowy Mountain, they would still have to consider it. Having no further worries, that third-level martial saint old man gazed at his 3 fellow disciples, secretly sending via sound transmission. If this person's words are true, his background as well as Yuan Jingfeng's cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, Senior Apprentice Brother Bai would not have lent out the descending spirit jade pendant. One of them said hesitantly, "We are currently unable to contact Senior Apprentice Brother Bai. How do we know if his words are true or false?" The old man said, "What he did just now was to prove that what he said was true." The other party came to a realization. Right, his matching talisman technique is the same as Senior Apprentice Brother Bai's. It should be Senior Apprentice Brother Bai who taught him of his own accord, also serving as proof of their relationship. A cold look surfaced in his eyes. With Yuan Jingfeng having emerged from the geyser mouth of the West Sea, it is already questionable whether the Heavy Sun sect will be able to block him. He would not have the energy to bear a grudge against us then. With the Heavy Sun sect weakened, it is our Great Snowy Mountain who reigns supreme in the Floating Gate world. Some risks would also not be a problem. Hearing his words, the other 3 were silent, nodding slowly after a while. The old man immediately said emotionally, "Rest easy, young Master Yen. This old man will definitely not let you down." Chapter 738. Hearing the other party agree, Yen Zhaoge smiled inwardly. From Biziming, Yen Zhaoge more or less understood the situation of the Floating Gate world. The great power of the Heavy Sun sect inevitably pressured the other sects, Great Snowy Mountain included. The other sects would naturally be happy to see a chance to overturn the Heavy Sun sect, especially Great Snowy Mountain, whose strength was second only to the Heavy Sun sect. Yuan Jingfeng's strength was something that surpassed everyone's expectations in the Floating Gate world. It was to the extent that even towering Wave Pavilion, where Yuan Jingfeng resided, might not be fully aware of his background. In the end, the Heavy Sun sect had nearly kicked a metal plate in destroying towering Wave Pavilion. Fortunately, Yuan Jingfeng was unfamiliar with the place at the end of the day, as he had been trapped by the Heavy Sun sect using the special geographical advantage of the West Sea CI. However, even having trapped Yuan Jingfeng, it was still a tough bone to chew for the Heavy Sun sect, unable to dismount from it. This inevitably caused Great Snowy Mountain and the other sects to have some thoughts. It was just that the Heavy Sun sect was powerful at the end of the day, also having many experts in the world beyond worlds with a deep background and deep roots. Great Snowy Mountain felt apprehensive as they dared not act rashly. Now, however, having learnt from Yen Zhaoge that Biziming also had a powerful backer in the world beyond worlds, and did not fear the power of the Heavy Sun sect, the doubts in the hearts of those of Great Snowy Mountain were instantly dispelled. Overturning the Heavy Sun sect had been their own goal in the first place. When the time was ripe, Great Snowy Mountain would also act. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge was not worried that they would refuse. From a certain perspective, this was a matter of mutual benefit. It was even to the extent that he and his Grandmaster had helped their Great Snowy Mountain. Otherwise, Great Snowy Mountain alone would not have been able to overturn the Heavy Sun sect in the Floating Gate world. Biziming had a backer of the Southeastern Exalt in the world beyond worlds. While he was more than capable of defending, he lacked the ability to advance. Wary of the Southeastern Exalt, the Heavy Sun sect dared not make things difficult for Biziming and Great Snowy Mountain. However, Biziming similarly would not be able to invite descendants of the Southeastern Exalt lineage to assist him in attacking the Heavy Sun sect in the Floating Gate world. At the very least, with Biziming's current status in Golden Court Mountain, he would definitely not be able to do this. Yan Zhaoge believed that as long as Great Snowy Mountain had the ambition of replacing the Heavy Sun sect as the leader of the Floating Gate world, they would most likely agree to it. At the very most, they would only be doubt-hat he was exaggerating and deceiving them, and doubt-hat the sect Marshal Yang sect would be. But they did not need to personally fight with the Heavy Sun sect, which undoubtedly reduced the risk to the lowest. Yuan Zhengfeng had escaped, and the Heavy Sun sect didn't even have time to deal with Yuan Zhengfeng. So how could they take care of them? At that time, even if they truly joined forces with Yuan Zhengfeng, even if the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds descended, they would probably not be able to do anything to them. It was even uncertain who would emerge victorious. From the descriptions of these 4 great snowy mountain experts, Yan Zhaoge could tell that his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, was currently already invincible in one-on-one battles in the Floating Gate world. Even a group of people attacking him together might not be his match. Under such circumstances, if the Great Snow Mountain had even the slightest bit of ambition, they would have made their move. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you all. This Yen shall first thank you here. After Yan Zhaoge had finished speaking, the radiance within the eyes of Bai Ziming's statue gradually dimmed. The effect of the descending spirit jade pendant had reached its limit. Yan Zhaoge's consciousness left the statue along with a wisp of jade green smoke. It rose upwards and quickly returned to the void. After traveling through the void again, the dark green smoke returned to the space enveloped by the blood-red crystal wall. As the smoke returned to the jade pendant, Yan Zhaoge's split consciousness also completely returned to his body. Regaining his wits, Yan Zhaoge looked at the blood-red vortex before him, a thought flashing through his mind. While the vortex is still ferocious, it is already at the end of its tether. Madame Kong, Tenjin, and the others similarly realized this as they resisted the vortex, neither hurriedly nor hastily. The sword light that resembled flowing water coiled amidst space, encircling the heavens as it avoided the blood-red vortex. Amidst that long river of time, Yan Zhaoge could feel 3 pairs of icy gazes focused on him. Madame Kong and her sons clearly already hated Yan Zhaoge to the bone. As soon as the blood-red vortex vanished, they would probably immediately attack him. Meanwhile, Tenjin and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were instead much calmer. Even as Tenjin resisted the suction force of the blood-red vortex, a considerable amount of her attention was placed on that treasured mirror in her bosom. Yan Zhaoge noticed that the mirror light emitted from that treasured mirror had clearly penetrated through the blood-red crystal wall as well, extending into the distance. From the looks of it, Luo Ziyuan and the others will probably be able to return very soon. Yan Zhaoge could clearly see this. After pondering for a moment, the corners of his mouth slowly arched upwards. This won't do. He gazed at the blood-red vortex that was gradually beginning to weaken. As it weakened unceasingly, he suddenly forcefully slapped the Myriad Dragon Palace. The great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace opened, a streak of radiance suddenly shooting out from within. The roar of a dragon that shocked the heavens resounded as streams of dragon might swept through the surrounding area. Madame Kong and her sons, as well as Tenjin and the others, were all shocked. Gazing over, they discovered that it was not a living true dragon, instead being a massive dragon corpse. While it was already dead, its dragon corpse still emanated a powerful, intimidating aura. Under Yan Zhaoge's control, this dragon corpse directly plunged into the blood-red vortex. Yan Zhaoge roared, "Sacrifice!" He extended his hand and drew something amidst space, his fresh blood instantly transforming into a massive spirit talisman, which was also plunged into the blood-red vortex. How powerful was the chi and blood of a true dragon! As it was completely sacrificed at this moment, majestic, tough chi and blood erupted in an instant, resembling the explosion of a blazing hot sun. The vigorous chi and blood was sucked in by the blood-red vortex. The blood-red vortex, which had originally already begun weakening, instantly flourished. However, after being merged within by that massive spirit talisman formed of Yen Zhaoga's essence blood, the blood-red vortex did not continue expanding as it instead became even more unstable. The blood-red crystal walls that enveloped the surrounding space similarly shook intensely, seeming as though they might shatter at any moment. Madame Kong, Tan Jin, and the others all cursed inwardly. The next moment, the blood-red vortex mightily exploded as well, expanding rapidly outwards. Meanwhile, the external blood-red crystal walls simultaneously shattered before collapsing inwards together. One inside, one outside, one advancing, one retreating. They rapidly transformed into an all-encompassing mist of blood, forming a massive blood cloud that suffused the air. Everyone could only see the dense color of blood before their eyes, neither up nor down, neither front nor back, neither left nor right. In the territory of the world beyond worlds, royal reed seas phoenix bearing region, the wound of the sky that had originally been there was now gradually vanishing, the vast color of blood visible in the horizon. As time passed, the blood color gradually dissipated, but the wound in the sky did not return to its original state. The cloud turned from blood red to colorless and transparent. In the cloud, everyone and everything was between reality and illusion, making it difficult for them to move. Tan Jin of the Radiant Light sect let out a long howl filled with both shock and fury. Through the invisible layer of clouds, she could clearly see that in the void outside the layer of clouds, there was an immeasurable amount of light flashing, and several figures appeared. It was the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, and the others. Luo Ziyuan and the others were both shocked and enraged as they discovered that their path back to the world beyond worlds had been completely blocked off by this clump of cloud. As a result, despite all the hardships they had gone through to rush back, they could only remain in the chaotic space-time outside of the world beyond worlds. To be continued. Chapter 739. Yen Zhaoga's guess was not wrong. Luo Ziyuan and the others were just a single step away from arriving at this wound of the sky. Yet they were still stuck outside the world beyond worlds, just because of this one step. The chaotic space-time overlapped. It seemed like there were paths everywhere, but in fact, no matter which direction one took, one's destination might be extremely far away. Only by finding the right path and stepping into the right spatial level would one be able to reach the place they wanted to go. It was just like how Yen Zhaoga and Bai Ziming had similarly faced many difficulties in searching for the floating gate world previously. Like Yen Zhaoga, those of the Radiant Light sect had also left behind signposts in the world beyond worlds. However, affected by the spatial storms brought about by the collapse of the dim, radiant mausoleum earlier, it had been much more difficult for them to ascertain their path than it had been for Yen Zhaoga, who was protected by the dim, radiant wheel. They finally managed to contact Tan Jin and the others who had remained in the world beyond worlds. Working together, they attempted to use the wound of the sky in the Phoenix-bearing region to return. But as soon as they arrived, the sky wound disappeared. What appeared in front of Luo Ziyuan and the others was a cloud of nothingness that seemed to separate the real and the illusory worlds. They tried to enter the cloud, but they found that the cloud was like an illusion, and it was difficult to actually touch it. He was still unable to find the wound of the sky. He was similarly unable to find the path back to the world beyond worlds. While it seemed like it was covered by a thin veil, Luo Ziyuan was even able to clearly see the faces of Yen Zhaoga, Madame Kong, Tan Jin, and the others amidst the illusory clump of clouds. Tan Jin said something loudly to him, but no sound came out. Luo Ziyuan could only read her lips. Tan Jin pointed at Yen Zhaoga, saying, "This place should have originally been where the wound of the sky was. Yet it was destroyed by this kid." Currently, Yen Zhaoga was also situated amidst the illusory clump of clouds, his body similarly half illusory and half real as it was hard for him to move. His whole body was like a little bug frozen in amber. It was not just him. The northern ocean clone beside him and the myriad dragon palace had been reduced to such a state as well. It was the same for Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and Pan Pan within the Great Hall. It was to the extent that even some of the remaining true dragon corpses stored within the depths of the myriad dragon palace had become illusory and blurry, having lost their physical form. The only two exceptions were the dim radiant wheel and the extreme yang seal. The two treasures remained in their original forms as they hovered quietly amidst the illusory domain. Apart from that, Yin Zhaoge's accompanying sacred artifacts, as well as the cold sun divine saber that Feng Yunsheng possessed, which had yet to reach full completion, had also lost their tangible form like they had, only an illusory image remaining. Yin Zhaoge was not panicked, as he even smiled and waved at Luo Ziyuan and the others who were outside the illusory clump of clouds. Regardless of whether it was Tanjin and the others inside the cloud, or Luo Ziyuan and the others outside the cloud who were affected by the void storm, they could not help but feel even more depressed when they saw this. This was especially so for Luo Ziyuan's group. Following closely behind them was the violent spatial turbulence. It was difficult for them to stay outside the cloud, and they were about to be swept away by the turbulence again. The chaotic spatial flows here were already much weaker than when the dim, radiant mausoleum had first shattered. As time passed, the influence on the people of the Radiant Light sect would grow weaker and weaker. There would come a day when they would successfully break free. However, Luo Ziyuan and the others, who were already exhausted, saw the door of hope open and close before their eyes. Their patience had reached its limit. His face livid, Luo Ziyuan roared, a golden wheel appearing in his hands as all-encompassing sunlight illuminated the surrounding space. Seeing that only a single sun wheel remained of the Radiant Light sect's supreme treasure, the high-grade sacred artifact, the sun-moon wheels, Luo Ziyuan felt even more furious. The one who had caused all this was none other than Yin Zhaoge before him. He wielded the sun wheel, its radiance protecting him as he relied on the spiritual force within to forcibly attach himself to that illusory clump of clouds. Where the clump of clouds and the radiance of the sun came into contact, space distorted unceasingly as it vaguely showed signs of returning to normal. Still, it was still lacking at the end of the day, as the illusory clump of clouds remained unchanged. Instead, Luo Ziyuan relied on this to firmly attach himself to this region of space that had undergone a change, preventing himself from being swept away by the chaotic flows of space outside. It was just that the other Radiant Light sect experts did not possess a supreme treasure like the sun-moon wheels, as they could only be devoured by the chaotic flows of space, helplessly watching on as they distanced themselves from the illusory clump of clouds and the wound of the sky. The enraged howls of the Radiant Light sect long-time experts resounded amidst space, filled with fury and unwillingness. The chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, could only grit his teeth now. Amidst the clump of clouds, Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he watched all of this. Madame Kong, Tanjin, and the others wanted to make a move, yet discovered that they were powerless in their current state. Amidst the clump of clouds, they could only look at one another for a time, staring at one another as no one was able to do anything to the other. Protected by Madame Kong, Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng were both greatly astonished. What exactly is going on here? Madame Kang's gaze gradually calmed as she pondered for a moment before saying, "All things in this world have yin and yang as well as illusory and real. With the change in the wound of the sky, this region of space has become like an illusory world of nothingness." Kong Jinyuan stared wide-eyed. How could this be? There was a problem with the sacrificial ritual that Yin Zhaoge executed just now, a change occurring at the final juncture, as not only was that dragon corpse sacrificed, this region of space was sacrificed as well. An inconceivable expression appeared on Madame Kang's face as well. I originally thought that this sacrificial ritual was the blood devil sacrificial ritual, yet it became the illusory devil sacrificial ritual afterwards. This is a legendary devilish technique of pre-great calamity times, being extremely rare even then. How could this Yin Zhaoge recognize it? Madame Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. I still underestimated him. Being able to know so many secrets, could he really be a descendant of the exalted solar luminary? Kong Jinyuan said hatefully, "This fella is really too crafty. If I do not dismember his corpse into 10,000 pieces, it would really be hard to quench my hatred." Madame Kong looked exasperatedly at him. "You still dare to say that? I already told you not to interfere. Yet, you just had to sacrifice the blood curse shattering space all, helping him instead. If I had not taken out the blood curse shattering space all back then, Mother, you would have been jointly attacked by him and those radiant light sect scum," Kong Jinyuan said defiantly. Then his voice lowered slightly. "Who knew that this fellow would be crafty to such an extent?" Madame Kong had a vexed expression on her face as Kong Maoshing now said, "He should only be trying to make things more convenient for himself due to the circumstances. Actually, he is also in a disadvantageous situation. He is currently in the same situation as us, similarly having to resist the blood-red vortex just now. While we do not know what exactly he came to the wound of the sky for, he is also unable to do so now as he is trapped here with us." Kong Maosheng surveyed their surroundings. "As time drags on, the other seniors will come looking for us. The radiant light sect might send people over as well. Instead, it is hard to say whether this Yen Zhaoga has reinforcements or not. Even if he does, our chances are still greater at the end of the day." "There is also no need to just keep waiting," Madame Kong said. "This place might not be able to trap us for too long. Let's see who can break free first." Radiance flickered within her pupils, the surrounding illusory clouds rippling wherever the light passed. Time seemed to flow in reverse as the illusory domain vaguely showed signs of returning to its previous state. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga smiled. "I am in even less of a hurry. This is a good place to cultivate. All of you, accompany me in cultivating here." Chapter 740. At a time like this, the superiority of their supreme martial arts was manifested. Madame Kong, who was also a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, was in a different situation from the Radiant Light sect's elder Tanjin. Tanjin could only helplessly remain trapped amidst the illusory domain. Meanwhile, light circulated within Madame Kang's eyes, resembling flowing water and time. This radiance even caused the space around Madame Kong to gradually change, seemingly about to turn from illusory to real. She herself and the space around her seemed to be flowing in reverse, wanting to return to how it had been before Yen Zhaoga had unleashed the sacrificial ritual. Currently, she was still trying to analyze it, only being able to vaguely see some signs that were still unclear. As time passed unceasingly, Madame Kong seemed to have gradually gained something. Her illusory figure was truly beginning to advance into a tangible form. While it was extremely slow to the point that it was virtually negligible and hard to distinguish with the naked eye, everything was truly happening. Yen Zhaoga also knew that as she gradually turned from illusory to real, her cultivation base being unleashed more and more completely, her recovery speed would gradually increase. The further she progressed, the faster her recovery speed would be. The Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture is indeed miraculous beyond compare. Yen Zhaoga clicked his tongue in praise as he watched. A pity that your cultivation base is still a little too low. If you were an immortal bridge martial saint, you would probably be able to restore this wound of the sky to its original state in a short instant. Thinking of this, Yen Zhaoga could not help but laugh. It is the same for me. If his cultivation base was high enough, it would be even easier for him to restore this place than it was for Madame Kong, who cultivated in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture. Still, Yen Zhaoga was not in a rush. On one hand, he had made some arrangements over at the Floating Gate World, at least not feeling uneasy. Kong Maosheng had thought that Yen Zhaoga had been trapped here as well, having been unable to accomplish what he had originally wanted to do. On the other hand, Yen Zhaoga wanted to make use of this illusory domain to cultivate. Currently, we are in such a complex environment. It is actually the most suitable place to analyze the profundities of the spatial heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. A pity that I don't have it on hand. The spatial heavenly scripture was one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, elaborating on the profundities of the changes between real and illusory space, as it was one of the peak scriptures of its type. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge, Madame Kong, or Tanjin, if they cultivated and comprehended the Tao with the spatial heavenly scripture as their foundation, they would definitely be able to move about freely within this illusory domain as they pleased. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that martial practitioners who had attained a certain level of attainment in the spatial heavenly scripture would be able to traverse the wounds of the sky without being at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm or above, not being disturbed by the power of dimensions. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been experts of the jade, clear lineage who cultivated in the spatial heavenly scripture, traversing the myriad heavens and the universe on their own. Unfortunately, after the Great Calamity, it was unknown how much it had withered. Still, before entering the dim, radiant mausoleum back then, Yan Zhaoge had determined that the supreme martial art that the Western Exalt had executed was precisely the spatial heavenly scripture. Moreover, it was of the direct lineage too. This meant that this supreme martial art had not been lost. In the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, there were 4 of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. As the foundation of Yan Zhaoge's cultivation, the first primordial scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture, naturally went without saying. Apart from that, there was also the cyclic heavenly scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures, as well as the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures. While Yan Zhaoge did not possess the spatial heavenly scripture now, the current environment was similarly beneficial for him to cultivate in other supreme martial arts. The cyclic heavenly scripture elaborated on the boundless might of opposing and reversing yin and yang. Illusory and real were similarly opposed to yin and yang. Other than that, Yan Zhaoge was preparing to begin cultivating in his 3rd primordial heavenly scripture. This time, he had chosen the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The yin-yang heavenly scripture elaborated on the profound principles of the variations of yin and yang, numerous principles arising unceasingly with infinite variations. Yet it similarly involved the variations of illusory yin and actual yang. The myriad arts of the heavens and earth, the various Taos, were never isolated from one another. As for the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture, it was a treasured scripture that elaborated on the myriad phenomena of the heavens and earth, encompassing all things. Still, Yan Zhaoge had previously already cultivated in the supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage, the immortal ending sword manual. The immortal ending sword extinguished all things, be they tangible or formless, illusory or real, possessing infinite variations. From a certain point of view, this sword just happened to counter the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture, the two mutually reinforcing and restraining each other as they shared some similarities in terms of principles. Therefore, the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture definitely still had to be cultivated in. Still, there was no rush. Yan Zhaoge could first carefully analyze the immortal ending sword manual. Therefore, the yin-yang heavenly scripture had become Yan Zhaoge's first choice in cultivating in the 3rd primordial heavenly scripture. He sat calmly amidst the illusory domain, a great amount of scriptures that flickered with light appearing within his pupils. Gradually, changes occurred in Yan Zhaoge's pupils as one of them turned completely black while the other turned completely white. He closed his eyes, a pondering look appearing on his face. Madame Kong vaguely sensed something. Gazing over, she saw Yan Zhaoge sitting in the meditative position with his eyes closed, his figure merging with the illusory domain as nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yan Zhaoge gazed inwardly at the chaotic qi mass within his body, which gradually transformed into 2 streams of qi, one black and one white, one yin and one yang, coiling unceasingly. Afterwards, the 2 qis of yin and yang split apart unceasingly, forming countless streams of yin qi and yang qi, which interconnected and stimulated one another. As the yin qi entered the yang qi, it manifested yin amidst yang, the phenomenon of minor yin. As the yang qi entered the yin qi, it manifested yang amidst yin, the phenomenon of minor yang. As the yin qi entered the yin qi, it manifested yin amidst yin, the phenomenon of extreme yin. As the yang qi entered the yang qi, it manifested yang amidst yang, the phenomenon of extreme yang. The four phenomena were independent yet integrated as one, finally merging together as they gradually transformed into two yin and yang fish which embraced each other, appearing completely natural. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes. The pupil of his left eye was pure white, while the sclera of his right eye was jet black, while the pupil of his right eye was jet black, while the sclera of his right eye was pure white. The next moment, Yen Zhaoge's eyes regained their original state. This time he nodded slightly. Yes, with this, I am now on the right track, successfully taking the first step. Thoughts flashing within Yen Zhaoge's mind. The power of dim moon that he had absorbed from the dim sun cold moon ritual earlier was reborn from the chaos. The two qis of yin and yang within Yen Zhaoge's dantian guided the power of dim moon to combine, the phenomenon of minor yin amidst yang. Unceasingly refined, the power of dim moon was quickly transformed into the power of minor yin. Yen Zhaoge smiled the second step. As Yen Zhaoge regained his wits, he saw that Madame Kang's figure was already half real, half illusory. Beneath her influence, this region of illusory dimensions was even shaking somewhat. The space that resembled a clump of clouds seemed to have the momentum of dissipating like smoke. Swiveling his head to look, Yen Zhaoge saw that Luo Ziyuan's face was like steel as he was expressionless. With the help of the sun-moon wheels, he was stuck firmly to the clump of clouds, looking like a tiger eyeing its prey. I wonder how Grandmaster is doing over there. Yen Zhaoge pondered as he took out the descending spirit jade pendant that he had obtained from Baiziming once more. The jade pendant had now transformed into an illusory image that only had its form. Still, accompanied by Yen Zhaoge secretly circulating the cyclic heavenly scripture, the jade pendant instantly turned from illusory to tangible once more. To be continued. Chapter 741. After using Baiziming's descending spirit jade pendant, he would need to wait at least a month before he could use it again. Still, as Yen Zhaoge and the others were trapped within this illusory domain, the concepts of time and space had all become blurry. Coming into contact with the jade pendant, Yen Zhaoge could currently feel the spiritual force within gradually recovering. As he poured his true essence into it, the dark green smoke appeared again. The smoke was illusory in the first place, so it could travel unimpeded in this special spatial domain, drifting far away. Yen Zhaoge split off a strand of his mind, traversing endless space alongside the smoke as they descended once more into the floating gate world. When Yen Zhaoge's mind descended upon Great Snowy Mountain once more, a commotion arose all over it once more. However, compared to the first time, this time was much calmer. It could be assumed that the high-level martial artists of the Great Snow Mountain had already made arrangements. Also, they did not know whether it was Yen Zhaoge or Baiziming who had descended this time. Seeing that it was Yen Zhaoge who had descended once more, the current chief of Great Snowy Mountain also did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The treasures that their ascended powerhouses used to communicate with their gods' descent ended up being used by others. While he cursed inwardly, he still maintained a solemn expression. Fortunately, I have not let you down. The matter that young Master Yen mentioned that day has already been accomplished by my Great Snowy Mountain. Your Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng, Mr. Yuan, has long since escaped from the West Sea. The sect leader of the Great Snow Mountain sighed in his heart as he recalled the scene back then. The 4 leakless sea bones were inserted into the fire pith vein 700 miles to the north of the Eye of the Sea. In just a short while, the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding fire pith vein underwent a tremendous change. The whirlpool in the West Seas, I actually started to reverse. The deep sea surged, no longer sinking, but surging upwards. For a moment, the entire West Sea was flooded with waves, and the seawater rushed into the clouds hanging in the sky. At that moment, the sky and the sea seemed to have reversed. All the Heavy Sun sect martial artists were caught unprepared and were pushed back by the wild tide. Yuan Zhengfeng, who had been suppressed by the whirlpool of the sea eye, was directly ejected from the bottom of the sea. The cultivators of the great snow mountain, who were still in the West Sea, were almost swallowed up by the heaven-defying tide. They hurriedly retreated, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. At first, seeing how confident Yan Zhaoge was, they had thought of giving it a try. When it really happened, the people of the Great Snow Mountain were just as surprised as the warriors of the Heavy Sun sect. While he was shocked, he was also filled with doubts. Although he knew that it was because he had buried the leakless sea bone, he still did not understand the true reason behind it. This caused Yan Zhaoge to have an even more profound and indiscernible impression in the hearts of those of Great Snowy Mountain. Yan Zhaoge smiled. And the Heavy Sun sect? The expert from the Great Snow Mountain also revealed a smile. After your grandmaster came out of the West Sea Eye, he went on a killing spree and killed the sect master of the Heavy Sun sect on the spot. More than half of the other high-level experts of the Heavy Sun sect were killed or injured. Speaking of this, the other party sighed inwardly. When Yuan Zhengfeng had gone out to sea that day, he had displayed great power that had once again shocked the entire Jambu realm. Before Bai Ziming ascended, although the Heavy Sun sect was the #1 power in the Jambu realm, Bai Ziming was unquestionably the #1 expert in the Jambu realm. After he ascended, the sect leader of the Heavy Sun sect replaced him and took the lead. But it was precisely such a martial arts giant who stood proudly in the Jambu world that had been beaten to death on the spot by Yuan Zhengfeng without even a chance to escape. Apart from that, there were other martial sage realm experts of the Heavy Sun sect who were also killed by Yuan Zhengfeng. This battle caused the entire Jambu realm to be filled with fear. If not for the war between the Heavy Sun sect and Towering Wave Pavilion, no one would have known that this one-armed old man who kept a low profile most of the time was actually a super vicious person who could virtually destroy the #1 sect of the Jambu realm all by himself. In the Jambu realm, Yuan Zhengfeng had not been accompanied by a sacred artifact, as he had presided over the entire world barehanded. Still, amidst their sighs, those of Great Snow Mountain felt even more joyous. The Heavy Sun sect had truly suffered a great blow in this battle. Also, after the battle at the West Sea, Yuan Zhengfeng had directly trampled on the headquarters of the Heavy Sun sect, their guardian grand formation having nearly been broken through. If not for the experts of the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds having descended at a critical juncture, the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate world would probably have been directly exterminated. What was shocking was that the experts of the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds, whose cultivation bases had been suppressed to the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm after having descended to the Floating Gate world, had also been badly battered by Yuan Zhengfeng. They had only managed to barely stabilize the situation after unceasingly sending in reinforcements. Even so, those of the Heavy Sun sect were still stuck at their headquarters, unable to leave. The face of the former #1 sect of the Floating Gate world had been completely lost. Yan Zhaoge was not surprised by this. While he appeared benevolent towards his juniors, if one really thought that his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng was just a simple benevolent old man, they would be making a huge mistake. Yuan Zhengfeng, who had risen to prominence alongside Broad Creed Mountain from its darkest times, had never once been stained with blood. Still, Yuan Zhengfeng's strength left Yan Zhaoge looking at him in a different light. There was no disrespect in this. Still, Yan Zhaoge had a general idea of his grandmaster's strength at the same cultivation level. Yan Zhaoge had also seen Bai Ziming in action before. He was actually rather powerful. While he might not be comparable to the Northern Ocean clone and the Southeastern Exalt's disciple, Soaring Feather, guest Qin Zhiliang, who were both early seeing divinity martial saints, he was still definitely an expert. The level of the martial Tao of the Floating Gate world was extremely high. On average, it was even higher than that of the Eight Extremities world. It looks like it is not just his cultivation base that has improved. Grandmaster's strength has similarly risen to a higher level as well, Yen Zhaoge pondered. The chief of Great Snowy Mountain now said, "Your Grandmaster is currently staying at my Great Snowy Mountain as a guest. This old man has already sent someone to inform him to come. He will be arriving shortly." Hearing this, Yen Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Still, looking at the other party, thinking slightly, he already understood that Great Snowy Mountain was most likely helping to mediate between Yuan Zhengfeng and the Heavy Sun sect. The Heavy Sun sect had people in the world beyond worlds. If they completely exterminated the Floating Gate world's Heavy Sun sect, Yuan Zhengfeng would either ascend or return to the Eight Extremities world, leaving just like that. Great Snowy Mountain, however, would still have to remain in the Floating Gate world. At that time, the rage of the Heavy Sun sect experts of the world beyond worlds would inevitably be borne by Great Snowy Mountain. While Bai Ziming had sought the protection of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, it was hard to say whether the Heavy Sun sect would still be able to maintain their rationality. Great Snowy Mountain clearly did not want to go all out. On the contrary, with the current situation, the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate world had already suffered a great blow to its vitality, its experts dying off as it was destined to fall from its position as the #1 sect of the Floating Gate world. Great Snowy Mountain could already replace it. It was impossible for the experts of the Heavy Sun sect of the world beyond worlds to remain in the Floating Gate world forever. If Great Snowy Mountain did not exterminate them all, the Heavy Sun sect would most likely only be able to grit their teeth and bear it. Yen Zhaoge was not concerned about this. It was fine as long as his grandmaster, Yuan Zhengfeng, was willing. Now, a figure appeared at the entrance of the great hall. His mind attached to the statue. Yen Zhaoge's heart involuntarily trembled as he saw this figure. To be continued. Chapter 742. He was a skinny and small old man with an unprepossessing appearance. However, in Yen Zhaoge's eyes, it was incomparably lofty. His left sleeve was empty as it was flung about, causing Yen Zhaoge to feel a little sad at the sight. It was as if the scene of the old man severing his own arm in the earth abyss and the space-time black hole appeared before his eyes. Inside the grand hall, Bai Ziming's statue's eyes flickered, and he sent out a thought, "Grandmaster." The old man had a smile on his face. He sighed a little, but more than that, he felt gratified. While the statue before him belonged to Bai Ziming, Yen Zhaoge's features were reflected within his mind. "Zhaoge, I really did not expect that we would reunite like this. It is all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the Western Sea's Eye." This one-armed old man was naturally the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world that year, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng who had drifted through the chaotic flows of space and arrived in the Floating Gate world. Yen Zhaoge similarly felt rather emotional, but even more joyous. "Disciple Yen Zhaoge greets, Grandmaster. Seeing that you are fine, a great weight has finally been lifted from my heart." Yuan Zhengfeng asked, "I heard from those of Great Snowy Mountain that you are currently in the world beyond worlds. Did you ascend after attaining the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, or did you have a treasure to protect you as you passed through the wound of the sky? Do you know the situation in the Eight Extremities world?" Yen Zhaoge made a long story short as he gave a general introduction of what had happened after Yuan Zhengfeng had gone missing in the Eight Extremities world. The main point was naturally the enmity between Broad Creed Mountain and the Radiant Light sect, as well as his current actions in the world beyond worlds. Yuan Zhengfeng had no time to lament about the destruction of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall with whom he had fought for most of his life, as his attention was immediately drawn by the Radiant Light sect. "You are alone in the world beyond worlds." Yuan Jingfeng's expression turned solemn. Yen Zhaoge quickly said, "You can rest easy, Grandmaster. I am currently on rather good terms with those of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage. It is sufficient for me to deal with them. Yuan Zhengfeng nodded. Since that is so, this old man will return to the Eight Extremities world as soon as possible, meeting up with Yan Di, Fang Zhuin, junior apprentice brother Zhang, and junior apprentice sister He. This old man and Yan Di are both in the Eight Extremities world. We do not fear the descent of the Radiant Light, sect, martial practitioners. Yan Zhaoga smiled. I will have to trouble Grandmaster to remain at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, for a period of time. After the battle with the Heavy Sun sect, I'm afraid you're about to take that final step, right? The corners of Yuan Jingfeng's mouth curled up into a smile. I have some gains. After analyzing and accumulating, I do have the confidence to try. However, I am not in a hurry. Yan Zhaoga asked, Are there any spatial traversing treasures? Earlier, Yan Zhaoga had entrusted the Great Snowy Mountain martial practitioners with 2 tasks. The first was to help Yuan Zhengfeng escape from the Sea Eye of the West Sea. Secondly, he had left behind signposts of the world beyond worlds and the Eight Extremities world for Yuan Zhengfeng, making it convenient for him to navigate amidst infinite space. Besides distinguishing one's direction, if there was no dimensional passageway between the 2 worlds, and one didn't cultivate supreme arts like the spatial heavenly scripture, martial practitioners below the seeing divinity stage would basically need some special arts or treasures to travel between the 2 worlds. For example, Yan Zhaoga had previously made use of the lofty prestige mirror to traverse between the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. Yuan Zhengfeng said, Our friends from Great Snowy Mountain are currently helping this old man plan. These days, I've been borrowing the Great Snow Mountain's power. Firstly, I've been comprehending martial arts. Secondly, I've been waiting for my friends from the Great Snow Mountain to help me prepare a treasure to travel through the void. Thirdly, they mentioned that you might contact them again after some time. Therefore, this old man decided to just wait here and communicate with you, understanding the situation before deciding on our next move. Yan Zhaoga smiled. It was them who tried to mediate, advising you to stop fighting with the Heavy Sun sect? Yuan Zhengfeng said that's right. To them, the current situation is already very good. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough, as they might instead invite trouble. They naturally don't want this old man to continue fighting with the Heavy Sun sect. While it was mutually beneficial, and it was mostly thanks to your idea, Zhaoga, this old man still had to give them some face in escaping from the Sea Eye of the West Sea. In the Battle of the West Sea, he had slain half of the Heavy Sun sect's territory. He had wreaked havoc at the headquarters of the Heavy Sun sect and slain many of their people, beating many Heavy Sun sect experts who had descended from the world beyond worlds into cowardly turtles. Yuan Zhengfeng had already vented his anger. The reason he had not let it go was because of the destruction of Towering Wave Pavilion. Whatever the case, Yuan Zhengfeng felt that Towering Wave Pavilion had treated him pretty well. As a guest of Towering Wave Pavilion, it had still been destroyed by the Heavy Sun sect. He had been unable to remain unmoved. Afterwards, it had been those of Great Snowy Mountain who had come forward to act as guarantors, helping the few descendants of Towering Wave Pavilion who had managed to escape the calamity of death to continue their lineage and rebuild their legacy, also ensuring that it would continue to be passed down. Thinking that he would eventually have to leave the Floating Gate world one day, while the Heavy Sun sect still had a foundation in the world beyond worlds, Yuan Zhengfeng had agreed not to fight to the death with the Floating Gate world's Heavy Sun sect. This old man did have some gains in the Floating Gate world this time, Yuan Zhengfeng said. Yan Zhaoga had not thought that Yuan Zhengfeng would bring this up on his own. After all, fortune and fortune were very personal matters. The same principle applied to everyone. For Broad Creed Mountain, whether or not they shared it with others would mostly depend on their own will. It was not just disciples of the younger generation. This was the same for Yuan Zhengfeng as a senior. Yuan Zhengfeng continued, That year I once heard Yan Di mention briefly that your mother, Chu Qing, cultivated in a martial legacy that was superior to that of our broad Creed Mountain. Watching Chuching battle with others that day, this old man deeply agreed with your father's judgment. Meanwhile, this old man obtained a supreme martial art in the Floating Gate world. After carefully analyzing it, I felt that it was extremely similar to the martial Tao that Chuching cultivated in. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge felt even more puzzled. Life, creation, heavenly scripture? While he could not be certain if the martial Tao that his mother, Shui, Chuching cultivated in was the life, creation, heavenly scripture, or if she cultivated in other martial arts as well, the martial arts that Shui Chuching had imparted to Xiao Ai and Su Yin were all of the direct lineage of the life, creation, heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. Indeed, Yuan Zhengfeng said, this supreme martial art is of the jade, clear, direct lineage, the life, creation, heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge asked, is it from Towering Wave Pavilion? Yuan Zhengfeng shook his head. That is not the case. When this old man was adventuring outside, I coincidentally discovered a cave manor that had been sealed for a long time. It was unknown which predecessor left it behind, but I discovered this supreme martial art within it. Yan Zhaoge pondered. That should have nothing to do with mother, then. He smiled, who said that fortuitous encounters were the preserve of the young. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhengfeng continued. Apart from that, there was also a powerful thunder art. This old man studied these 2 supreme martial arts and gained much, breaking through multiple bottlenecks in order to achieve what I have today. Life, creation, heavenly scripture, thunder art. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge was taken aback as he vaguely seemed to have grasped something. Still, he felt like he was looking at flowers through fog as everything was hazy. To be continued. Chapter 743. Am I thinking too much? Yan Zhaoge felt as though a spiritual light had flashed within his mind, but it immediately vanished as though it was an illusion. May I ask, Grandmaster, what is the name of this thunder art? Yan Zhaoge asked. Yuan Zhengfeng answered. It is called the Hearts Will Thunder Incantation. If one successfully cultivates it, one can obtain the Hearts Will Thunder. Although it is called lightning, it does not have the form of lightning. Instead, it is thunder that is formed from the thoughts of the human heart. It is strange and unfathomable. This old man has cultivated it for all these years and has only scratched the surface. However, I can already feel that it is boundlessly profound and powerful. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, Hearts will thunder. How could he not have heard of lightning? The Hearts Will Lightning was ranked 4th among the 9 heavenly lightning, along with the 5 elemental creation lightning, instant lightning, and eternal night lightning. Not to mention its power, just its strangeness alone could be said to be one of the best among the 9 heavenly thunder. Just as Yuan Zhengfeng had said, it was called thunder, but there was no form of thunder or lightning. The sound of thunder directly rang out from the bottom of one's heart. It was the thoughts of one's heart that turned into thunder and exploded. There is no trace of this lightning in the 4 seas and 5 lakes in the entire universe. However, there was a chance that it existed at the bottom of every intelligent creature's heart, unending and omnipresent. While Yuan Zhengfeng had only mentioned it briefly, Yan Zhaoge had already generally understood the results of his cultivation in the Hearts Will Thunder incantation. Normally, when he cultivated this technique into heart thunder, he would be able to get rid of Yuan Jingfeng's inner demons and distracting thoughts, which was beneficial for his cultivation. When Yuan Zhengfeng activated this technique, the inner demon lightning would explode in the depths of his opponent's heart. This thunder came from the opponent's own heart, and it was difficult to defend against it with external force. The opponent's cultivation was just a decoration, and it all depended on whether he could subdue the devil in his heart that had suddenly been triggered. If he could resolve it, everything would be fine. But if he couldn't, Yuan Jingfeng wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be in danger of going berserk and losing without a fight. But at the crucial moment of an intense battle, Victory and defeat could be decided by a thin line. At this moment, his opponent was suddenly plagued by inner demons and was greatly disturbed. Naturally, Yuan Zhengfeng had the upper hand. This method was domineering and strange. It came from the heart and rarely showed any signs, so it was impossible to guard against. Depending on the depth of Yuan Zhengfeng's hearts will thunder incantation. The might of the hearts will thunder would also change. If Yuan Zhengfeng cultivated the hearts will thunder incantation to the great success stage, then, unless the opponent's cultivation base was much higher than his, the heart's devil's thunder would explode in their hearts and cause them to lose their footing. It's actually hearts will thunder. Even in pre-great calamity times, there were very few who grasped this thunder. A strange feeling surfaced within Yan Zhaoga's heart once more, the blurry scene before him vaguely becoming slightly clearer, yet still indistinct. He shook his head slightly and calmed his mind. He looked at Yuan Zhengfeng and asked, "Grandmaster, you cultivate the heavenly tome of life creation, and your vitality is flourishing. Logically speaking, with your current cultivation realm, you should be able to try to regrow your broken arm. It's not impossible." Yuan Zhengfeng smiled faintly. "There's no rush. I've gotten used to it after all these years. To reattach my arm, I still need to make some more preparations. I already have a plan in mind, so you don't have to worry, Zhaoga." Feeling that the effects of the descending spirit jade pendant had reached its end once more, Yan Zhaoga immediately said, "It is great that you are safe and sound. You don't have to worry about me in the world beyond worlds. I will continue to plan and deal with the Radiant Light sect. It won't be long before we resolve this threat. I look forward to meeting you in the world beyond worlds soon. You must take care of yourself in the days to come." Yuan Zhengfeng smiled emotionally. "Go ahead. The heavens and earth for you are incomparably vast, Zhaoga." The jade-green mist flew out from the statue, slowly rising into the air. A strand of Yan Zhaoga's consciousness left Great Snowy Mountain, and the floating gate whirled along with it. Traversing endless space, Yan Zhaoga retracted his consciousness. The space before him was shimmering with light, as though it was completely immersed within the light of water. The originally illusory domain seemed to gradually regain its physical form, just that it was still different from the original wound of the sky. Yan Zhaoga felt like he was situated within a frozen river of time. In the distance, sword light flickered all over Madame Kang's body, transforming into numerous ripples of water that extended in all directions, affecting this region of space. Her expression gradually turned calm and relaxed as she looked coldly at Yan Zhaoga, feeling like she was accumulating power and waiting to act. Beneath her efforts, the entire region of space had already gradually broken free of its illusory state, regaining its corporeal state. Meanwhile, Madame Kang herself had already vaguely regained the ability to move about freely. While Luo Ziyuan was still isolated from the light of water, he was also paying close attention to the changes in the space before him. Tanjin and the others were instead trapped by the light of water, still unable to move. Meeting Madame Kang's gaze, Yan Zhaoga smiled, not feeling anxious at all. He was currently in an unprecedentedly good mood. Yuan Zhengfeng was safe and sound, also having a chance of returning to the Eight Extremities world. A huge rock that had been weighing down on Yan Zhaoga's heart all this time had finally been lifted. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoga felt at ease, as he even could not help but laugh uproariously. Madame Kang's gaze was slightly cold. Luo Ziyuan, Tanjin, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as well. Still, they all dared not make any rash moves now, afraid that Yan Zhaoga might stir up something again. Yan Zhaoga reigned in his joyful mood as he calmed his laughter, neither panicked nor flustered as he mentally communicated with the slumbering extreme yang seal. The true essence within his body changed once more between yin and yang, complementing the extreme yang seal. Gradually, some pure, refined qi actually flowed into Yan Zhaoga's body from within the extreme yang seal. Indeed, the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture were contained in the forging of this treasure. Yen Zhaoge silently circulated his profound art, all the true essence within his body transforming into yang qi. As the yang qi entered, it was birthed, forming yang amongst yang, the phenomenon of extreme yang. An oceanic amount of yang qi transformed into the majestic power of extreme yang. The corners of Yen Zhaoge's lips arched lightly upwards. After minor yin, extreme yang is also formed. The third step complete. Raising his head and looking at Madame Kong, who was already on the verge of making a move, he immediately smiled. "All right, I have finished my private matters. Let us have a spar." Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge's eyes bulged, a bright light shooting out from within. Beneath the circulation of the cyclic heavenly scripture, his body rapidly turned from illusory to real, becoming a real existence once more. Seeing this, Madame Kong was shocked, as she could not be bothered with her incomplete success, as she barely managed to wield her sword light to attack towards Yen Zhaoge. Yet Yen Zhaoge pricked his fingertip once more, swiftly drawing a complex, profound rune with his essence, blood, in midair. As the rune was imprinted amidst space, the domain of space instantly distorted. Time that resembled water wanted to lock down the changes in space, yet was broken free of them. The domain of space changed unceasingly between illusory and real fingertip, forming a chaotic state. Madame Kong could only barely stabilize her figure, as she was no longer able to threaten Yen Zhaoge. Meanwhile, Luo Ziyuan, Tenjin, and the others were being tossed about unceasingly amidst these shocking tides. Amidst Yen Zhaoge's loud laughter, 2 true dragon corpses flew out of the myriad dragon palace at the same time, being sacrificed by him. In an instant, violent chaotic flows of space appeared once more, to be continued. Chapter 744. The terrifying space-time turbulence appeared once again, and the entire void turned into a huge blood-colored whirlpool that devoured everything around it. Madame Kong and her 2 sons, as well as Tenjin and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, were all trapped within. This time, even the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, had been swept into it. The pitiful Luo Ziyuan had always hoped to return to the world beyond worlds and find this dimensional space which had originally been a wound of the sky. In the end, he was rejected at the door. Now that he had finally entered, he was faced with a space-time turbulence that was even more violent than before. Luo Ziyuan and the others, as well as Madame Kong, gazed at Yen Zhaoge as they struggled. "Your cultivation is the lowest. In this kind of space-time turbulence, it won't be easy for us. You'll die even faster," they swore in their hearts. However, carefully looking at Yen Zhaoge's surroundings, everyone's hearts all turned cold, sinking to the very bottom. The blood-red vortex before him appeared to be inverted. Yen Zhaoge was directly at the bottom of the vortex, yet the space there was completely calm. Not only that, but the void there was also glowing. The expressions on the faces of Luo Ziyuan, Madame Kong, and Tenjin all changed greatly. They could tell that the radiance was not the flickering of some sort of light source, but was instead caused by the distortion and compression of the power of dimensions. The space at the bottom of the vortex, where Yen Zhaoge was actually gradually regaining the original appearance of the wound of the sky. If one was outside of the blood-colored vortex, one would see that space and time were completely distorted. At the place where the blood-colored vortex was connected, a path of light was slowly forming. It was the original wound of the sky. Meanwhile, in the phoenix-bearing region of the world beyond world's royal reed sea, radiance flickered where the wound of the sky had originally been. A spatial crevice that resembled a scar in the sky reappeared. Those of the Radiant Light sect, as well as Madame Kong and her son, all felt a mouthful of blood surge to their hearts, yet were so stifled that they could not spit it out. The bottom of the blood-colored vortex was indeed calm, but from where they were, there was an incomparably terrifying storm blocking their way. There was a slim chance of survival if one tried to cross it. Yan Zhaoge unfurled the paper fan once more, protecting himself. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and Pan Pan. The paper fan from Jianmu, which he had already used before, still had some power left in it. However, at this moment it was trembling slightly. In the face of the boundless power of the world, it felt as if it could not bear the burden. It wouldn't be long before the paper fan reached its limit. Still, it was already sufficient for Yan Zhaoge's group to return to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge's expression was relaxed as he even had the leisure to wave towards Madame Kong. Luo, Ziwan, and the others. Everyone, the race begins now. This Yan will take his leave first. The world before Madame Kong and those of the Radiant Light sect darkened, nearly causing them to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, they could not be bothered with hating Yan Zhaoge now. Instead, they had to make the best use of their time to think of a way to save themselves. It wouldn't be long before the blood-colored vortex completely collapsed. At that time, an extremely terrifying annihilation would occur. Those whose cultivation bases had not reached the immortal bridge, Marshal St. Realm, would be hard-pressed to survive. Even an expert, the peak of the Seeing Divinity stage, like Luo Ziwan, would not be able to do so even with the complete sun-moon wheels in hand. This was because he was unable to completely wield the full power of a high-grade sacred artifact, as he had yet to reach the immortal bridge stage. In the end, the golden wheels of sun and moon would be severely damaged, and he, the owner, would die. Not to mention the fact that the sun wheel and the moon wheel were missing. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. While the blood-colored vortex before them was already incomparably terrifying, there was only a single path that Luo Ziwan and the others could take. Before the blood-colored vortex completely collapsed, they had to charge through it. As long as they could reach the wound of the sky, they would have a path of survival. If they charged through the blood-colored vortex, they would most likely die. If they did not, they would definitely die when the blood-colored vortex collapsed. Luo Ziwan roared, wielding the sun wheel. Glorious sunlight flickered, sweeping along Tanjin and the others as they transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the center of the blood-colored vortex on their own accord. Madame Kong similarly wielded swordlight that resembled a long river of time, bringing along Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng as they shot towards the blood-colored vortex. While her cultivation base was inferior to Luo Ziwan's and she did not have a high-grade sacred artifact like the sun-moon wheels to protect her, having alleviated the illusory domain with the time-flowing sword earlier, she had gained some advantage over the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Now she had a chance as well. Even so, being situated amidst the violent, chaotic flows of space, they had still narrowly escaped death. Even Madame Kong, who was usually composed and possessed a tough will, could not help but feel regret at this moment. She regretted why she had attacked the wound of the sky back then. She had originally wanted to find a chance to kill Yan Zhaoge. In the end, she had been careless and ended up in such a state. It was just that it was already useless to think about this now. The most pressing matter at hand was to think of a way out of this alive. She was not alone here. Kong Jinyuan and Kong Maosheng were currently with her as well. If she could not charge out, the two of them would die as well. Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone passed through the wound of the sky together, rapidly ascending and traversing space as they returned to the world beyond worlds. Just as they were about to leave the wound of the sky, Yan Zhaoge looked over and saw that blood-colored vortex rapidly collapsing, entering complete destruction. Amidst the distortion of space, a passageway that resembled a pipe was formed where it was connected to the wound of the sky. Beneath the surges of the chaotic flows of space, not only was it hard for Luo Ziwan and Madame Kong to work together to pass through, it had instead become a situation where only a single side could pass through. There was only a single instant of opportunity, fleeting. If they hesitated in the slightest, it was likely that one side would survive while the other would perish. The faces of Luo Ziyuan and Madame Kong simultaneously changed greatly as they scrambled to rush towards that final door which was about to close. Madame Kong wielded the turbid heavenly mirror armor to resist the impact of the chaotic flows of space as she unleashed the sword intent of her time-flowing sword to the maximum, her sword light resembling a long river as it virtually pierced through the blood-red vortex. The boundless profundities of the jade, clear lineage's aeon light heavenly scripture, one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, were displayed to the greatest extent under this unique environment. Madame Kong, without a high-grade sacred artifact in hand and with a weaker cultivation base, was even half a step faster than Luo Ziyuan. Luo Ziyuan's expression was as cold as ice. Illuminated by immeasurable light, a great golden sun mightily smashed down towards Madame Kang's back. The turbid mirror armor, already unable to bear the burden, directly shattered. Madame Kang's body paused, her body almost torn apart by the chaotic flows of space and time in the blood-colored vortex, her movements instantly slowing. Luo Ziyuan took the opportunity to increase his speed, rushing towards the gap in the sky wound. Madame Kong could not be bothered with rage or panic as she could only sprint towards the gap with all her might. Behind them, the blood-colored vortex began to vanish. Who can be a step faster? Before Yen Zhaoge could see the outcome, he had already passed through the wound of the sky, being flung out by it. The sky before him was clear as stars shone in the sky overhead. This was precisely a scene unique to the world beyond worlds. Yen Zhaoge had yet to stabilize his footing as the spatial crevice behind him that flickered with radiance distorted. Many powerful auras arose in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds before him. There were shockingly many peak experts currently in a standoff in the surrounding heavens and earth. At this moment, their attention was involuntarily drawn over by the abnormalities in the wound of the sky. To be continued. Chapter 745. Feeling those powerful auras, Yen Zhaoge understood what was going on. It was not just Luo Ziyuan, Tenjin, and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Madame Kang's trio and he, Yen Zhaoge, had all been missing for a long time as well. The experts of the various clans that knew of their general whereabouts gathered in the phoenix-bearing region to search for them. The wound in the sky had transformed into an illusory domain, and even the spatial rift entrance had vanished into nothingness. The experts of the various powers that had come to assist didn't know what was going on and were fearful of each other, so they fell into a deadlock in the area of the phoenix-bearing region, and none of them dared to act rashly. Now that the wound in the sky was gradually recovering, everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. Focusing his senses, Yen Zhaoge discovered that there were 2 strongest auras, both of which were sword chi. One was majestic and vast like the sea. One had no beginning and no end, deducing the profundities of time. Without question, of the 2 immortal bridge martial saints, one was Pavilion Lord Guhong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The other was a figure of the Shunling 10 Swords. Gu Zhang had previously been surrounded and injured by the experts of the various sections. It was still uncertain if he had recovered now. The one who had come was most likely another immortal bridge martial saint of Shen Lingzi's lineage besides Kong Ping and Gu Zhang Hidongqing. In addition to Gu Hong and Hidongqing, there were also the auras of other martial arts experts nearby. Amongst them were people of the Radiant Light sect, as well as other martial practitioners of the Grand Xian dynasty. Seeing Yen Zhaoge emerge, Gu Hong and the others were first taken aback. Before this, they did not understand the situation in the wound of the sky. They had all come to search for someone. Seeing Gu Hong, Yen Zhaoge was rather taken aback as well. Still, thinking about it, he could more or less guess what was going on. Gu Hong had most likely come at the request of the Radiant Light sect. While the matter of Nong Yuxuan stealing credit for the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation back then had caused the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Radiant Light sect to be very unhappy, Their relationship was not like that of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, who were mortal enemies at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge did not know what price the Radiant Light sect had paid to ease their relationship with the North Sea Sword Pavilion, but it would probably not have been easy. With Nong Yuxuan already dead, it was within reason for the North Sea Sword Pavilion to accept the Radiant Light sect's apology. While the Grand Xian dynasty had ceased all activities now, everything depended on the Southeastern Exalt's decision. Before this, no one knew what the outcome would be. Perhaps there would be a time when everyone joined forces to resist the enemy. If the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. The Radiant sect had the intention to ease the tension, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion would also lend a hand. Yan Zhaoge! Seeing Yan Zhaoge appear, the mood of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners instantly turned terrible. Sadly, in terms of relationship, the North Sea Sword Pavilion was instead closer to Yan Zhaoge. The water-like sword light that was like a long river quickly filled the sky and pounced in the direction of the wound of the sky. Gu Hong's sword intent that resembled the vast ocean immediately shot over to protect Yan Zhaoge, obstructing him. Little friend, Yan. Gu Hong gazed inquiringly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Luo Yuan, Tanjin, and the others are within the wound of the sky. Still, the chaotic flows of space are currently fierce within. Whether or not they can emerge will depend on their own abilities. Other than that, the Grand Xian dynasty has people within as well. Gu Hong was shocked. He looked at the wound of the sky and saw that it was shaking violently. The next moment, a figure shot out from within, looking battered and exhausted. It was the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zhan. Even with Luo Zhuan's experience, he too felt like he had just survived a tribulation, as he felt incomparably fearful. The expert of the Grand Xian dynasty who had led the group here seemed old, yet his eyes were bright and youthful as he resembled a youth. He was a descendant of Shan Lingzi's lineage, an early immortal bridge martial saint. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge and Luo Zhuan had both emerged from the wound of the sky, yet Madame Kong and her sons were still nowhere to be seen, he could not help but feel greatly anxious. As the sword light was unleashed, an all-encompassing rain of light descended. Where the raindrops passed, space itself was corroded. As Gu Hong let out a long howl, he pushed his cultivation to the limit. The dense sword qi transformed into a boundless, limitless ocean that hung above the horizon, waves surging to the heavens as they resisted the other party. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge and Luo Yuan had already safely extricated themselves from the wound of the sky, Gu Hong did not continue battling, as he instead led them in retreat. While Luo Ziyuan had broken free from the wound of the sky, he was completely exhausted. Even with the sun-moon wheels in hand, it was still insufficient for him to participate in a battle between immortal bridge martial saints. The Grand Xian dynasty had numerous experts. If more reinforcements came, they would inevitably be exhausted. Also, seeing Luo Ziyuan glaring at Yan Zhaoge with a look of resentment on his face, Gu Hong felt a bit of a headache as well. Yan Zhaoge was not concerned about this, as he smilingly glanced at Luo Yuan before turning to look at the wound of the sky once more. He Dongqing was similarly concerned about the wound of the sky. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Gu Hong, and the others retreat, he instead heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly shot towards that spatial crevice. The spatial crevice that flickered with radiance distorted intensely, light flickering strangely. Feeling the changes in space within, He Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He could feel that the interior of the wound of the sky did not just lead to a certain lower world, as it was also connected to another independent spatial domain. Meanwhile, that spatial domain had now completely collapsed, its terrifying might causing even He Dongqing of the immortal bridge martial saint stage to feel fear. What worried him even more was that if Madame Kong and her sons were within that spatial domain, even if he charged into the wound of the sky now, it would already be too late for him to save them. That spatial domain would already have been destroyed. He Dongqing was just about to exert his final effort when he saw a sword light that was bright to the extreme shoot out from within the wound of the sky. Looking at that sword light, Luo Ziyuan had a shocked look on his face. Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback as well. With his understanding of that blood-red vortex, it would collapse very soon. Of Luo Ziyuan and Madame Kang's forces, only one should have been able to escape in time. Still, seeing that sword light that was bright to the extreme, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought. The sword light of the time-flowing sword that he had obtained from the Aeon light heavenly scripture was long and lasting. The higher one cultivated in it, the more indifferent the sword light would instead be, resembling the traceless flow of time. Being bright and dazzling as it was now was actually an extremely abnormal phenomenon, resembling a shooting star, the splendor of an instant. Led by Gu Hong, they did not linger for long as they sped off into the distance. The Grand Xian dynasty seemed to have been obstructed by something as He Dongqing and the others did not pursue them. After leaving the phoenix-bearing region, Gu Hong looked at Yan Zhaoge and Luo Ziyuan. What happened just now? Speaking of which, Chief Luo was caught in the crossfire. Yan Zhaoge said casually, "This Yan had some matters to attend to in coming to this wound of the sky. I did not know beforehand that the Radiant Light sect's Elder Tan and those of the Grand Xian dynasty would be here. With both sides wanting to kill this Yan naturally could not just sit there and wait for death. Therefore, I made use of the wound of the sky to compete with you all." Yan Zhaoge looked at Luo Ziyuan. "Only after seeing Chief Luo and the others did I understand why your sect's Elder Tan and the others had come here." He smiled. "Of course, I won't deny it. If I had known earlier, I would have been very happy to block your path back to the world beyond worlds. Therefore, there wouldn't have been much of a difference in the end." Chapter 746. Yan Zhaoge's casual words caused the faces of Luo Ziyuan, Tanjin, and the others to turn even darker. The experts of the Radiant Light sect resembled numerous active volcanoes that were about to erupt. The pavilion master of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Gu Hong, also smiled bitterly to himself. It looked like the enmity between the two sides had deepened. Many things must have happened earlier. Perhaps they were related to the dim, radiant mausoleum of legend? The dim darkness sect, having nearly been exterminated by the star-plucking practitioner, seemed to be related to this as well. Gu Hong's thoughts spun, but he was not in the mood to mediate between the two sides, as he only said mildly, "Will little friend Yan have the time to visit our grinding hut region as a guest?" As soon as his words left his mouth, Luo Ziyuan and the others understood that Gu Hong still wished to protect Yan Zhaoge at the end of the day. The people of the Radiant Light sect felt helpless, first not mentioning that it was Gu Hong who had come to the phoenix-bearing region to help them. In terms of strength alone, Luo Ziyuan, who was completely exhausted and had even lost the moon wheel of the sun moon wheels, did not have the confidence to stand against Gu Hong. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Pavilion Lord Gu is polite. It is this Yan who has disturbed you." Luo Ziyuan's face darkened as he took his leave of Gu Hong, no longer looking at Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, he was afraid that if he took another look at Yan Zhaoge, he would no longer be able to control his urge to make a move. Looking at Luo Ziyuan's departing figure, Gu Hong sighed. After returning this time, he probably won't be able to recuperate for too long. After recovering some of his vitality, he will lead the Radiant Light sect in attacking the dim darkness sect. While the Radiant Light sect's trip to the dim Radiant Mausoleum this time had ended in a pathetic state, as compared to the dim darkness sect which had been trampled upon by the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide, their situation was undoubtedly much better. Within a short period of time, it would be hard for the dim darkness sect to climb back up from the depths of the abyss. Their longtime enemy, the Radiant Light sect, would definitely not let go of such a good chance. After the dim Radiant sect had split apart, the conflict between light and darkness, which had been entangled for many years, seemed to finally be coming to an end. For this kind of thing, Gu Hong couldn't interfere and help either side. Yan Zhaoge thought that this might not be the case. Just like everyone knew, if the dim darkness sect wanted to recover its vitality, a very long time would be required, even without any interference. In truth, of the four great powers of the royal reed sea apart from the Grand Xian dynasty previously, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and Copper Men Island, the Dim Darkness sect had already fallen from their thrones after this tribulation, temporarily losing the right to be mentioned alongside the other three powers. If the Radiant Light sect left the Dim Darkness sect alone, the Dim Darkness sect would need a very long time to recover from this. At the very least, Chief Zhou Haoxing had to recover from his injuries. Still, Zhou Haoxing had been injured by the star-plucking practitioner, and it was all thanks to the Southeastern Exalt's disciple, Lin Hanhua, that he was still alive. It was still unknown whether Zhou Haoxing would be able to recover and regain the cultivation and strength he had when he was at his peak. Under such circumstances, while the two sides were longtime enemies, it was not urgent for the Radiant Light sect to deal with the Dim Darkness sect. This was especially so when there seemed to be an existence that the Radiant Light sect currently hated even more. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. He felt that after Luo Ziyuan, Tan Jin, and the others had returned to the Radiant Light sect this time and recovered their vitality, they would first have to deal with him and Broad Creed Mountain. Moreover, the Dim Radiant Wheel was in his possession. With the assistance of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage and the North Sea Sword Pavilion, if the Radiant Light sect felt that it would be hard for them to make a move, their target would most likely be Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world. Still, as long as his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng could return to the Eight Extremities world in time, with him and Yan Di joining forces, even if the Radiant Light sect went all out, they might still not be able to do much. After all, if they wanted to descend, their cultivation bases would be suppressed to below the fourth level of the Martial Saint Realm. As Yan Zhaoge pondered, he returned to the northern grinding hut region of the Royal Reed Sea with Gu Hongxian, residing in the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Yan Zhaoge also gathered information on the current happenings in the Royal Reed Sea through the people in the surroundings. Besides the Radiant Light sect, Yan Zhaoge paid particular attention to the Grand Xian dynasty's movements. If he did not guess wrongly, after having broken free from the blood-red vortex that day, Madame Kong might have perished. That bright sword light that was completely at odds with the sword intent of the time flowing sword resembled the final radiance of the setting sun, resembling the final bloom of a person's life. At the end of the day, inquiring from others could not be compared to having his own capable subordinates gather the information. Yan Zhaoge could only wait patiently. Just like in the Eight Extremities world, I have to establish my own intelligence gathering channel in the world beyond worlds as soon as possible, Yan Zhaoge thought. Yan Zhaoge placed great importance on information and intelligence reports. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, most people in this world were as intelligent as demons, taking everything into account. Most schemes that seemed perfect were based on the disparity in information between the two sides. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had always been rather concerned about this. It had been so in the Eight Extremities world, and it was the same in the world beyond worlds as well. As the days gradually passed, news came that the Radiant Light sect seemed to be restless as Luo Ziyuan and the others gradually recovered their vitality. Still, now, an even more attention-grabbing piece of news arrived. The current #1 expert of the Grand Xian dynasty, Kong Ping of the Shunling 10 Swords, had returned to the Royal Reed Sea. Earlier, Kong Ping had accompanied the Southeastern Exalt's disciple Qin Zhiliang to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt, explaining the situation to him. This matter was of great importance as it could directly determine the future direction of the Royal Reed Sea. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty had ceased all activities and the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light sect, and the other sects were also doing their own things, they were actually all awaiting the Southeastern Exalt's decision. Now that Kong Ping and Chen Zhiliang, who had been away for many days, had returned to the Royal Reed Sea together, there would be a conclusion to this matter. If the southeastern exalt was enraged and did not allow the people of the Grand Qian dynasty to remain in the southeastern Yangheaven territory, the core experts of the entire Grand Qian dynasty, the direct descendants of King Xianwen, Shenlingzi and Dao Shi, however unwilling they were, would only be able to abandon their 100 years of foundation and leave the royal reed sea with their tails between their legs. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the heavens of the entire royal reed sea would completely change. For a time, all those who had received the news paid close attention as they awaited the final, accurate news. Yan Zhaoge, who was still a guest at the North Sea Sword Pavilion, instead received another piece of news. This was an invitation. It came from the head disciple of the southeastern exalt lineage, who was currently presiding over the royal reed sea, the Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua. When Yan Zhaoge saw Lin Hanhua once more, he was still like an unsheathed sword that was unsheathed in all its glory. Only when he met Yan Zhaoge did the sharpness surrounding his body vanish, as he appraised Yan Zhaoge with a rather miraculous gaze, as if he was getting to know him all over again. Being able to wield the blood devil ritual and the illusory devil ritual so proficiently is truly inconceivable. You clearly do not cultivate in devilish martial arts. Lin Hanhua shook his head slightly. It can't be that you cultivate in a martial art like the spatial heavenly scripture, right? While your strength far surpasses those of the same generation, being able to cause such a great change in the wound of the sky is no ordinary thing. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he answered candidly, "It is indeed the blood devil ritual and the illusory devil ritual. I obtained them through a fortuitous encounter during my travels. In my youth, I was fond of all sorts of miscellaneous arts, having often been scolded by my seniors for not focusing on proper pursuits. I have made a fool of myself in front of you." Lin Hanhua nodded, not pursuing the matter any further, as he instead said something that would shake the entire royal reed sea. "Master has permitted Kongping and the others to continue staying in the royal reed sea." Chapter 747. The southeastern exalt had allowed Kongping and the others to remain in the royal reed sea. In other words, the southeastern exalt had tacitly allowed Kongping and the others to establish the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Yan Zhaoge did not know if there was some higher level of communication involved or even an exchange of benefits. He only needed to know that the Grand Qian dynasty would still be able to stand stably in the royal reed sea. The Grand Qian dynasty was indisputably the number one in the royal reed sea in terms of overall strength and number of experts. With the external pressure gone, they would have nothing to fear, as they would still be able to reign supreme over the royal reed sea. Instead, it was the anti-Xin coalition who had suffered a great loss in strength during their trip to the dim, radiant mausoleum. Their coming days would probably not be easy. Still, hearing Lin Hanhua's words, Yan Zhaoge did not feel much pressure. The other party, having specially informed him in private beforehand, meant that the southeastern exalt side was still looking out for him. The southeastern exalt had tacitly allowed Kongping and the others to establish the heaven-bearing effecate formation, not pursuing the matter. Yan Zhaoge, who had exposed this earlier, was now in a rather awkward situation, having failed to chase the Grand Qian dynasty out of the royal reed sea. Having stabilized their footing once more, they would naturally return to exact revenge. As compared to the anti-Xin powers like the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Radiant Light Sect, the Dim Darkness Sect, and Copper Men Island, they definitely hated Yan Zhaoge more. After all, the Grand Qian dynasty had held the upper hand in the great battle back then. In the end, however, they had nearly been overturned by Yan Zhaoge. They would definitely bear this grudge. Madame Kong and her son had attempted to plot against Yan Zhaoge in the wound of the sky because of this. They had already dared to take the risk, even before news of Golden Court Mountain had returned. Even less needed to be said now. If Yan Zhaoge could foresee such an obvious thing, Lin Hanhua, Qin Zhiliang, and the others would naturally be able to do so as well. Master did not forget this little fella in the distant royal reed sea who might be the target of vengeance. Lin Hanhua looked at Yen Zhaoge. That's true. Perhaps he has tacitly agreed to the matter of the heaven-bearing effecate formation for some reason. Still, knowing the situation and weighing the decision is completely different from being kept in the dark. Moreover, Yen Zhaoge had also contributed to the capture of the Southern Exalt's disciple Wang Hui. He asked, "Does little friend Yen wish to remain in the royal Reed Sea or travel elsewhere?" Yen Zhaoge smiled. "I might have to trouble the Sword King for a period of time." Lin Hanhua nodded. "No problem." The situation in the royal Reed Sea was about to undergo a major change. Yen Zhaoge would have to keep abreast of the latest situation at all times as he carefully planned things out. After all, there was a wound of the sky that descended into the 8 extremities world within the territory of the Radiant Light sect. With the southeastern Exalt not burning the bridge after crossing it, Yen Zhaoge's situation in the royal Reed Sea was much safer, especially with Lin Hanhua of the Mid-Immortal Bridge Martial Saint Realm personally presiding over this place. It was just that, in their private conversation today, even as Lin Hanhua had expressed a stance, he had actually also hinted to Yen Zhaoge not to continue provoking the Grand Xian dynasty. As Yen Zhaoge pondered, a servant came in to deliver a message. The other party had informed Lin Hanhua via sound transmission, with Yen Zhaoge not knowing the specifics. However, after hearing this, Lin Hanhua pondered for a moment before saying right in front of Yen Zhaoge, "Invite him in." The servant left as instructed. Then a figure entered the room. Surprisingly, it was Kong Ping. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Kong Ping's gaze hardened slightly. Lin Hanhua asked, "I wonder why Mr. Kong has come to visit." Yen Zhaoge stood quietly by the side. Seeing Kong Ping, Lin Hanhua did not avoid him, even leaving him by the side. This was actually expressing his stance to Kong Ping and the Grand Xian dynasty, protecting him, Yen Zhaoge. Kong Ping quickly understood Lin Hanhua's meaning. After a short moment of silence, he said, "Slowly, my wife has perished. As a husband, this Kong cannot just sit idly by." My wife, Madame Kong, had still perished at the end of the day. Yen Zhaoge was calm, not really surprised by this. When leaving the wound of the sky earlier and seeing that clearly abnormal sword light of the time-flowing sword, Yen Zhaoge had already had a general guess as to what had happened. Of course, with the collapse of the blood-red vortex and Luo Zuan's group having escaped first and Madame Kong having been able to fight her way out, Yen Zhaoge had truly seen her in a different light. Still, from the looks of it now, she had still barely been able to do so. Lin Hanhua's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. Kong Ping was expressionless. Yen Zhaoge, who had not spoken all this while now, asked, "I wonder how your son is?" "They are all fine," Kong Ping said calmly, gazing straight at Yen Zhaoge. The terrifying pressure of an immortal bridge expert instantly surged over towards Yen Zhaoge like a tsunami that surged to the heavens, virtually causing one to feel suffocated. Sharp, domineering sword intent manifested, instantly breaking through the shocking waves and dissipating into nothingness. Lin Hanhua was already standing before Yen Zhaoge at some point in time, saying mildly, "My condolences, Mr. Kong." Kong Ping no longer expanded his aura, but he met Lin Hanhua's gaze fearlessly. "My wife has perished," Kong Ping said slowly. "Someone must be killed." The Radiant Light sect's Luo Zuan was the direct culprit. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's Gu Hong was entangled with Senior Apprentice Uncle He outside the wound of the sky, causing Senior Apprentice Uncle He to be unable to arrive in time to reinforce them. And Kong Ping pointed behind Lin Hanhua. "And that kid behind you, Yen Zhaoge! He was the one who single-handedly caused the situation back then." Yen Zhaoge walked out from behind Lin Hanhua, saying calmly, "According to my understanding of the situation back then, being a step behind the Radiant Light sect's Luo Zuan, your wife and your sons should have definitely perished. Motherly love is indeed a mighty existence. While she is an enemy, this Yen is also rather in admiration of your wife. She created a miracle. Still, your wife and your son wanted to take this Yan's life. Within the wound of the sky, if I did not have some methods, the one who would have died would have been me. This Yan has no interest in stretching out my neck and waiting for death. Yan Zhaoge said, "Those who kill will always be killed by others. This saying applies to everyone." Kong Ping said slowly, "It applies to you as well." This naturally applies to everyone. Yan Zhaoge smiled, his body tensed as he maintained a clear and calm mind. Various thoughts circulating rapidly as he was fully on guard. Before him was an immortal bridge martial saint whose wife had died and was about to go berserk. This was an expert who surpassed Gu Hong, He Dongqing, and Gu Zhang, as he was an elite amongst the 7th level of the martial saint realm. He was likely also carrying the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword. The other party's enraged attack probably really possessed the might to collapse the heavens and shatter the earth. While Lin Hanhua, Chen Zhiliang, and the others were protecting him, he was not of Golden Court Mountain at the end of the day. Kong Ping wanted to avenge his wife now. This was a true enmity. This enmity was even deeper than when Yan Zhaoge had killed his fellow disciple Liao Zhenback when he had obtained the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the earth-ocean lung crystals. Under such circumstances, it was not incomprehensible that Lin Hanhua and the others would not make a move. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not regret it. As he had said earlier, he had never been someone who would resign himself to death. You have a formidable husband and a formidable father. If you want to kill me, should I just stretch out my neck and let you kill me? Dream on. It was the same for the terrifying Kong Ping now. Yan Zhaoge circulated his entire body's true essence as he thought of various ways to increase his chances of success in battle. Yet he was very calm. He had long since known that in this world, there were many times when what one could do had to be done. Even if one could not, one would still do it. To be continued. Chapter 748. Glancing at Kong Ping, Lin Hanhua appeared rather dissatisfied as a sharp sword intent surged out that was even fiercer than Kong Ping's. Mr. Kong, I can understand that you are filled with hatred over the death of your wife. Still, if you want to kill a guest of my Golden Court Mountain right in front of me, this Lin is similarly unable to sit by idly. Lin Hanhua waved his hands towards Yan Zhaoge, indicating for him to retreat. He looked straight at Kong Ping. Your master has indeed permitted you to remain in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, this does not mean that you can do whatever you want in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, treating my Golden Court Mountain like nothing. Kong Ping said coldly, Shadow Mountain Sword King is too serious. This Kong has no intention of disrespecting the southeastern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain. Still, I must avenge my wife's death. After this matter is over, Kong Ping will go to Golden Court Mountain to apologize for my crimes. This Kong will not object to any punishment the southeastern Exalt has to mete out. Still, if you want this Kong to swallow this humiliation, Shadow Mountain Sword King is really making things difficult for me. Seeing Lin Hanhua's gaze turn cold, Kong Ping's expression did not change in the least. My wife is also my junior apprentice sister. At least 2 of my senior apprentice brothers have already died because of this Yan Zhaoge. This kid surnamed Yan is not of Golden Court Mountain. Does Golden Court Mountain also want to stop us from avenging him? Lin Hanhua looked coldly at him. You, a 7th level martial saint, want to make a move against a 1st level martial saint. Do you still have any face to speak of? My Golden Court Mountain does not forbid the 2 of you from interfering if you have a personal grudge to settle. I heard that your 2 sons are both at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar realm, right? Why do you need to come and avenge their mother instead of them? In terms of age, they are probably much older than little friend Yan, as well as 2 levels higher in terms of cultivation base. Lin Hanhua scoffed. Let's just say that they are of the same generation as little friend Yan. Why do I not see them avenging their deceased mother? Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the Royal Reed Sea. Even Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping were aware of this. While Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan were both late merging avatar martial saints, even Kong Ping did not have much confidence in facing Yan Zhaoge. Kong Jinyuan had directly clashed with Yan Zhaoge before, not even needing to be mentioned. Kong Maosheng had always made Kong Ping feel proud. Among his peers, he was an extraordinary existence. However, compared to Yan Zhaoge, he was still incomparably inferior. It wasn't that he wasn't outstanding enough, but that his current opponent was too monstrous. The bias in Lin Hanhua's heart was very obvious. His words just now were obviously biased. However, the reputation of bullying the weak was enough for him to intervene in this matter. Yan Zhaoge was on good terms with Golden Court Mountain. If he asked for help from Golden Court Mountain would likely come to his aid in the first place. It was only the major figure behind the Grand Xian dynasty that he had to worry about. Kong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Is this Golden Court Mountain's intention, or Shadow Mountain Sword King's personal intention? Lin Hanhua raised his eyebrows. So what if it's my personal opinion? Kong Ping didn't budge an inch. Shadow Mountain Sword King, your cultivation is strong. I'm afraid I'm not your match, but I have no choice but to fight. At most, I will die. My death is not to be regretted. The Southeastern Exalt is powerful and does not fear anything. Still, is it worth it for our two sides to fall out because of this? Lin Hanhua chuckled, his gaze suddenly turning dangerous. Who are you threatening? Kong Ping shook his head. Those of Golden Court Mountain are all martial practitioners of the Tao of the Sword, unyielding and unyielding. You are even an elite amongst them. How could I possibly threaten you? Still, I have to make one thing clear. He pointed at Yan Zhaoge. This Kong must kill this person. No matter what methods I have to use. No matter what price I have to pay. Lin Hanhua frowned, not speaking. He naturally did not fear Kong Ping. It was just that if Kong Ping died, there would inevitably be repercussions. The death of a merging avatar martial saint like Liao Zheng was incomparable to the death of a seeing divinity martial saint like Madame Kong. While Madame Kong and Kong Ping were husband and wife, that was just the two of them. What was more important in the eyes of others was that Kong Ping was an immortal bridge martial saint. The death of an immortal bridge martial saint was different from that of a seeing divinity martial saint. Kong Ping was currently the Grand Xian dynasty's strongest expert in the Royal Reed Sea. The mission of the heaven-bearing effecate formation actually rested on him rather than on King Xuanmu. If he were to die by Lin Hanhua's hands, the person behind him would most likely be enraged. In allowing Kong Ping and the others to remain in the Royal Reed Sea, the Southeastern Exalt must have already discussed it with the major figures behind them. For something like this to happen now, it would inevitably be suspected of going back on their word. While Lin Hanhua himself was fearless and undaunted, he did not know what his master was thinking. Kong Ping now looked coldly at Yan Zhaoge. Weren't you still talking big just now? You only know how to hide behind others now. You don't have to be like this. Goading is useless against me. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Still, what I said earlier was indeed what I was thinking. There's nothing that I dare not admit to. He nodded towards Lin Hanhua, saying sincerely, this Yan is endlessly grateful for the Sword King's kindness. If I can leave the Royal Reed Sea, I will definitely make a trip to Golden Court Mountain to thank the Southeastern Exalt and you, as well as the Mountain Sea Sword and the Soaring Feather Guest. As a guest, I should do as the host wishes as much as possible. If I can avoid causing trouble for the host, it is naturally best not to do so. Lin Hanhua could tell that Yan Zhaoge was speaking from the bottom of his heart as he was not trying to win his favor. Amidst his admiration, he was more taken aback. Looking coldly at Yan Zhaoge, Kong Ping nodded. Good, very good. Saying thus, not willing to wait for even a moment longer, He directly attacked, his index and middle fingers forming a sword as he stabbed towards Yan Zhaoge. While his movements seemed slow, they were actually extremely fast. Even with Lin Hanhua's cultivation base, he felt his vision blur slightly. With such ferocious speed, under normal circumstances, Yan Zhaoge would probably not be able to react at all, as he would unknowingly be struck by the sword and slain, not even knowing how he had died. Yet, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have long since predicted this, as his figure shook, resembling a clone turning into a shadow as the Northern Ocean clone rapidly appeared. Yan Zhaoge had been prepared all along, wary of Kong Ping's attack at any moment. While he felt no fear, he was not foolishly bold, as he was well aware of the difference in cultivation bases between him and Kong Ping. If he really waited for Kong Ping to make a move, Yan Zhaoge felt that he would most likely not be able to react in time. The other party's cultivation base was too high, and he was also executing a martial art like the time-flowing sword. In terms of the speed of his sword alone, he was already comparable to Lin Hanhua of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had actually made preparations in secret even before Kong Ping had done so. After Yan Zhaoge had finished speaking, all the preparations that he had secretly made earlier were directly activated. The glorious sun rose, a domineering, majestic concept resembling the midday sun. It was precisely the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme yang seal. Having long since expected this, Kong Ping's expression did not change as he still stabbed out with his sword. The extreme yang seal that you wield cannot attain the level of a high-grade sacred artifact at all. How can you block my sword with this treasure? I'm going to take your life for sure. To be continued. Chapter 749. Before making a move, Yan Zhaoge had long since considered many things. With Madame Kong possibly dead, the Grand Xian dynasty, especially Kong Ping and his sons, would likely not let this matter rest. Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan aside, Kong Ping possessed supreme strength, as he truly possessed the ability to threaten Yan Zhaoge with death. While Yan Zhaoge was on friendly terms with Golden Court Mountain, he was not a disciple of the southeastern Exalt's lineage at the end of the day. Also, Kong Ping similarly possessed a powerful background. Placing all his hopes on Lin Hanhua and the others would not be able to guarantee his safety. Yan Zhaoge naturally had to make preparations for himself. It was just that he had originally thought that this would come in handy when Kong Ping and the others came to attack the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Now that he had encountered Kong Ping here, while he was rather surprised, Yan Zhaoge did not panic. An early merging avatar martial saint facing an expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm, the early immortal bridge martial saint would undoubtedly be doomed for sure. If other first-level martial saints faced Kong Ping, who cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, they would only be insta-killed. Kong Ping would not even need to expend much effort. To him, however many such opponents came, they would all die. Today, however, Yan Zhaoge wanted to challenge this problem that seemed completely impossible in the eyes of others. The other party's cultivation base was there for all to see. The difference between their cultivation bases was just too great. He had no thoughts of fighting to the death with his opponent. Being able to escape would already be his victory. Battle was inevitable. Yan Zhaoge had never been in the mood to wait for death to come. However, how to battle and how to gain the most advantage for oneself involved many things. Before Kong Ping had truly made a move, Yan Zhaoge's entire body's true essence had already surged. If Kong Ping did not make a move, Yan Zhaoge's movements would be like he was performing a one-man show, amusing himself. However, Kong Ping made a move. This way, Yan Zhaoge's first move helped him seize the initiative, successfully eliminating Kong Ping's advantage in strength and speed. If he had not taken a half step forward and moved at the same time as Kong Ping, he would probably have been struck by the sword before he could react. Now, as Kong Ping stabbed out with his sword, Yan Zhaoge had already summoned the Extreme Yang Seal and the Northern Ocean clone. Kong Ping was expressionless, his expression not changing in the least. He used his finger as a sword, and where the faint sword light flashed, it was like a river of time. The sword light instantly filled the surrounding void, as though it was creating an independent world. In this world, everything was tainted by the sword light and turned pale. The movements of Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone abruptly slowed, while Kong Ping's sword light abruptly sped up. Amidst the difference in speed, Yan Zhaoge's earlier attempt to seize the initiative and wipe away Kong Ping's advantage became futile. The sword light arrived first, even though it was released later. Kong Ping was still faster. Beneath the freezing of time that resembled water, not only did the movements of Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone slow down, even the thoughts within their minds seemed to have slowed as well. Time in this world seemed to have come to a standstill, no longer flowing. The only one who defied this rule was Kong Ping and his sword. However, a light suddenly flickered within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. At this critical moment, his movements seemed to have sped up once more. Kong Ping struck out with the Tai Imperial Breaking Array, weakening the enemy and strengthening himself. Still, Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, as well as having obtained a remnant piece of the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture from Liaozheng, allowing him to make use of the foundation of the peerless Heavenly Scripture to be able to adapt flexibly. Yan Zhaoge did not even look at this sword of Kong Ping's. He was not so foolish as to compete in speed and variations with Kong Ping, who cultivated in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture and was at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. At this time, he could only deal with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, executing his thoughts with all his might. Yan Zhaoge raised his hands. The variations of the cyclic heavenly seal concealed within his left hand, while the profundities of the extreme Yang scripture were manifested with his right. Standing behind the Northern Ocean clone, he simultaneously struck the Northern Ocean clone's temples with his left and right hands, his right and left hands piercing through his ears. The true essence within his body surged as it transformed with the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture. All of it transformed into the purest power of extreme Yang. All the power of extreme Yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body. The temples on the sides of the Northern Ocean clone's head bulged high at this moment, flickering with dazzling radiance as they resembled two actual suns. Over this period of time, besides the initial Baihui acupoint on the top of his head, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had already refined his temples to see divinity, resonating with the stars in the sky. Having seen true divinity through his temples, he could temporarily barely contain the power of extreme Yang that was vast as an ocean. The power of extreme Yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body, similarly bearing the fist intent of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal and the extreme Yang scripture. He simultaneously pushed out with both hands towards the extreme Yang seal, rock chasing the sun. The extreme Yang seal that had originally resembled an actual sun descending from the heavens grew even mightier as it erupted with a powerful aura that had never been present before. Even Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping could feel the space before them becoming scorching hot. I am indeed only at the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm, but I have a clone that has attained the seeing divinity Martial Saint realm. Even though it was still insufficient to unleash the full power of the extreme Yang seal, it had succeeded in bringing it to a whole new level. Meanwhile, the foundation of the extreme Yang seal itself was far too powerful. This was one of the strongest high-rank saint weapons. It stood at the very top of all saint weapons. It wasn't something that the Emperor Xian's spear, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword, the solar lunar wheels, and the other treasures could compare to. The chance of survival that Yan Zhaoge wanted was right here. The violent extreme Yang seal directly collapsed space, ripping apart that sword light that resembled water. It is indeed unexpected. Still, how many times can you last? Kong Ping retracted his sword light, the long river of time soundlessly clashing with the tyrannical extreme Yang seal. The might of an immortal bridge martial saint was displayed to the point of perfection at this moment. Kong Ping did not retreat in the slightest, as his sword light suppressed the extreme yang seal in reverse. This thing is good. Sadly, in your hands, it is like casting pearls before swine. How can it protect your life? Kong Ping's sword intent surged madly, his sword light becoming even more tranquil and ethereal as its threat multiplied. However, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, along with the extreme yang seal, made use of the rebounding momentum of his sword light to fly backwards towards Yan Zhaoge. After the Northern Ocean clone had unleashed that rock chasing the sun, Yan Zhaoge no longer bothered with him. He seemed completely unconcerned about the success or failure of the extreme yang seal and the Northern Ocean clone's life and death. The light of thunder abruptly flickered within Yan Zhaoge's right eye. Executing finger flicking shocking thunder. Yan Zhaoge's true essence circulated once more, the power of extreme yang instantly reverting to chaos before next transforming into infinite thunder and lightning. Go! Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded like thunder as he executed an instant's thunder. His entire body's true essence of thunder and lightning erupted in an instant. In an instant, he ignited everything, going all out. Violent thunderbolts rampaged as they seemed to possess the might to split the heavens and split the earth apart. Even so, it was still insufficient to stand against Kong Ping of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. Yet this move of Yan Zhaoge's was not aimed at Kong Ping. The Northern Ocean clone and the extreme yang seal that flew backwards transformed into streaks of light, landing directly within Yan Zhaoge's palm as they transmitted a rebounding force to Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge bore this immense force with one hand as the low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, appeared in his other hand. Yan Zhaoge circulated the cyclic heavenly scripture, helping Yan Zhaoge convert the powerful force that had surged into his body that was virtually about to rip him apart into an even more powerful, explosive force. The force erupted as Yan Zhaoge stabbed outwards, merging with an instant's thunder from earlier as he advanced in the opposite direction. The sword intent of the immortal ending sword, which contained the intent of extermination, was concealed within this sword as well, helping Yan Zhaoge hack through the world of flowing light enveloped by the sword intent of Kong Ping's time, flowing sword. To be continued. Chapter 750. With the extreme yang seal blocking Kong Ping, Yan Zhaoge made use of this recoil to strike out in the opposite direction. Bolstered by an instant's thunder, Yan Zhaoge raised his explosive power to the maximum. Bolstered by an instant's divine thunder and using the immortal ending sword as its edge, Yan Zhaoge merged with his sword and soared into the air, forcibly ripping open a fissure amidst the world of flowing light formed of Kong Ping's sword light. In this crack, everything was no longer pale, and the flow of time returned to normal. Facing Kong Ping's powerful sword, Yan Zhaoge concentrated all of his power on a single point, thereby forming a piercing momentum, resembling an iron nail piercing through cowhide. Using this as a turning point, Yan Zhaoge successfully fought for a chance of survival for himself, completing a difficult problem that was impossible in the eyes of others. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's sword, Lin Hanhua's gaze abruptly flickered. Kong Ping looked coldly at Yan Zhaoge. Very spectacular! But then, he tapped lightly with his finger, and the sword light immediately transformed into a long river once more, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge. His sword light was even faster than Yan Zhaoge's fleeing speed. In an instant, the sword light caught up to Yan Zhaoge once more. And then, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, and then we shall meet again. Amidst the light laughter, boundless darkness appeared in the void like a curtain of night. Yan Zhaoge conveniently hid within, just a hair's breadth away from Kong Ping's sword light stabbing him. Kong Ping's sword light did not stop. Wherever his sword went, the boundless darkness was directly cut apart. However, Yan Zhaoge had already disappeared without a trace. It was as if the moment he entered the darkness, space and time were already different and could no longer be measured by the spatial distance of the outside world. Both Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping were slightly startled. In the vicinity, the clamorous voices of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners resounded. Lin Han Hua had made a branch altar of the dim darkness sect his encampment. While the dim darkness sect's chief Zhou Haoxing and the others had already left, there were still other dim darkness sect martial practitioners remaining in the vicinity. While he did not dare to disturb Lin Han Hua, this branch altar still retained the basic facilities of the dim darkness sect, its protective formations still present and functioning normally. Yan Zhaoge activated the formation and hid within. He had experienced the experience of traveling from a branch altar of the dim darkness sect to its main altar through the reverse Dao Tide formation. During that process, while Yan Zhaoge had been shaken to the point of dizziness, he had also gained a preliminary understanding of the dim darkness sect's legacy in formations. Afterwards, having cultivated in the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's dim Radiant 12 Arts, the supreme legacy and foundation of the dim Radiant sect, Yan Zhaoge had gained a deeper understanding of this lineage. When Yan Zhaoge had predicted that he would clash with Kong Ping, the formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar outside had been a part of his plan, a flight of stairs for him to retreat to. Those of the dim darkness sect were currently rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as they watched their formation suddenly being activated without any prior warning whatsoever. As the true owners of it, they were even unable to understand what was going on within. Although Kong Ping was surprised, he did not stop. The sword light turned and turned into a boundless light screen that enveloped the void. This branch altar of the dim darkness sect was instantly enveloped by his sword light, corroded by the sword intent of the time-flowing sword. The night sky that enveloped the dim darkness sect's branch altar shockingly grew sluggish as the flow of time within was about to be frozen. At the end of the day, this was only a branch altar of the dim darkness sect, unable to compare to the main altar which had been destroyed previously. Kong Ping possessed supreme strength. Where his sword light passed, he sought to destroy the formation before him along with Yan Zhaoge within it. However, just as his sword light began cleansing the boundless darkness, the formation before him suddenly began circulating in reverse. He can wield the core authority of the dim darkness sect's formation? The dim darkness sect is supporting him with all their might? Kong Ping was truly shocked this time. However, those of the dim darkness sect were actually even more astonished than he was. The core of the formation had not fallen into the control of an outsider. Why had such a heaven-shocking change occurred? The boundless darkness rapidly collapsed inwards, gradually congregating at a single point. The extreme darkness gave birth to an extremely resplendent brilliance, and this brilliance actually pierced through the void. As the protective formation circulated in reverse, the power of the formation erupted shockingly within a short period of time, slowing the speed of Kong Ping's sword light. After this eruption, the formation would collapse very quickly. However, this was already enough for Yan Zhaoge. Amidst the radiance, he stood side by side with the Northern Ocean clone, a great palace hovering above their heads. It was precisely the Myriad Dragon Palace. Before meeting Lin Han Hua, Yan Zhaoge had already secretly left the Myriad Dragon Palace within the protective formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar. His original intention had not been to guard against Lin Han Hua. Instead, he had experimented and verified the plan that he had come up with. Now that there was no time to verify the plan on paper, directly putting it into action was naturally a risky move. Still, however dangerous this experiment was, it would not be as dangerous as facing an enraged, immortal bridge martial saint alone now. Now, however risky Yan Zhaoge was, he had successfully taken another step forward according to his plan. He and the Northern Ocean clone landed within the Myriad Dragon Palace. Then the Myriad Dragon Palace rapidly descended along that bright radiance, shooting towards the hole in space. Having entered the chaotic flows of space, it still could not be considered as all was well. Kong Ping would definitely pursue them. With his cultivation base, Unless the chaotic flows of space were powerful to a certain extent, it would be hard to harm him. It was still unknown whether Yen Zhaoge could successfully extricate himself. Yet, having entered the chaotic flows of space, all paths connected to the surrounding area, infinite possibilities and boundless vastness. If Yen Zhaoge wanted to extricate himself, it would be much, much easier than remaining in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. At that point, even Kong Ping would not have absolute confidence that he would be able to keep Yen Zhaoge behind. From wielding the extreme Yang Seal to block the enemy's first round of attacks and seizing the initiative, to erupting with power that surpassed his opponent's expectations afterwards, breaking through space and escaping from his opponent's range of attacks before finally making use of the dim darkness sect's formation to successfully open up a passageway. Yen Zhaoge had been accurate and stable as he had carried out his plan step by step, forcibly obtaining a chance of survival amidst a situation where he was certain to die. Which expert of the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm would not be able to kill a martial practitioner of the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm easily? Kong Ping possessed shocking strength, surpassing many experts of the same cultivation level. Yet he was no longer completely confident of being able to keep Yen Zhaoge behind at this moment. Kong Ping's face was expressionless as his icy cold gaze blazed at this moment, revealing deeply concealed rage and hatred. Not saying a word, his figure flickered as he immediately arrived at the entrance of the dimensional passageway, wanting to enter deep into space and pursue Yen Zhaoge to the ends of the world. Now, however, a streak of sword chi shot out, obstructing Kong Ping even as it obstructed Yen Zhaoge as well. The protective formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar collapsed in reverse, the power that erupted obstructing Kong Ping, yet unable to do anything to anyone else. A figure traversed amidst space, his right hand extended, his index and middle fingers aligned as he similarly substituted a sword with his fingers. His sword and Kong Ping's sword intersected amidst space, intercepting that sword light that resembled a long river of time and space. Meanwhile, his left hand pierced into space, seemingly becoming incomparably massive as it grasped space, intercepting the myriad dragon palace that was currently in the process of fleeing into the distance. The one who had acted was precisely the Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua. To be continued. Chapter 751. Standing amidst space, Lin Hanhua simultaneously extended his hands, obstructing Kong Ping whilst obstructing Yen Zhaoge. The gazes of Yen Zhaoge and Kong Ping both hardened as they felt this to be out of their expectations. Lin Hanhua had remained silent all this while, as if he had already decided to watch from the sidelines and not interfere in the battle between the two sides. At this moment, he suddenly acted and intercepted both of them. What was the reason for this? Kong Ping frowned slightly. Shadow Mountain Lin, what exactly do you want? There was no abnormality in Lin Hanhua's expression as he said, calmly, a merging avatar martial saint who is able to attempt to flee from the hands of an immortal bridge martial saint. This Lin wants to see what heights such an outstanding youth can attain in the future. Such a genius, I will protect him. If you want to fight, then fight with the sword in my hand. Lin Hanhua glanced at Kong Ping. You possess outstanding strength. If you were at the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm like me, you would be a good opponent. Victory or defeat would still be unknown. Still, the current you is not my match. Kong Ping's eyes narrowed into slits. Just because you value talent? Lin Hanhua said calmly, you and I are both sword practitioners, so our spirit is stronger than that of ordinary warriors. I don't want to kill you, but if you fight to the death and refuse to retreat, then I can only cut you down with my sword. If I really have to pay with my life after this, I don't care. Ever since I started learning the sword, I have always felt fear in my heart, but my sword has never been slow because of this. Lin Hanhua looked Kong Ping up and down. Don't take any chances. You don't stand a chance. You shouldn't have brought the high-grade sacred artifact. the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword that Shin Lingzi left for you, right? Even if he did, it would be useless. A treasured light suddenly shone from his body. Sword Qi soared into the heavens, shocking everyone's soul. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Kong Ping immediately knew that the Lin Hanhua before them was accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact. Lin Hanhua said, "You still have fellow disciples, right? If they come with the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword, you might have a chance." Kong Ping was expressionless. Lin Hanhua's words had undoubtedly made his stance clear. He wanted to protect Yin Zhaoge to the death. If Kong Ping did not retreat, it would be a bloody battle to the death. Lin Hanhua no longer considered what the consequences would be. This sudden change caused Kong Ping to be puzzled, no matter how he thought about it. He didn't know what exactly caused Lin Hanhua to suddenly change his mind. The simple love of talent was too weak a reason. Shadow Mountain Lin, as you have said, we are all sword practitioners, Kong Ping said slowly. Although he did not know why Lin Hanhua had suddenly changed his mind, Kong Ping's sword Qi grew even stronger. He did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Blocked by Lin Hanhua, Yin Zhaoge did not attempt to break free as he simply halted, his gaze shifting between Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping. "Mr. Kong, why do you have to do this?" At this moment, a voice sounded beside him. A young man who looked to be in his 30s appeared before Yin Zhaoge and the others. While he did not assume much of a stance, his aura was still tyrannical to the extreme, allowing others to easily ascertain his cultivation base as an immortal bridge martial saint. The young man first bowed to Lin Hanhua, eldest martial brother. When Lin Hanhua saw this youth, he nodded slightly and said, "Junior martial brother Mu." Looking at the newcomer, Kong Ping was silent. The other party was called Mu Jun. He was someone who had returned to the Royal Reed Sea alongside him and Chen Zhiliang, a disciple of the southeastern Exalt lineage like Lin Hanhua, Zhang Ming, and Chen Zhiliang. His cultivation base far surpassed theirs, as he was an early immortal bridge martial saint like Kong Ping. He was one of the most outstanding disciples of the southeastern Exalt's lineage alongside Lin Hanhua. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Mu Jun smiled. "This must be little friend Yin Zhaoge? I heard Junior apprentice brother Zhang and Junior apprentice brother Chen mention you earlier. You are indeed a genius who surpasses all expectations." Exiting the Myriad Dragon Palace, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You overpraise me." Kong Ping said slowly, "Green Plain Sword King, this Khan has no intention of offending the southeastern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain. Still, I must avenge my wife's death. While I am untalented, I am not someone who can be easily bullied." Mu Jun gazed at Lin Hanhua, the two communicating through their gazes as they seemed to be secretly communicating via sound transmission. Lin Hanhua remained brimming with killing intent, revealing his sharpness as one was hard-pressed to look straight at him. After a while, Mu Jun retracted his gaze, chuckling as he appeared amicable. "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. According to what I know, the one who truly caused your wife's death seems to be someone else, not this little friend Yen before us." Kong Ping said mildly, "When this Kong came to meet the Shadow Mountain Sword King, this Kang's two senior apprentice uncles had already headed to the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit Region." The Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit Region was precisely where the Radiant Light sect was located. Hearing his words, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched. He Dongqing and Gu Zhang, two immortal bridge martial saints, had both arrived, and they likely also possessed the high-grade sacred artifacts, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword and the King Xian spear. The Radiant Light sect was doomed. Kong Ping's icy cold gaze swept across Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, the Radiant Light sect's Luo Yuan, the North Sea Sword Pavilions, Gu Hong, none of them can even think of escaping. Mu Jun said, Golden Court Mountain once said that the matter of your junior apprentice brother Liao Zhang would not be pursued any further. You still know when to advance and when to retreat even now. Mu Jun's tone changed. Still, your wife's death was really because she first tried to plot against this little friend Yen for the sake of past enmity, thus leading to the subsequent events. Of course, your wife was still unaware of the decision of Golden Court Mountain back then. Still, if we carefully consider it, it was still you who provoked her first. Kong Ping's gaze hardened. Green Plain Sword King means that Golden Court Mountain wants to protect this person. Mu Jun shook his head. My words naturally cannot represent my master's. Still, my eldest apprentice brother's intentions are my intentions. Kong Ping fell silent, his expression turning solemn. With Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun joining hands, he had no hope at all. The other party also possessed a high-grade sacred artifact, at the very least. If they really fought, they might even have been able to capture him alive. Even if he wanted to go all out, he might not have been able to do so. In the end, he had been rebuffed for no reason at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was now completely unbalanced. He had not thought that he would directly meet Yan Zhaoge at Lin Hanhua's place, having been somewhat unprepared. As his rage gradually subsided, Kong Ping's gaze turned even colder and sharper. Even if the net did not break and the fish died, there would naturally be someone who would settle the score with the net afterwards. Yet, if the fish did not die and was caught in the net for nothing before being sent back alive, that existence behind him would also lose face and be disappointed in him. At that time, there would truly be no hope for revenge at all. Kong Ping was silent for a long time before he inhaled deeply, turning and leaving. Under such circumstances, there was no point in saying anything, as he would only lose face for nothing. Still, whether it was Yan Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua, or Mu Jun, all of them knew that Kong Ping would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. Mu Jun sighed slightly. He might first go to the Radiant Light sect, but he might also be heading straight for the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Guhong. The North Sea Sword Pavilion helped junior apprentice brother Zhang and the others in apprehending those who trespassed on the southern blazing heaven territory's borders. Should I go over and take a look? Lin Hanhua shook his head. Guhong is also an immortal bridge martial saint. Mu Jun nodded, glancing at Yan Zhaoge through the corner of his eye as he sent via sound transmission, eldest apprentice brother. While I do not understand why you are so insistent on this, you had best inform Master as soon as possible. Lin Hanhua answered, yes, I will. Mu Jun smiled and nodded towards Yan Zhaoge before leaving. Now, only Yan Zhaoge and Lin Hanhua remained there. Lin Hanhua gazed at Yan Zhaoge, not speaking for a long time. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly before he heard Lin Hanhua slowly ask, Little friend Yan, you cultivate in the sword Tao of the prime, clear lineage. Chapter 752. While Lin Hanhua's tone was that of a question, his gaze that was looking straight at Yan Zhaoge contained no doubt at all, as it was like he was stating a fact. Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback, as many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. After learning that the earthly sovereign had forbidden descendants of the prime clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge had still paid attention to it despite not knowing the specific reason. Of the numinous treasure 4 swords, he cultivated in the immortal ending sword manual, which was most proficient in variations. Intentionally concealing it, it would be very hard for others to detect it, especially when Yan Zhaoge had concealed it with an instant's thunder, making it even harder for others to discover it. Kong Ping was similarly powerful and knowledgeable. While he might not be as knowledgeable as Lin Hanhua, he was still far from being comparable to ordinary people. Also, he had personally clashed with Yan Zhaoge, coming into contact with Yan Zhaoge's sword, directly facing its sharpness. Kong Ping had yet to detect it. How had Lin Hanhua recognized the immortal ending sword manual just by watching from the side? Could it be that Lin Hanhua had not actually seen through it, merely having sensed it? Now, was he actually trying to trick him with words? Yan Zhaoge pondered rapidly, but now heard Lin Hanhua continue. Who taught you the immortal ending sword? As soon as he said this, Yan Zhaoge knew that Lin Hanhua was not trying to trick him with words. Instead, the other party had really recognized the sword intent of the immortal ending sword. How had he done it? Light flickered slightly within Yan Zhaoge's eyes. There was only one possibility. Lin Hanhua cultivated in the sword Dao of the prime clear lineage as well, also cultivating in the immortal ending sword manual, just like Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Sword King has good eyesight. When I was still in the lower worlds that year, I indeed coincidentally obtained a remnant legacy of the numinous treasure 4 swords, the immortal ending sword. This Yan was delighted upon seeing, such a peak martial art. I naturally could not help but cultivate in it. In the end, it was only after arriving in the world beyond worlds that I learnt of the earthly sovereign's decree. I am not a descendant of the prime, clear lineage. Please do not tell others, Sword King. I thank you in advance here. Lin Hanhua glanced deeply at Yan Zhaoge before saying after a long time, Your immortal ending sword has not merged with the jade, clear lineage. It is not something left behind by the Lord of the Taoist, Heavenly Lord in the past, but is truly of the direct lineage of the prime, clear lineage. During the investiture of the gods, the legendary Lord of numinous treasures, immortal exterminating 4 swords, had once fallen into the hands of the descendants of the jade, clear lineage. The one who obtained the real, celestial extinguishing sword was Heavenly Lord Yuanshi's disciple, Heavenly Lord Daoxing. As a result, the sword intent of the immortal ending sword flowed into the jade, clear lineage. Still, it was ultimately different from the prime, clear, direct lineage. Thereafter, the Lord of the Taoist attainment, Heavenly Lord, rarely left behind descendants. The immortal ending sword manual of the jade, clear lineage had long since gone extinct before the great calamity. The immortal ending sword manual preserved in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was precisely one of the prime clear lineage's most orthodox numinous treasure 4 swords, originating from the prime clear descendants who resided in the Heavenly Court. Therefore, after hearing Lin Hanhua's words, Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Being able to differentiate between the jade clear lineage's immortal ending sword and the prime clear direct lineage's immortal ending sword, the difficulty had risen by yet another level. If one were to say that Lin Hanhua was not proficient in the celestial extinguishing sword, even the gods and Buddhas would not believe it. Also, Yan Zhaoge could be certain that Lin Hanhua also cultivated in the prime clear direct lineage's immortal ending sword. Here was the problem now. Not only was the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua renowned throughout the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, he was also a renowned figure in the entire world beyond worlds. It was to the extent that even the earthly sovereign might recognize him and be aware of his existence. Lin Hanhua's sword Dao would break rather than bend, having clashed with countless people in his lifetime. Yet, he had actually never revealed the secret that he possessed a sword Dao of the prime clear direct lineage all this time. Yan Zhaoge really wanted to ask him where he had learnt the immortal ending sword from. It would be fine if it was his own fortuitous encounter. Still, if Lin Hanhua was really a descendant of the prime clear lineage, that would really be too inconceivable. If he was of the prime clear direct lineage, what about his master, the southeastern Exalt? 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, Exalts of 10 territories. Would the earthly sovereign not know about the southeastern Exalt's background? If that was really the case, it would also be impossible for him to have attained his current position. Was it the southeastern Exalt who was helping his disciple conceal this? Or was there some other secret behind this that caused the earthly sovereign to tacitly approve of Lin Hanhua's existence? Or could it be that Lin Hanhua had betrayed his original lineage, going against the southeastern Exalt as his master afterwards? There were too many possibilities that were hard to discern. Also, it was hard to say what Lin Hanhua's current attitude was. While he had returned to protect him, helping to block Kongping, he still could not let his guard down. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he smiled. "Thank you for your guidance, Sword King. I did not really understand the difference between the two earlier." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Lin Hanhua said after a while, "You already know about the earthly sovereign's decree now. Do not take it lightly." Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, "I understand." Lin Hanhua nodded, no longer mentioning this matter, also not saying why he wanted to protect Yan Zhaoge, who bore the legacy of the prime clear lineage. He instead said, "Kongping has no intention of killing you. It is just that he was temporarily forced into retreat by me and junior apprentice brother Mu. It is even to the extent that after taking care of the Radiant Light sect, he might gather others of the Grand Xian dynasty and come here to force an abdication." Yan Zhaoge said, "I will be careful. Many thanks to the Sword King this time." Lin Hanhua shook his head. "It's fine." After taking his leave of Lin Hanhua, Yan Zhaoge did not immediately leave, as he instead stood amidst space, pondering. As Feng Yunsheng, Ah Hu, and Xiao Ai emerged from the Myriad Dragon Palace, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had previously remained in the Myriad Dragon Palace, concealed within the formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar. No one had thought that Yan Zhaoge would actually experience the most threatening tribulation he had faced ever since arriving in the world beyond worlds at this moment. Having survived this tribulation, while everyone was overjoyed, they also felt some lingering fear. "Young master, are we leaving just like this?" "It wasn't easy for the Shadow Mountain Sword King to take care of us," Ahu asked curiously. Yan Zhaoge said, "Kongping was not sufficiently prepared this time. It won't be so easy to send him off next time." We naturally have to thank Lin Hanhua for being willing to help us. Still, it would not be good for us to trouble him with a clear conscience. Most people still have to rely on themselves at the end of the day. Moreover, we still don't understand why Lin Hanhua is helping us now. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "If we remain here, our whereabouts will be confirmed. At the same time, it will be equivalent to us being imprisoned, unable to do anything at all. This is not a situation that I wish to see. While it is dangerous to temporarily leave, as long as we keep it a secret, our enemies will not be able to find us so easily." Ah Hu nodded, suddenly laughing as he seemed to rejoice in their misfortune. The Radiant Light sect is doomed this time. If Kongping also rushes over to their headquarters, it would be hard for them not to be exterminated. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits as he seemed to think of something. The Radiant Light sect is indeed doomed. Still, it is hard to say when that will be. I've just thought about it. Things aren't that simple. Someone wants to fish. To be continued. Chapter 753. Fishing. Ahu looked rather stunned at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said, "With Lin Hanhua protecting me, Kongping and the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to find trouble with me for the time being. All their fury will be directed towards the Radiant Light sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. In capturing the disciple of the Southern Exalt who had trespassed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion has contributed. This can also be considered as forming good karma with Golden Court Mountain." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, while Lin Hanhua said that Pavilion Lord Guhong is also an immortal bridge martial saint, implying that they will not interfere if Pavilion Lord Gu is really forced to seek protection from Golden Court Mountain. Golden Court Mountain will most likely not ignore him. Ahu grinned. Of the three sects, only the Radiant Light sect has to face the flames of fury of the Grand Xian dynasty alone. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Facing the large-scale attack of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect aside from the dim darkness sect that is truly incomparably weak, the North Sea, Sword Pavilion, and Copper Men Island will most likely still have to reinforce them. While Pavilion Lord Gu knows that he is also their target, he will probably still make a move. Ahu nodded. This was also expected. This was unless Gu Hong led the North Sea Sword Pavilion away from the Royal Reed Sea and asked Golden Court Mountain to help settle them elsewhere. Otherwise, if the Radiant Light sect was completely destroyed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion would similarly be hard-pressed to deal with the pressure of the Grand Xian dynasty alone. Feng Yunqing said. However, even if the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island rush to the aid of the Radiant Light sect, they will probably not be able to hold on. As compared to the last great battle, the strength of the anti-Xin coalition had been reduced. Meanwhile, on the side of the Grand Xin dynasty, their number one expert Kong Ping, who had not participated in the last great battle, had entered the battlefield this time. Under such circumstances, the anti-Xin coalition army would be in grave danger. Yan Zhaoge extended 3 fingers before curling one up, looking at the Radiant Light sect situation. If I had to think of a way, there are 3 most likely methods. One is to simply change the direction of our spear, abandoning our foundation in the world beyond worlds, and making use of the wound of the sky that leads to the 8 Extremities world to launch a full-powered attack on the 8 Extremities world. The entire sect descended into the 8 Extremities world, borrowing the suppression of the power of dimensions on martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint Realm to barely eliminate the numerical advantage of the Grand Xian dynasties pursuing experts. Simply put, since I can't become as strong as you in a short period of time, I'll try to make you as weak as me. Still, this was too great a sacrifice for the Radiant Light sect. Even if they had sufficient treasures to protect all of them in passing through the wound of the sky in one go, with their treasures having been depleted, it would be very difficult for all of them who had yet to reach the 4th level of the Martial Saint Realm to come back up. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he crooked a 2nd finger. Secondly, to protect the people, abandoning the Sun-Moon Peak of the Spirit Inheritance region, bringing along a group of disciples and heading to Copper Men Island. The power exerted by the 3 guardian Copper Men of Copper Men Island was equivalent to that of immortal bridge martial saints. The number 1 geographical advantage of the Royal Reed Sea was indisputable. Here, the anti-Xin coalition would have a chance to stand against the Grand Xian dynasty if they joined forces. However, this matter would no longer be the Radiant Light sect's problem alone. Copper Men Island becoming the main battlefield aside, the North Sea Sword Pavilion might very well be forced to give up on their foundations. Yan Zhaoge said, from the perspective of the overall situation and the long term, this method is rather rational. Still, it is hard to say whether the Radiant Light sect will choose it. As for the reason, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. It seems to be related to me. Yan Zhaoge's relationship with Golden Court Mountain was growing closer and closer as Lin Hanhua was even willing to block Kong Ping for Yan Zhaoge. In contrast, the Radiant Light sect had become the target of the Grand Xian dynasty's fury. It could only be imagined how despondent the Radiant Light sect must feel, since Golden Court Mountain was unable to protect them. Why couldn't they find a more suitable backer? It just so happened that the current Royal Reed Sea really did have such an existence. Yan Zhaoge raised a final finger, saying softly, "The southern blazing heaven territory." Hearing his words, looks of realization appeared on the faces of Feng Yunqing and Ahu. Ahu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master, that shouldn't be the case, right? In that case, it would be equivalent to the Radiant Light sect exterminating itself in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory." Yan Zhaoge smiled. That would have to depend on what the Southern Exalt thinks. At the end of the day, the Royal Reed Sea directly borders the southern blazing heaven territory. Ahu said solemnly, "If such a day really comes, the heavens and the earth of the Royal Reed Sea will truly be changed." Yan Zhaoge said, "Who says otherwise?" Still, if the Radiant Light sect becomes the vanguard of the southern blazing heaven territory's advance into the southeast, they themselves will be very likely cannon fodder, as they might not be able to enjoy the fruits of victory. If I had to choose, I would not choose this method. Still, who knows if Luo Ziyuan might suddenly go crazy. Feng Yunxing asked, "You said just now that someone wants to fish. Is this what you were referring to?" Ahu's expression changed slightly. The fish actually refers to the people of the southern blazing heaven territory. The Radiant Light sect is the bait, and the one who wants to fish is Golden Court Mountain? Yan Zhaoga nodded, not speaking. Ahu felt cold sweat trickling down his back. "Is it Lin Han Hua?" Yan Zhaoga shook his head. "No, it is most likely that person surnamed Mu. In coming to the Royal Reed Sea with Kong Ping and Chen Jiliang this time, he is monitoring the heaven-bearing Effecate formation on one hand while actually assisting Lin Hanhua in dealing with the matter of the Southern Exalt's lineage overstepping their boundaries on the other." At this point, Mu Jun's smiling, rather amicable face surfaced within Yan Zhaoga's mind. Comparatively speaking, Yan Zhaoga still felt that the sharp-looking Lin Hanhua was a little easier to deal with. Interacting with this Mu Jun would truly be being sold out by him. He might even be helping him count the money. "Of course, there is another possibility," Yan Zhaoga said. Mu Jun secretly contacted the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect was actually acting on Mu Jun's instructions and intentionally sowing discord, making use of the crisis brought about by the Grand Xian dynasty to come into contact with the people of the southern blazing heaven territory. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. This way, the Radiant Light sect is still walking on a knife's edge. Yan Zhaoga smiled. "Isn't that so? Of course, while the plan is good, it is not certain that the people of the southern blazing heaven territory will fall for it. This is actually more of a probe. Mu Jun wants to know the true intentions of the southern blazing heaven territory. If the other side had no intentions of marching into the southeast, they would likely have ignored the Radiant Light sect's request for reinforcements." Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, which do you think is more likely?" "It is still hard to say now. These are actually all just my guesses which require actual verification," Yan Zhaoga said. "We will know after observing the Radiant Light sect's next move." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoga led them in entering the Myriad Dragon Palace, diving into the deep sea as they headed for the Radiant Light sect Sun Moon Peak in the Spirit Inheritance region. On the way, Yan Zhaoga asked Xiao Ai, "Xiao Ai, when you were by Mother's side back then, did you hear her mention the matter of descendants of the prime, clear lineage?" When Yan Zhaoga had been discussing the Radiant Light sect and Mu Jun with Feng Yunsheng and Ahu earlier, Xiao Ai had clearly lacked interest. Only hearing Yan Zhaoga's words now did she concentrate. After carefully recalling for a moment, Xiao Ai's eyes lit up. Yes! Chapter 754. Once, this maid and Miss were inadvertently talking about the decree of the earthly sovereign forbidding descendants of the prime clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds. Xiao Ai recalled as she said, "At the time, Miss casually mentioned that descendants of the prime clear lineage actually existed in the world beyond worlds. It was just that they kept a low profile and possessed a unique identity. She only heard of it, not knowing the specifics. Still, the existence of such a person seems to have been tacitly permitted by the earthly sovereign, though the reason for this is unclear." Hearing her words, Ahu was left speechless. Isn't the earthly sovereign slapping his own face? Or is that person's background so powerful that even the earthly sovereign has to be wary of it? Yan Zhaoga slowly shook his head. The earthly sovereign's decree is not just a piece of paper. This person has been so secretive precisely because the earthly sovereign's authority is not to be trifled with. The earthly sovereign might have tacitly allowed him to conceal his identity and remain in the world beyond worlds due to some special considerations or because he has some sort of tacit understanding with others. While it was still impossible to confirm whether this person was Lin Hanhua, Yan Zhaoga was inclined to believe that it was him. It had always been rumored in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that Lin Hanhua's background was not simple, not merely being the head disciple of the southeastern Exalt. Still, few people knew the details of this. Yan Zhaoga sorted out his thoughts, controlling the myriad dragon palace to carry them through the deep sea towards the Sun-Moon Peak of the Spirit Inheritance region where the Radiant Light sect was located. As they gradually approached the Spirit Inheritance region, Yanjiaoge became even more careful and secretive as he did not expose his tracks. The Spirit Inheritance region had definitely already become a battlefield. It was inevitable that the Grand Xian dynasty would surround the Spirit Inheritance region. With Yan Zhaoge exposed here, Kong Ping would definitely not hesitate in the slightest, as he would immediately turn and lunge towards Yan Zhaoge. Aside from traveling, Yan Zhaoge spent most of his time in the Myriad Dragon Palace cultivating. He had already gained an initial insight into the Yin Yang heavenly scripture, refining the power of dim moon into the power of minor yin, and absorbing the essence qi of the extreme yang seal into the power of extreme yang. He had gained so much in such a short period of time. If it were anyone else cultivating in the Yin Yang heavenly scripture, even if their talent and comprehension abilities were similar, they would still be hard-pressed to do so. On one hand, he had benefited from the power of dim moon within his body, as well as the pure and refined essence qi of the extreme yang seal. On the other hand, he had benefited from the abnormalities of the wound of the sky, which had transformed into a unique environment of illusory dimensions. Apart from that, Yan Zhaoge's foundation, the peerless heavenly scripture, had also been greatly reliant on him. Cultivating the first of the 10 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scriptures, the peerless heavenly scripture, the source of all techniques, with this as a foundation, learning the other 9 scrolls of the heavenly scriptures would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, on the other hand, if he wanted to truly master the peerless heavenly scripture and cultivate it to its peak, he needed the other 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures as his foundation. There was a beginning and an end. It was both a beginning and an end. The beginning and the end were one and the same. It was extremely mysterious. Benefiting from cultivating in the Yin Yang heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was also growing unceasingly. He could even feel that he was gradually approaching the second layer martial saint realm. As long as he took another step forward, he could try to open that door and enter a whole new realm. Great Yang, Great Yin, Lesser Yang, and Lesser Yin are all cultivated. It should be time for me to advance further. Feeling the changes in his martial concept and true essence, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The cultivation of the power of extreme Yin and the power of Lesser Yang did not require the help of external forces. Having already successfully cultivated the power of extreme Yang and the power of Lesser Yin, he would naturally be able to slowly form the corresponding power of extreme Yin and power of Lesser Yang. This was a process of analyzing and comprehending the profundities within the Yin Yang heavenly scripture in the first place. It was very normal for one to have the help of fortuitous encounters and treasures. Still, blindly relying on external forces would be neglecting the essentials. Many things ultimately had to depend on one's own comprehension. The combination of the inside and the outside was the true way. Yan Zhaoge aside, his Northern Ocean clone was also cultivating diligently, striving to refine more of his acupoints to see divinity and resonate with the actual stars in the sky. The more acupoints one had, the more powerful they would be. When they had attained a certain level, they would be able to open up a path between the heavens and the earth and step onto the immortal bridge, entering yet another world. With the great number of true dragon corpses in the Myriad Dragon Palace and the treasures from the dim, radiant mausoleum, the resources here were abundant as they surpassed even many major sects of the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and Pan Pan had all benefited from this as well. It would be very hard to produce peak experts just by relying on external resources alone. Still, there was not a single person here who was not extremely talented. Under such circumstances, sufficient resources would be able to help geniuses save a great deal of time, helping them to grow faster and ascend to the peak. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it would be for them to advance further, as well as the more time it would take to do so. As compared to Yan Zhaoge, who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Feng Yunsheng and the others who were still martial grandmasters were currently improving even more rapidly. Ending his cultivation, Yan Zhaoge's gaze scanned the great hall. He saw that Hu and Xiao AI were still cultivating with their eyes closed, while Feng Yunsheng had just ended her cultivation, temporarily coming to a halt. If the Radiant Light sect does not have a suitable maiden of extreme Yin, they must have been working hard to nurture Meng Wan over the past few years. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The Radiant Light sect is naturally far wealthier than the Sacred Sun clan. The cultivation environment of the world beyond worlds is also far better than that of the Eight Extremities world. Meng Wan's current cultivation base should have improved by leaps and bounds as well. Still, as compared to us, the Radiant Light sect is really poor. Feng Yunsheng retracted her cultivation, the dim blue radiance of the cold sun dissipating within her pupils. There will still be a contest at the end of the day. To be honest, I actually feel some anticipation towards it, even though the extreme Yin bout is already a thing of the past. The stubbornness within her heart had already gradually faded. Still, she was still a competitive person at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I guess that Meng Wan should also be looking forward to it. Feng Yunsheng nodded. From my understanding of Little One, your guess is right. Whether it was her gentle and elegant demeanor in front of outsiders or her casual demeanor in front of Feng Yunsheng, there was a single fact that could not be concealed. She was similarly a woman with her own pride and determination. With the Radiant Light sect likely facing a crisis of life and death this time, they should not be able to hide the secret of the extreme Yin crown, right? Feng Yunsheng asked. Yan Zhaoge said, it will definitely be another great commotion. We have to take part in it as well. The myriad dragon palace soundlessly arrived in the vicinity of the spirit inheritance region. Now, intense power fluctuations emanated from the distance, even from deep within the sea, as numerous experts were currently clashing. Yan Zhaoge thought, the Sun-Moon Peak has yet to be breached. From the looks of it, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island have indeed rushed over to reinforce this place. Still, despite having reinforcements, the anti-Xian side was clearly at a disadvantage. The numerous experts of the Grand Xian dynasty attacked in unison, causing the spirit inheritance region to be scarred for tens of thousands of li. To be continued. Chapter 755. Yan Zhaoge could not approach the spirit inheritance region now, as he controlled the myriad dragon palace to rise from the deep sea in the distance. Where the sea and the sky intersected, radiance that resembled water obscured the heavens and concealed the sun, seemingly forming a realm of its own as it separated the space inside from the outside. Enveloped by the light of water, everything within appeared pale and sluggish. Beneath the scourge of time, all things had become incomparably weak. However heroic one might be, however powerful one might be, they would still be hard-pressed to stand against the flow of time, as they would eventually decline one day. Tens of thousands of years later, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it would merely be an illusion left for later generations to judge. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge could not help but shake his head. The joining of three immortal bridge martial saints who cultivate in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture is indeed extraordinary. Kong Ping, Gu Zhang, and He Dongqing, the three experts who all cultivated in the time-flowing sword, attacked together, their sword light directly enveloping the spirit inheritance region. Everything was experiencing the scourge of time as they advanced towards old age and destruction, the only difference being the strength of their opponents. The benefits of Yan Zhaoge's timely report and the decisive attack of the anti-Xin coalition now manifested. Gu Zhang had been jointly injured by Gu Hong, Zhou Haoxing, Gong Sunwu, and Luo Luanbak then, as he had still yet to fully recover even now. It was all thanks to this that the anti-Xian coalition of the spirit inheritance region's Sun-Moon Peak could now just barely hold on. Still, Kong Ping and the others indisputably held the upper hand. Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, You can pay with your lives for my wife's." Kong Ping was expressionless, his gaze icy cold as he stood amid space directly above the sun-moon peak. His sword light was indifferent as water. While it seemed inconspicuous, it was actually the most powerful existence here. Where his sword light passed, all things fell silent before becoming old and mottled. Atop the sun-moon peak, Luo Ziyuan's face was livid as he wielded the sun wheel of the sun-moon wheels, relying on his guardian grand formation as he unceasingly clashed with his opponent. Meanwhile, Gu Hong had arrived at the sun-moon peak as well. Kong Ping had placed the blame for Madame Kang's death on him as well. Even as he attacked Luo Ziyuan, he did not relax in his attacks against Gu Hong. Gu Hong's expression was calm as he brandished his sword in an unrestrained manner, resisting the attacks of his opponent that resembled the tides. Yet, Kong Ping was too powerful. Wherever his sword light passed, Gu Hong's majestic sword intent instantly turned pale and powerless. Even if the sea was vast and boundless, with the passage of countless years, it could still turn into land or even dry up into a desert. Unlike how Kong Ping had used his fingers as a sword in Lin Hanhua's place, the current Kong Ping was even wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword. With a sword in hand, Kong Ping alone was enough to suppress Gu Hong and Luo Ziyuan to the point where they practically had no strength to retaliate. Aside from Kong Ping, Gu Zhang and He Dongqing had also attacked together, beating the anti-Xin coalition to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. The chief of Copper Men Island, Gong Sunwu, was at the peak of the late Seeing Divinity stage. Without a high-grade sacred artifact in hand, he was even somewhat unable to interfere in this battle. The anti-Xin coalition could only rely on the Radiant Light Sect's Guardian Grand Formation to barely hold on, but they were in a precarious situation. From Yen Zhaoge's perspective, he could even see flames lighting up from time to time amidst the heavens and earth enveloped by that sword light that resembled water. Under the combined efforts of Kong Ping and the others, such a powerful sword will seal everything. Everything turned pale, and this fiery light seemed so dazzling. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was most likely the work of the Grand Xian dynasty's King Xuanmu, wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian Spear. The Grand Xian dynasty's experts had come out in full force this time. Their determination to trample the sun-moon peak was indisputable. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that within the world of swordlight there was still bright, clear moonlight that flickered for a moment. The extreme Yin crown. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. It is still unable to exert the power it should. This means that the Radiant Light sect originally did not have a sufficiently powerful expert who possesses the extreme Yin body. The one who currently wields the extreme Yin crown is most likely still Mengwan. The current extreme Yin crown was clearly much more powerful than it had been in the Eight Extremities world. This treasure was currently already able to exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. In the Radiant Light sect, Mengwan's cultivation base had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds as well, thus being able to coordinate better with the extreme Yin crown. Still, in the current situation, the extreme Yin crown that could only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact was still a little insufficient. Its greatest use was in symbolism and deterrence. Just like how the extreme Yang seal had been the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary Gaohan of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries that year, the original owner of the extreme Yin crown was similarly illustrious, being the exalted lunar luminary, who was one of the 9 luminaries alongside Gaohan. The sudden appearance of this treasure in the virtuous spirit region's sun-moon peak had surpassed everyone's expectations. Gu Hong, Gong Sunwu, and the others had limited understanding of the relationship here, but they were just taken aback. Kong Ping and the others of the Grand Xian dynasty were greatly shocked. If the Radiant Light sect was related to the exalted lunar luminary, they would likely have kicked a metal plate in coming to trample on the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect, having been able to last for so long without being breached, also had to do with the Grand Qian dynasty having reservations about it. After repeated probing, while the Radiant Light sect had intentionally misled them, the Grand Qian dynasty had still seen through some clues at the end of the day. Only then had they gradually unleashed their ferocious attacks. The pressure on the anti-Qian coalition grew greater and greater. The seawater surrounding the Sun Moon Peak had already been completely evaporated, the land shattering unceasingly as only a lone peak remained, protected by the formation that seemed on the verge of collapse. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge pondered in silence. As soon as the Guardian Grand Formation is broken, it will instantly be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, as the anti-Qian side's defenses will likely directly collapse. As if verifying Yin Zhaoge's thoughts, the radiance of the formation gradually dissipated as the Grand Qian dynasty's attacks surged madly along with it. As time passed, the Radiant Light sect's Guardian Grand Formation finally collapsed completely. The radiance of the bright, dazzling mountain peak that resembled the sun and moon in the sky instantly dimmed. Numerous cracks immediately appeared on the mountain peak that had originally already been on the verge of collapse, as it looked like it was about to collapse. At the top of the mountain, Gong Sun Wu roared anxiously, "This place cannot be defended for much longer." Gu Hong sighed, "Chief Luo, let's go." Luo Ziyuan roared towards the heavens, feeling incomparably furious. If not for having been screwed over by Yin Zhaoge in the wound of the sky, how would he have fought Madame Kong to the death for his own life, thus forming a reconcilable enmity now? Kong Ping had named 3 people to avenge his wife, yet Yin Zhaoge was clearly the weakest of the 3, being all alone. Yet Kong Ping had instead come to look for his Radiant Light sect first. If Golden Court Mountain had said that they would never interfere in the internal conflicts of the Royal Reed Sea, why had they still persisted in protecting Yin Zhaoge? Go! Luo Ziyuan roared furiously, first shooting into the skies, bringing along Mengwan, who wore the extreme Yin crown, and those of the Radiant Light sect as they transformed into streaks of light, speedily fleeing into the distance. Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu followed suit. The Grand Qian dynasty would naturally not allow them to escape, their attacks pressuring over with mountain toppling, sea overturning attacks. Looking back, Luo Ziyuan saw that his clan had stood tall for many years had been reduced to ash, falling to the ground. He could not help but feel as though his heart was being pierced by a knife. Staring at Kong Ping, he pointed towards the north, saying furiously, "There's a wound of the sky that leads to the 8 extremities world where that Yin Zhaoge hails from. His lineage and lineage are all located there. You do not dare to look for him personally. I wonder if you dare to go to that lower world." Chapter 756. Hearing Luo Ziyuan's words, Gu Hong's expression immediately changed. Even Gong Sun Wu's expression was rather unnatural by the side. Luo Ziyuan snorted coldly, not even looking back as he fled into the distance after having said those words. Within the wound of the sky, in order to survive, Luo Ziyuan had only been able to engage in a life and death battle with Madame Kong. In the end, Madame Kong had directly perished. If not for this enmity, facing the might of the Grand Qian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect might have been able to submit to them. Now, however, this path had been completely blocked. Luo Ziyuan was enraged to the point of madness. His hatred towards Yin Zhaoge was not any less than that of the Grand Qian dynasty, who had destroyed his sect in the least. If he could divert this trouble to them now, he would naturally be very happy to do so. Kong Ping said coldly, "Go, we will naturally go." Still, Luo Ziyuan, don't even think of running. Luo Ziyuan hated him inwardly, not daring to halt in the slightest as he fled into the distance. He fled in the direction of the clear scenic region. In the sea of the clear scenic region, endless magnetic storms rampaged, forming a natural barrier for the Radiant Light sect. Yet it was also like a precipitous abyss. The Grand Qian dynasty had surrounded the Sun-Moon Peak of the virtuous spirit region, leaving only the clear scenic region untouched. With the Sun-Moon Peak broken, Luo Ziyuan and the others breaking out of the encirclement in the direction of the clear scenic region was exactly what the Grand Xian dynasty wanted. Making use of the endless magnetic storms to obstruct their escape, they could also kill or wound them. Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, and Gong Sun Wu all understood this as well. Fortunately, the endless magnetic storms above the sea of the clear scenic region just happened to be relatively weak at this time. They might still have a chance if they tried to traverse this path. Even as the endless magnetic storms obstructed their path, they would similarly obstruct the Grand Xian dynasty's pursuers, giving them a chance at survival. When the Sun-Moon Peak had been surrounded, Luo Ziyuan and the others had already decided on this path of retreat. Looking at the departing figures of Luo Ziyuan and the others, Kong Ping directly followed them. King Xian, I will have to trouble you to lead some people to the wound of the sky to take a look. We will go pursue Luo Ziyuan and Gu Hong, Kong Ping said as they walked. Gu Zhang, He Dongqing, and the others all moved as well, pursuing the clear scenic region with Kong Ping. King Xuanmu nodded. All right, this king will head over to the wound of the sky. All of you should be careful of that endless magnetic storms as well. On King Xuanmu's orders, a great number of experts of the Grand Xian dynasty left alongside Kong Ping and the others. However, there were still many elite soldiers and valiant generals under King Xuanmu's command who followed him north in the direction that Luo Ziyuan had pointed out in search of that wound of the sky. Under the radiant light sex treatment, this wound of the sky was usually not constantly maintained, instead closing and healing itself. It would only open again after being activated by a secret technique. Previously, it would hide in the void for a long time without a trace. Still, as an expert of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, King Xuanmu's senses towards the changes of space would naturally not be weak. Now that he had a definite direction and a known target, he quickly found the sky wound that Luo Ziyuan had mentioned. After staring at the empty space in front of him for a moment, he struck out with the King Xian's spear in his hand. Boundless flames condensed at the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear thrust forward, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void, which continued to tear and expand in all directions. An indescribable radiance flickered within the crack. Numerous folds of space stacked together as a terrifying power of dimensions was formed. Gazing at the sea of the spirit inheritance region from afar, Yan Zhaoge could see that the radiance of the Sun-Moon Peak, which had originally illuminated the surrounding area, had dimmed before it shattered. Streaks of light fled in the direction of the clear scenic region. Yan Zhaoge knew that they should be Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, and the others. If the Radiant Light sect had not decided to kill their way into the Eight Extremities world, instead continuing to operate in the world beyond worlds, breaking out of the clear scenic region while it seemed dangerous, it was actually a pretty good choice in this season where the endless magnetic storms were relatively weak. Yan Zhaoge felt that if he were in their shoes, he would also be able to make the same decision as Luo Ziyuan and the others. What he was interested in was where the Radiant Light sect would go after successfully breaking out of the encirclement and temporarily shaking off the pursuit of the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, when Yan Zhaoge had noticed that the Grand Xian dynasty had clearly split into two groups, he had already sensed that something was wrong. One group chased after Luo Ziyuan and the others towards the clear scenic region, while the other group headed north of the Sun-Moon Peak. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. That place is very likely where the wound of the sky that leads to the Eight Extremities world is located. The Radiant Light sect is not going down themselves. Instead, they want to draw the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who similarly have enmity with me to the Eight Extremities world, which would be detrimental to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. The Radiant Light sect might not have had the time to introduce the details of the Eight Extremities world to the Grand Xian dynasty. The Grand Xian dynasty was likely not clear on the current situation in the Eight Extremities world. If a group of people descended under such circumstances, it would be a huge problem indeed. Unless their number surpassed a certain level, they would not be able to do anything to Yendi, who had remained there. If Yuan Zhengfeng had already returned to the Eight Extremities world, that would be even less of a problem. The only problem was that there would be too many peak experts descending. Even if their cultivation bases were all suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint realm, if they were to wreak havoc together, the Eight Extremities world itself might not be able to withstand the destructive power of their battle. In comparison to the world beyond worlds, the Eight Extremities world was much weaker. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoga temporarily gave up on going to the clear scenic region. However much the endless magnetic storms were in a weakened state, the clear scenic region was still a perilous place in the Royal Reed Sea. The Grand Xian dynasty, as well as Luo Ziyuan and the others, would still have to go around in circles within. Yan Zhaoga headed north of the Sun-Moon Peak as well. Along the way, Yan Zhaoga still concealed his tracks. Looking at that fiery light flying towards the north, it was likely that the expert leading the group to the wound of the sky was the current King Xian of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. While this person's cultivation base was inferior to Kong Ping's, he was still a peak expert of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. More importantly, he was accompanied by the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear. This treasure was the heirloom of the Grand Xian dynasty, having been forged by their founder, King Xianwen. It was perfectly compatible with the martial legacies of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family. Therefore, while King Xuanmu, who had yet to reach the Immortal Bridge stage, was unable to exert the power of this high-grade sacred artifact to the maximum, as one with the spear, he would still be able to stand against early Immortal Bridge martial saints. While such an opponent would not be as troublesome as Kong Ping, he would still be extremely powerful. While it was hard to say what would happen in the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoga still had to be careful in the world beyond worlds. Having been discovered here, Yan Zhaoga believed that the other party would definitely be coming for him first. Gazing into the distance, he saw King Xuanmu and the others halt. King Xuanmu stabbed out with his spear, the wound of the sky reopening. Without pausing in the slightest, King Xuanmu issued a command, the numerous seeing divinity martial saints behind him all entering the spatial crevice. To be continued. Chapter 757. Yan Zhaoga soundlessly followed King Xuanmu and the others north from the Sun-Moon Peak, arriving where a wound of the sky was located. Having arrived there, with King Xuanmu opening the wound of the sky, several martial saint experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had descended into the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoga blinked, not approaching. With the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, in his hands, King Xuanmu was virtually equivalent to an Immortal Bridge martial saint expert. As the ruler of the Dexian Empire, other than the King Xian spear, he definitely had a mid-grade sacred weapon with him. Perhaps he even had more than one. Now that he was facing him head-on, he could only run. However, compared to facing Kong Ping, running was much easier. If King Xuanmu was at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, Yan Zhaoga would indeed have a few plans that he would like to try out. Of course, all of this was built on the foundation that they had all battled in the world beyond worlds. If they descended to the Eight Extremities world, it would be a completely different matter. In just a few moments, the wound in the sky suddenly shook violently. Standing at the entrance of the wound of the sky, King Xuanmu first revealed a look of astonishment before his expression turned extremely ugly. The void crevice fluctuated, and two figures escaped from it in a sorry state, still in a state of shock. King Xuanmu and the others who remained in the world beyond worlds were all incomparably stunned. The two were both furious and ashamed, wishing that they could find a hole in the ground to bury themselves in. However, they could not refuse King Xuanmu's words. Hearing their descriptions, everyone had looks of disbelief on their faces. A mid-merging avatar martial saint single-handedly took on all of you? The others are either dead or injured. But all of you are only able to return because you no longer restrained yourselves, releasing all of your power beyond the limits of the lower realm. Forcefully ascending? Someone didn't even have the time to break free from the suppression of the domain's power and was killed in that lower realm. The consecutive rhetorical questions indicated that King Xuanmu was extremely shocked as well. Someone beside him unconsciously asked, could that Yen Jiaoge have secretly returned to that lower world before this? The other party shook his head exasperatedly. We naturally recognize that Yen Jiaoge's appearance. How could we not recognize him? He paused for a moment and said hesitantly, but... Another person who had escaped from the Eight Extremities world continued. Still, he does indeed resemble the Yen Jiaoge somewhat in terms of appearance, just looking a little older. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty exchanged looks. King Xuanmu's expression turned solemn. Good! What a Eight Extremities world! With that, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he took a step forward and walked toward the crack in the void. My subjects, who's willing to follow me to the lower realms to see what's so magical about that place? To be able to cultivate to this level, any martial artist would have their own confidence and pride. If King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late seeing divinity stage, descended to a lower world, while his cultivation base would be suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm, he would be incomparable to them who were at the fourth and fifth level of the martial saint realm. Even though their cultivation levels were the same, there was a world of difference in their experience and understanding of martial arts. Even if King Xuanmu suppressed himself to the third level of the martial saint realm, most seeing divinity martial saints would probably not be a match for him. With such strength, if he did not even dare to go to a lower realm, King Xuanmu could forget about cultivating martial arts in the future. The people around him agreed, we are willing to travel with the king. The two who ran back hesitated. In the Eight Extremities world, that person who bore a striking resemblance to Yen Jiaoge had left too deep a shadow in their hearts. His domineering martial arts aside, the key was that unique saber intent of his, which was domineering, and domineering was something they had never seen in their entire lives. Even in the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds, they had never personally witnessed it before. The terrifying saber aura virtually left these two, seeing divinity, martial saints, traumatized. Still, the two were people with outstanding wills, as they knew that they had to overcome this fear. Also, if they retreated now, they would no longer have the face to meet others in the future. We are willing to be the vanguard of the king. The two grit their teeth, saying resolutely. King Xuanmu nodded, radiance circulating within his hands as the spear landed in the hands of a golden-armored martial practitioner beside him. You lot wait here for this king. Also, immediately send people to the clear scenic region to chase after Senior Apprentice Brother Kong and the others, explaining the uniqueness of this Eight Extremities world. Those of you left behind should also be careful. While the main force of the rebels has been forced into the region of Sea of the Clear Scenic Region, there may still be other survivors. That golden-armored martial practitioner said, You can rest easy, king. With the King Xian spear here, so long as it is not Guhong or Luo Ziyuan with the sun-moon wheels, none of them will matter. Someone else now said, King, that Yen Jiaoge was only able to avoid Mr. Kang's pursuit by relying on the protection of the Shadow Mountain Sword King. We have always been vexed over how to draw him out. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. King Xuanmu pondered for a moment before saying, We should first deal with the situation here in the Eight Extremities world. I wonder if he can directly communicate with his lineage there. If he can, having received news beforehand, he might not walk right into our trap as we wish. After this king has returned from this Eight Extremities world, we will spread the news and lure him here. Before this king returns, do not act rashly. He possesses the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal, having nearly escaped from Senior Apprentice Brother Kang's sword. He is not to be underestimated. Everyone replied in unison, As you command. King Xuanmu said no more as he directly strode into the wound of the sky. Most of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners here followed closely behind him with the aura of a vast army of thousands. In the distance, while Yan Zhaoge was unable to clearly see the situation in the vicinity of the wound of the sky, he was still able to guess a thing or two from the changes there. This was especially so with the fiery light still surging into the heavens, signifying that the King Xian spear was still here. While its aura was still abundant as compared to before, its spirituality had weakened somewhat. This meant that while King Xuanmu had likely personally descended into the Eight Extremities world, the King Xian spear was still here. Unlike seeing divinity martial saints and immortal bridge martial saints who could descend into the lower worlds after suppressing their cultivation bases, high-grade and mid-grade sacred artifacts would not be able to descend unless they were able to reign in their power. There were extremely few high-grade sacred artifacts and high-grade sacred artifacts who were able to do this. If they were unable to reign in their power, they would require the help of their master. However, this would require much effort, as it was very difficult. This was one of the main reasons why the Radiant Light sect would not choose to move their entire sect to the Eight Extremities world. The Grand Xian dynasty had not known that there was a wound of the sky in the vicinity of the spirit inheritance region that led to the Eight Extremities world. They had naturally been unable to make preparations beforehand. Seeing this, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards, confident. I like it. Seeing that the shaking of the wound of the sky had ceased, Yan Zhaoge knew that King Xuanmu and the others had already completely left the world beyond worlds, heading to the Eight Extremities world. The Northern Ocean clone immediately flew out of the Myriad Dragon Palace, resembling a great rock spreading its wings as he brought Yan Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace along with him, flying directly towards the wound of the sky. To be continued. Chapter 758. The Northern Ocean clone's true essence surged, transforming into numerous streams of light. The light condensed into a pair of wings that blotted out the sun. With a flap of its wings, it flew for thousands of miles as it flew towards the wound of the sky. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had remained behind were all experts as well. Before Yan Zhaoge had even neared, they had already sensed him as they gazed over in unison. However, when they saw who it was, they could not help but be stunned. Yan Zhaoge! In their eyes, it was only thanks to the protection of Lin Hanhua and Mu Junshi that Yan Zhaoge had been able to remain safe and sound, with Kong Ping temporarily giving up on his revenge, that Yan Zhaoge should be obediently staying by Lin Hanhua's side now, forming a death enmity with an immortal bridge martial saint who had the assistance of numerous peak experts behind him. Instead of staying obediently by the side of those who could protect him, he had even gone out to roam about. What else could it be but courting death? Whether it was Kong Ping, King Xuanmu, and the others, all of the Grand Xian dynasty had previously been having a headache over how to draw Yan Zhaoge out. Attacking the Eight Extremities world was partly to vent his anger and partly to draw Yan Zhaoge out. Never would anyone have thought that not only had Yan Zhaoge left, he had even found his way directly to the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region. Could it be that he didn't know that the great battle that had just occurred here had gathered all the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty? Kong Ping, Gu Zhang, and He Dongqing were 3 immortal bridge martial saints. In addition, there were 2 high-grade sacred weapons, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword and the Xian King spear, besides defending the lineage of the southeastern exalt. Such a lineup would be sufficient for them to rampantly dominate the entire Royal Reed Sea. The destruction of the Sun-Moon Peak was the best example. The ones guarding the mountain earlier were not just the Radiant Light sects Luo Ziyuan and the others. There were also experts of the North Sea, Sword Pavilion, and Coppermen Island. Relying on the geographical advantage of their clan, they had ultimately been unable to stand against the Grand Xian dynasty who had attacked with all their might. Even so, however, Yan Zhaoge had actually appeared in the spirit inheritance region, right before them. All the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners felt this to be inconceivable. The Grand Xian dynasty experts who remained outside the wound of the sky all subconsciously observed their surroundings once more. They suspected that a disciple of the southeastern Exalt's lineage had also arrived in the vicinity and had changed his mind, wanting to do them harm. This was the only reason they could think of why Yan Zhaoge would appear here. Otherwise, why would he dare to come? But after scanning the area, he didn't find anything. Logically speaking, if the experts of Golden Court Mountain wanted to deal with them, they did not have to hide. They could just attack openly. They were the true masters of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The group of Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners could not help but feel even more astonished now. However, they quickly regained their senses. With those of Golden Court Mountain not present, if Yan Zhaoge had come alone, wouldn't that be exactly what they wanted? Previously, he had been thinking about how to lure Yan Zhaoge out. Now that the other party had finally walked right into his trap, it really couldn't be any better. While Kong Ping and the others were not present, and King Xuanmu had also led most of their forces in descending into the Eight Extremities world, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners present did not feel any fear. The high-grade sacred artifact, the Xian King's spear, gave them sufficient confidence. That golden-armored practitioner who was temporarily wielding the King Xian spear in King Xuanmu's stead yelled, "Do not advance rashly due to greed. If anything goes wrong, His Majesty will not be able to account for it." He raised the King Xian's spear, saying respectfully, "Please forgive this subject for overstepping his authority." With that, the fiery light on his body roiled, instantly transforming into the momentum of incinerating the heavens. Numerous swans, white cranes, owls, and great rocks soared high amidst the sea of flames, circling within the sky. This golden-armored martial practitioner was clearly of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, as he cultivated in the most orthodox 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear. His spear formed a coiling seal as he met the rapidly approaching Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. The sea of flames surged, fell soaring as they heavily surrounded Yan Zhaoge, cutting off his path of retreat. Yan Zhaoge could tell with a single glance that the other party did not want to settle things with him, instead wanting to tie him down. That golden-armored martial practitioner said to those beside him, "Send someone down immediately to report this to His Majesty. At the same time, send someone else to the clear scenic region to inform Mr. Kong and the others. As long as we can tie down this Yan Zhaoge here, it will already be a great merit. Whether His Majesty returns to the world beyond worlds later, or Mr. Kong and the others return, today will be the day of this Yan Zhaoge's death." The remaining Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners loudly agreed. "Now it is like catching a turtle in a jar." Hearing their words, Yan Zhaoge laughed. "With just the likes of you, can you do it?" Amidst his laughter, Yan Zhaoge was swift and decisive as he simultaneously clapped on the temples of the Northern Ocean clone. The majestic power of Extreme Yang was simultaneously infused within the body of the Northern Ocean clone beneath the multiple concepts of the cyclic heavenly scripture, Yin Yang heavenly scripture, and Extreme Yang scripture. The temples on the sides of the Northern Ocean clone's head instantly bulged high, flickering with bright sunlight as they resembled two actual suns. The incomparably tyrannical Extreme Yang seal appeared amid space. The power of Extreme Yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body as he wielded the fist intent of the cyclic heavenly seal and the Extreme Yang scripture, directly executing a Kunping chases the sun. As his palms pushed against the Extreme Yang seal, the majestic, mighty Extreme Yang seal became even more tyrannical as it swept through everything in its path, destroying the sea of flames and the foul silhouettes together. That golden-armored martial practitioner's expression did not change as he dealt with it in a composed manner, striking out with his spear once more as he did not clash head-on with Yan Zhaoge, merely engaging in a battle of attrition. However, beneath Yan Zhaoge's control, the aura of the extreme Yang seal actually rose once more. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. King Xuanmu daring to leave the King Xian's spear here and hastily run off himself. I think that he doesn't want this thing any more. Infinite sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth, actually emanating a terrifying aura of being at the end of the road, of ultimate destruction. The expressions of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners changed greatly. That golden-armored martial practitioner wanted to wield the King Xian spear to evade, yet was unable to do so this time. It was like a great golden seal had gone out of control as it crushed through space, colliding with the tip of the King Xian spear. A boom resounded as the perliquias of the golden-armored martial practitioner's hands split apart. With his cultivation base at the 4th level of the martial saint realm, he was actually completely unable to hold onto the spear at this moment. The King Xian spear was directly jolted out of his hands. The golden-armored martial practitioner roared madly. The King Xian spear had not just been jolted out of his hands. Instead, its connection with him had been jolted out of his hands as well. The martial true intent that he had infused into the spear had been completely shattered. Yan Zhaoge had used his extreme Yang seal to knock down his King Xian spear. Within the extreme Yang seal, Yan Zhaoge had always been working hard to refine and integrate his fist intent within, leaving behind his own mark within. At this moment, it had all been for naught, all his previous efforts having been for naught. "You madman!" The golden-armored martial practitioner cursed furiously. Yan Zhaoge smiled. With the thing in King Xuanmu's hands, I have no confidence in knocking it down. However, it is different in your hands. After colliding, the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear did not separate from each other, as they instead remained entangled together. The terrifying collision directly broke apart space, a massive crevice being ripped apart. The two high-grade sacred artifacts transformed into streaks of light, falling towards the crevice together. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners hurriedly shot towards the crevice. Near the crevice, a majestic palace had already long since been waiting there. The door of the palace opened, the roar of a dragon resounding. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's myriad dragon palace. The power of high-grade sacred artifacts was too great. The myriad dragon palace, currently still, did not possess the ability to absorb and suppress them. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all smiled coldly. If the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear collided head-on, the myriad dragon palace would immediately fall apart and shatter. To be continued. Chapter 759. The myriad dragon palace blocked the path of the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear. The power of the two great high-grade sacred artifacts tangled together, transforming into resplendent light that collided head-on with the myriad dragon palace. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners followed closely behind, secretly laughing at Yan Zhaoge's overestimation of his own abilities, as the myriad dragon palace would definitely be smashed apart by the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear. However, if they could delay the two high-grade saint weapons for some time, they might have a chance to catch up. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, the great door of the myriad dragon palace suddenly opened. Inside the great hall, in the dark void, there was a dim light that was neither bright nor dark surging. It was hard to describe. Within the radiance, there was a huge iron wheel. There were 12 holes on the iron wheel, and they rotated slowly with the iron wheel. This thing only existed there, moving at its own pace quietly, not interfering with anything around it, nor was it shaken by anything else. Even Yan Zhaoge was unable to wield it. It was precisely the supreme treasure he had obtained from the dim, radiant mausoleum, the dim, radiant wheel. While he was unable to make it his own, Yan Zhaoge had his own ideas. While he was unable to activate the dim, radiant wheel, high-grade sacred artifacts like the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear could. These two supreme treasures were powerful to the extreme. While the dim, radiant wheel was an immortal artifact, it had yet to be completed. The dim radiant wheel was unable to ignore the clash between the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear at this moment. As though it had a life of its own, the rotation of the dim radiant wheel suddenly came to a halt. The blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark instantly expanded, half black and half white as it enveloped the myriad dragon palace, even enveloping the surrounding space. As the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear collided within this world of black and white, their momentum instantly slowed. The dim, radiant wheel, however, resembled a massive beast that had been startled awake as it opened its mouth, emanating a terrifying suction force as it sought to devour these two great, high-grade sacred artifacts, like it had devoured the dim, radiant lamp. It was unlike the dim, radiant lamp, which originated from the same source as the dim, radiant wheel, having been created by the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia from the dim, radiant 12 arts. If it wanted to absorb the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear, these two high-grade sacred artifacts had to be ownerless. Now, Yan Zhaoge had taken the initiative to strike down his opponent's King Xian spear with his extreme yang seal. The two sacred artifacts just happened to be in a state where they had lost their owners. 2 of the 12 slots on the dim radiant will radiated light, which swept towards the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Slow down, slow down. Don't be in such a rush to provide for me. The King Xian spear shook, flying towards the dim, radiant wheel on its own. However, the extreme yang seal seemed to possess its own will as well, as if it had been roused from a deep slumber and enraged. As the sunlight illuminated the world, the all-encompassing radiance of the extreme yang seal collided with the radiance emanating from the hole in the dim, radiant wheel. Amongst all high-grade sacred artifacts, the extreme yang seal was one of the peak existences. The dim radiant will had yet to be completely forged and could not be considered a true immortal artifact yet. As powerful as he was, he could absorb the King Xian spear, yet he was currently unable to do anything to the extreme yang seal. Struck by the extreme yang seal, even the King Xian spear halted within the air, no longer shooting towards the dim radiant wheel. For a moment, the 3 supreme treasures were in a deadlock. Seeing this, those of the Grand Xian dynasty were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear that had originally been about to smash the myriad dragon palace into smithereens now halted amidst the layers of space within the palace, no longer as brutal as they had been before. Meanwhile, the myriad dragon palace was completely unscathed, with only the dim radiant wheel flickering with a blurry radiance in the depths of the palace. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's laughter, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace mightily shut. At the back of the palace, the spatial crevice that had originally been ripped apart by the collision of the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear also gradually began to heal now. The 2 high-grade sacred artifacts ceased to exist within the myriad dragon palace. With that golden-armored martial practitioner at their head, all the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners regained their wits, their faces instantly turning green. They simultaneously held madly in shock and fury before all of them lunged towards the myriad dragon palace. The King Xian spear had accompanied the founding monarch of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, conquering the battlefields of the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea, establishing the current foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. Afterwards, it had been passed down to King Xuanqing and then to King Xuanmu. It had always been the national treasure of the Grand Xian dynasty, its importance surpassing that of the royal seal. Meanwhile, as a high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear was also the strongest weapon of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, being an absolute national treasure. Yet it had been taken away by someone today. What kind of joke was this? That golden-armored martial practitioner himself was a member of the royal family of the Grand Xian dynasty. Seeing that the King Xian spear had been lost in his hands, he was instantly enraged to the point of going berserk, wanting to wrest back the King Xian spear no matter what. Otherwise, Not knowing how he should face his ancestors, he might as well just smash his head against the wall and die here. The other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all charged over as well. The consequences of having lost their national treasure in their hands was something that none of them could bear, even if they were to band together. The golden-armored martial practitioner took the lead, the fiery light formed of his true essence condensing into wings of flame behind his back. With a flap of his wings, he was already in the vicinity of the myriad dragon palace in an instant. However, his vision blurred slightly as he saw a figure standing between him and the myriad dragon palace. What great speed! The golden-armored martial practitioner's heart sunk. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone looked coldly at the other party, raising the fish-dragon spear within his hands and directly stabbing over. That golden-armored martial practitioner roared furiously, another spear appearing within his hands as well. The Grand Xian dynasty's seven-fowl treasured spear against Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean divine spear. The Northern Ocean clone's spear resembled a dragon, the rock overturning the sea as its heavy to the extreme collapsed on the other party's spearhead, virtually jolting the spear out of the golden-armored martial practitioner's hands. However, the silhouettes of seven fell surfaced on the other party's spear, soaring as they blocked the fish-dragon spear. This spear was shockingly a mid-grade sacred artifact. This was also accompanying treasure of King Xuanmu, having been the weapon he had used before inheriting the King Xian spear, as it possessed extraordinary power. The Northern Ocean clone's expression did not change as each spear was faster and heavier than the previous as he attacked like a tempestuous storm. That golden-armored martial practitioner was shocked. He had only been able to battle Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone with the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. While they were both early seeing divinity martial saints, if not for a mid-grade sacred artifact, he would have been stabbed to death by the Northern Ocean clone with just a few spears of his. A seeing divinity martial saint perfectly exerted the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact as he barely managed to hold on beneath the tempestuous storm of attacks. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone's spear arts were swift as the wind aside from its heavy momentum. As his figure rose and sunk, the Northern Ocean clone resembled a massive fish leaving the water, a rock soaring through the nine heavens as he instantly passed through the defensive circle of his opponent's spear, arriving close to his back as he stabbed out with his spear. Dazzling golden light erupted from the golden armor of his opponent, forming numerous layers of defenses that blocked the Northern Ocean clone's spear. It was shockingly also a mid-grade sacred artifact that belonged to this golden-armored martial practitioner himself. The fish-dragon spear was blocked by this mid-grade sacred artifact as dazzling sparks erupted. The golden-armored martial practitioner made use of this chance to counterattack with a spear. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, evading with a flash as he repelled his opponent's spear with the fish-dragon spear in his hand. Numerous dragons surged from the imperious cold martial armor on his body before he clawed out with his claw, clasping his opponent's golden armor. The massive silhouette of a Kuanping appeared, flapping its wings and sending his opponent's protective seven fowl and flames flying. The Kuanping's claws swept along the numerous dragons as they grabbed onto the golden armor, forcefully ripping it apart. The great wilderness fish rock art ripping the three worlds. To be continued.